State of Tamaulipas, Mexico, 35 miles south of Nuevo Laredo, present day. Geologist Sarah McIntyre studied the cave's lower passages but could see little in the Klieg lighting that had been placed by the students from Baylor University. She was accompanied by 3 undergraduate kids that knew nothing of Sarah's real employer, and that was the way it would be kept. Not even the professor or even the doctor from the University of Mexico and his 20 students had any idea just who Sarah really was and who she was employed by. The event group had placed Sarah on the field expedition not long after the joint venture was announced by the 2 universities to explore and document one of the many excavated caves that had been used as small armories and hideouts at the turn of the century by none other than Pancho Villa, the Mexican revolutionary. The stash of weapons, food, and horses were placed inside the natural cave formations by the bandit before raiding into the Texas border towns across the Rio Grande River. Sarah and her 2-man security team were there to document not the bandits' secret hideaways, but the ancient cave paintings that everyone outside of the higher fields of learning seemed to ignore. If she found them to be authentic, and she could tell this by the geological makeup that the paintings were depicted upon, she would then authorize further study by the event group and their anthropological division. The small man stepped up to Sarah and whispered as he squeezed past her in the narrow cave passage. "Not exactly Carlsbad Caverns, is it?" Sarah smiled at Jason Ryan, who was part of her 2-man security team. She half-turned and shined the small flashlight into his face. "We can't have everything, Mr. Excitement. And as a matter of fact, I'm beginning to think this could be quite a find for the Southwest. I think these were made by Southern Cheyenne Indians and not the Apache people like the good professors believe. We do need to get a team down here from the group. It looks like some of the theories that have been floating around by the anthropology department may be true about the Southern Cheyenne having led raids against the Apache this far south. This may be the proof they need." Jason kept his face expressionless and then yawned as wide as he could. "Jerk," she said as her light went from him to a space that was void of pictograms. The spot was hollowed out as if a piece of the granite had been sliced out by a power tool. "Yeah, well, this jerk could have been playing football today, but Director Compton thinks you need a babysitter on this gig. This is wrong. Some idiot has cut into this wall and taken—" She stopped speaking and shined the flashlight farther down the cave wall. Someone's stealing this stuff." She moved the light back to Jason, who had his own light out and was looking at the ground. "Yeah, well, whoever they were wore U.S. Army-issue combat boots, and one," he pointed to a smaller set next to the larger, "ladies' or midget male designer Timberland work boots," he said, as his light picked up several more footprints in the loose soil of the cave floor. "You know, for the past 2 days, starting across the border in Laredo, I've had the feeling we were being followed. I wrote it off as just being paranoid about everything lately. This is criminal. Hell, no one's supposed to know about this place. You think someone knew we were coming here and followed us? I don't know, but Sarah, Mexico is a convenience store for antiquity theft. You know that. Hell, I bet when we head back through the border, you can pick up a piece of this wall at the flea market in Nuevo Laredo. It's sickening. Come on, let's get these kids back to the cave opening," she said as she shined the light on her wristwatch. "I promised to meet Jack and his mother for dinner in Laredo at 7, and I better get you there on time for the big meetings. Scared?" Jason asked with a smirk. Sarah didn't answer as she moved the light over at least 6 areas where the cave paintings had been removed by modern power tools. "I asked if you're scared meeting the Colonel's mom." Sarah finally looked over at her friend. "Absolutely terrified. Now shut the hell up about it." Jason smiled and started to follow Sarah out of the lower passages of the natural cave system, shouting at the students in English and Spanish for them to head back to the surface. "I wouldn't worry too much about his mother. I mean, the Colonel's a nice guy, isn't he? Someone had to have taught him right. I'm sure they are just like one another. Hell, you may even find out that he cried when he was a kid when he saw Bambi's mother got killed. That isn't helping, Ryan." In the bright sunlight, Sarah placed her sunglasses on as the first of the 2 buses of students pulled out, heading north to the border. The second bus, filled with university students from Mexico City, would head south to a cheap hotel that was rented for them. Sarah waved at the bus as it passed by. She then glanced over at her security escort of 2 men. Ryan was bent at the knees and was examining something in the dirt. Jason straightened and moved to follow the academic team toward where Sarah was standing. "I would like to thank you for your excellent evaluation of the geological deposits surrounding the pictographs, Miss McIntyre. I must send a letter of appreciation to your employer." Professor Salvador Espinoza, Dean of Anthropological Studies at the University of Mexico, was smiling and holding out his hand. Next to him were 3 professors from that department, and bringing up the rear was the lone professor from Baylor University, Dr. Barbara Stansfield. Jason Ryan brought up the rear, and that was when Sarah noticed Jason raise his sunglasses and then point to the ground next to the American professor's boots. He then lowered the sunglasses when he saw Sarah had indeed noticed her footwear. "Yes, I agree," the American professor added. "Excellent job." "Where should we send that letter, Miss McIntyre? Was it the National Geographic Society?" Sarah slowly released Professor Espinoza's hand after shaking it, and then looked the American woman in her sunglass-covered eyes. She held out her hand, and the two shook as Sarah sized the woman up, even though young Sarah was far shorter than her counterpart. "No, I was sent by the Texaco Corporation. They've had dealings here before, and they knew I was an expert on the formations that make up the surface area of most of Tamaulipas, and the vice president of the company is a graduate of Baylor," she said as she removed her gloved hand from Stansfield's own. Sarah had stuck to her cover story, with her bosses at the event group supplying the information about her fictitious employment history, so she knew the part about the Texaco VP was true. "My mistake. Texaco it is," Stansfield said as she removed her sunglasses and looked closely into Sarah's. McIntyre then removed her own sunglasses so the professor could get a better look. "I was just wondering because I overheard your 2 men over there call you Lieutenant." Sarah smiled as she looked at Ryan and Marine Lance Corporal Kyle Udall. It was Ryan who rolled his eyes and looked away first. "Yes, well, I used to be in the Army. That's where I received my degree, and my military title stuck after it became known throughout my department at Texaco." "I see," Stansfield said, and was going to ask another question when 3 vehicles came into view over the crest of the small hill that fronted the cave system. Ryan and Udall moved to separate. Udall moved toward the cars that were waiting for the academic teams, while Ryan moved toward one of the lean-tos where he had a large backpack. Sarah saw their movement and immediately became alert to danger herself. She spied the 3 vehicles. One was a new Cadillac Escalade. The other 2 were fairly new Range Rovers. They looked to be full of men. "Who is this?" Stansfield asked as she raised a hand to shield her eyes. "Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Professor Espinoza, were you aware that more than just a few of the pictographs were removed from the cave system prior to our arrival here? No, I was not, the Mexican professor said, as his eyes went from the 3 SUVs to those of Sarah McIntyre. What do you mean removed? Cut straight from the stone by mechanical means. Several $100,000 worth if I know the black market well enough. Sarah chanced to glance down once more to the boots worn by Professor Stansfield. She confirmed they were women's Timberlands, approximately size 5. Maybe these late arrivals can explain what happened. They seem to be driving fast enough toward us, and they do look like men with a purpose. Sarah looked at the American anthropologist. Dr. Stansfield, you claimed that you had never been in the lower galleries of the cave system before. So can you explain why your boot prints were there? Sarah said, as she smiled, not looking at the American professor, but keeping her eyes on the 3 cars as they came to a sliding halt, creating a dust cloud that covered Jason Ryan as he removed a 9mm Beretta from his backpack. I assure you this is the first day that I have had an opportunity to study the system. Sarah turned from watching the 3 cars dislodge their passengers of 15 salty-looking characters. There may be 1 or 2 pairs of designer Timberlands in the whole of Mexico, Doctor, and you seem to be wearing a pair, and the footprints we found in the lower galleries were Timberland size 5, and I'm only guessing here, but you seem to fit the shoe. Sarah saw that the men were armed. Some held handguns, and others had very lethal-looking mini AK-47s. She also noticed they were pointed at them. Professor Espinoza, with wide eyes, moved his 2 assistants to his rear as the men approached. "May we help you?" Espinoza asked in Spanish. The man leading the 14 others never hesitated. He raised his automatic weapon and shot Espinoza in the forehead. Sarah couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. The man had been talking to her just a second before. "This wasn't in the deal. What are you doing?" Stansfield cried as she took 2 involuntary steps back. The same man who had just murdered Professor Espinoza aimed and quickly fired a round into one of the male anthropology assistants. The young man crumpled and fell dead into the dust. The murderous man then walked over to Stansfield and looked the 46-year-old over. He suddenly raised the automatic and brought it down onto the top of her head, sending the blonde professor crashing to the ground. He then waved his companions forward. 3 men came toward Sarah, but 5 steps apiece were as close as they got. 2 bullets apiece slammed into their head and chests. Sarah dove for cover as Jason Ryan came forward in an assault squat as he took in more of the men. He aimed at the man who had killed Professor Espinoza and fired once, but one of the assassin's men who had come forward stepped in his line of fire and took the round to his chest. Suddenly, an automatic weapon opened up, and Sarah ducked her head down as 2 of the 50 bullets fired from the other ruthless men in the group hit Ryan and he fell backward. He lay there unmoving. Sarah started to stand, but the leader of the group kicked her in the stomach and sent her rolling on the ground. Then she heard the female anthropology assistant that had been pushed aside by Espinoza scream before being silenced. Sarah, as she held her stomach in pain and shame, heard another AK-47 open fire. She remained on the ground and never saw Lance Corporal Udall die as he came out of one of the vehicles where he had been rummaging for his weapon. The leader of the group of men sneered as he used his boot to roll Sarah over onto her back. He pointed at her and then at the younger woman he had just silenced with a punch to the face. And then he used the barrel of the automatic to point one last time at the bleeding and unconscious blonde professor from Baylor. He smiled and wiped the sweat from his dripping face and beard. Jeffe will be pleased with his new guests, 2 gringo women and 1 young señorita from Mexico City. He reached down and pulled Sarah up by the hair and looked her in the eyes. Pleased indeed. Sarah was let go and she fell back into the dust. She immediately rolled over and tried to look at the spot where Jason had fallen, but she couldn't see him. She managed to look up, and that was when she saw the sprawled body of Corporal Udall. He was lying face down in the dirt. Sarah shook her head, but she remained silent as the leader of the group pulled Professor Stansfield up, also by the hair. He shook her hard. "Our arrangement is at an end. You were supposed to delay these fools from examining the cave until we had all of the artifacts out, you stupid gringo difficult person," he shouted at the woman who was just coming around. "Señor Guzman will be very angry, so you better hope he will be happy with 2 new women for his stable, or you may learn why he has earned his nickname." Sarah saw the American woman shake her head, still unable to find her voice after the blow to the top of her head. Sarah slowly started to rise and then stopped suddenly as she heard the nickname of the man they were to be brought to. Her heart froze as she recognized the name of one of the most ruthless men in the world. They were to be taken to Nuevo Laredo, and Sarah knew they would come face to face with the most ruthless drug lord in all of Mexico, Juan Guzman, the Anaconda. The man with the binoculars lowered them and ducked behind the small rise as the women from the colleges were ruthlessly pushed and shoved and beaten until they were all inside the 3 vehicles. The man rolled onto his back and felt to make sure he still had his small .38 caliber handgun in his waistband. He then pulled a cell phone from his pants pocket and with shaking hands raised it to his face. He opened the cover, still shaking from witnessing the ruthless murder of 4 men in front of the caves, and then, to his disappointment, he saw that the cell phone signal strength was only at 2 bars. That had to be enough. "Good God," he mumbled as he pushed a selected number from his address book and hit it. He had to do it twice as he lay with his face to the sun. He couldn't stop the shakes from making the simplest of tasks so daunting. Finally, the call went through, and a phone on the other end was answered. "Yes," answered a firm voice. "Señor, I did as our contract asked for and tailed the subject from her hotel in Laredo. She crossed the border just as you said she would. And the main target? He was not among the 2 men that accompanied her." "That is not very good news," came the reply. "Señor, they are all dead," said the man as he removed the small gun from his pants, fumbled it, and then finally caught it and held it to his chest. "Explain that. The woman you followed is dead?" asked the voice, this time without some of its confident manner. "Señor, the 3 women are alive, but all of the men are dead. They were killed by other men who arrived in cars." "Who are these men?" "There is only 1 man in all of Mexico that kills with such abandon, señor. It had to be the work of Juan Guzman. No one else would dare such an attack in his territory. I know this name. Yes, I know it well. I have done business with this rather unstable gentleman in the past. He has some—" "See, the man," answered as he rose partially to his knees and looked around to make sure he wasn't to be the next target of the murdering men from below. "Good. I now want you to wait for 2 hours and then go to see this Guzman and tell him an old acquaintance would like to discuss some business. Relay to him that I am most particularly interested in hearing about his Anasazi Indian collection. Tell him my opening offer is $25 million, which should at least get you in the door. Once there, explain that I am on my way to meet with him. Is that clear? Are you insane, señor? I will be killed." Do this and I will wire transfer $1 million into your San Antonio bank account. Now, do this or do not come back to the States, or you will discover that the truly ruthless men do not only reside in Mexico." The phone connection ended. "Madre de Dios," the man said as the cell phone fell to his chest where he allowed it to lay. He looked at the business card he had pulled from his pocket. The man moaned at the thought of traveling 30 miles north to Nuevo Laredo and presenting himself to Juan Guzman, the anaconda, just like a lamb to slaughter. First, he was contracted out of his agency's offices in San Antonio to follow this small American woman. He was then told that this McIntyre woman would eventually lead him to the man that his employer sought, a Colonel Jack Collins. Now he was to be sacrificed to Juan Guzman for a reason he knew nothing of. The man slammed the business card to his chest and cursed the $1 million bribe the man had offered. He sniveled and then looked at the card once more. It was one of the expensively printed business cards you can only pick up at the best stationery stores. Mr. Hanover Jones, Antiquities Acquisition and Auction House, New York City, London, Paris. The man placed the card back into his pocket and knew he would follow orders as he sat up and took a deep breath. After all, $1 million could buy a very nice funeral. 2,000 miles away, Colonel Henri Farbeau, the man known as Hanover Jones to the legitimate world, calmly hung up the rented office phone and then slowly stood and furiously tipped the desk he was sitting behind upside down. Not only was he not to kill Jack Collins, he now learned that the only woman he admired outside of his dead wife was being held by a murderous scum. Farbeau stood and looked at the phone on the floor with the broken desk tipped beside it. He took a deep breath and then forced calmness into his body. Nothing could infuriate him more than the thought of Collins, the man responsible for his beloved wife's death, still breathing. But nothing could ever match that feeling more than the thought of little Sarah being hurt. He reached into his expensive coat and brought out his cell phone. While he hit the number he wanted, he kicked absent-mindedly at the broken phone upon the floor. His eyes were blazing in anger. "Have my plane ready with a flight plan to Laredo, Texas. Event Group Complex, Nellis AFB, Nevada." The director of Department 5656, Niles Compton, sat on the small set of bleachers and watched the flag football game that was being played between the Nuclear Sciences Division and the Security Department. The second in command of security, who was quarterbacking the muscular and far more physical team of security personnel, Captain Carl Everett, was starting to look frustrated as the larger men and women could not seem to shake the much smaller but far more agile scientists of Assistant Director Virginia Pollock's Nuclear Sciences Department. The former SEAL kept looking at the clock and was seeing that time was running out on their 3-point lead. The underground complex was built to house the greatest historical treasures, objects that had a defining moment in either the history of the United States or, more importantly, the world. Department 5656, known to a select few in the federal government as the Event Group, was tasked to find parallels in world history with the events unfolding in modern times to avoid the same pitfalls of our shared past. The artifacts stored in the Events Group's 10,000 steel vaults represented spectacular finds in archaeological history. Most would eventually find their way into the public domain after study, while others would be forever kept secret from the people of the world due to either political, religious, or military sensitivities. The judge as to what constitutes a top-secret find is the President of the United States. The massive complex was an underground labyrinth of naturally formed caves far beneath Nellis Air Force Base. The complex was built by President Roosevelt during World War II after the original site had been moved from Arlington, Virginia. Department 5656 is the darkest department of the American federal system and is solely answerable to the President of the United States. It had been that way since its inception in 1863 through to its official charter in 1917 by Woodrow Wilson, who brought the event group into legitimate being. Director Niles Compton smiled as he was nudged by the computer sciences director, Pete Golding, who nodded at the clock as it continued to run down. The intramural games played by the 16 separate departments were a needed relief used by the 600 personnel inside the massive complex that ran 89 levels beneath the desert sands of Nevada. Looks like the security force dominance may be finally coming to an end if Virginia's people can get the ball back, Pete said, as he watched Everett and the rest of his offense take their timelining for the snap in an attempt to take as many seconds off the clock as possible. Can you imagine the look on Jack's face when he hears his department's unblemished record could possibly be in jeopardy? God, I wish he were here, Niles said, as he watched Everett pointing to his favorite wide receiver, Lieutenant Will Mendenhall, who had thus far caught everything thrown his way. Well, it's really hurt security not having Jack at running back today, Pete countered. Thank God he's visiting his mom in Texas, and thank goodness he's meeting Sarah there when she's finished with the dig in Tamaulipas. Still, I think I'll call him if security loses. I can't pass that chance up. Niles Compton eyed the clock and then frowned. Everett called out the signals and the ball was snapped. Instead of running the ball and thus running the clock out, the captain had decided to go for the nuclear sciences department's jugular and win by 10. Mendenhall shot off the line and then sprinted past the science department's defender. Everett heaved the ball as far as he could. The female defender, a nuclear regulatory specialist on detached service from Los Alamos, tripped as Will flew by her. In the bleachers, those rooting for the sciences moaned as they saw the end coming right before their eyes. Niles frowned as he felt his wallet getting lighter due to the bet he had placed with Colonel Collins before he left on leave to see his mother. Will smiled broadly as he saw the ball fall from the sky. His feet firmly planted on the athletic turf of the underground recreation arena, and only a foot from the out-of-bounds line, the ball was only inches from being laid into his hands. He was merely 20 yards from the goal line for a chance to keep the security department's winning streak alive at 10 in a row. Unbeknownst to Everett, Mendenhall, and the rest of the security department team, they had been outthought. Virginia Pollock, the least likely of suspects, had placed herself at the goal line, knowing that the captain would not be satisfied with a mere 3-point victory. The tall, lithe woman with the dark brown hair sprinted in her sweatpants and shirt to the spot where Will Mendenhall thought he was alone, and just before the ball touched his fingertips, she stepped in front of him and intercepted the pass. Her body nudged him just enough that Will lost his balance and went crashing onto the fake grass of the field, shocked because he had had no idea Virginia was in the area. The security team, the people running laps on the track, and even the weightlifters working out on the side of the field were all stunned as Virginia sprinted down the field in the opposite direction. Carl went from jumping up and down as the vision of a 50-yard pass play went flying from his thoughts to attempting to gain momentum to head Virginia off at the pass. He saw the MIT grad and former nuclear engineer from General Dynamics Corporation running free. Everett started his pursuit. The spectators watching were on their feet as the older woman saw Everett approaching at an angle. She decided that, flag football or not, she could not allow Everett to catch her. She switched the ball to the protected right side of her body, and as Carl came in to reach for her flag dangling behind her, she shot out her left hand and arm, catching him squarely in the jaw and face. It was a straight arm the pros would have been proud of. Everett grunted and then fell face first onto the turf as Virginia sprinted by. As she crossed the goal line with the rest of the security department chasing her, Virginia raised the ball into the air and then spiked it to the cheers of all watching. "I'll be very," Everett said as he looked up from his prone position. He swiped at the blood that had come from the split lip he now had thanks to the assistant director. Mendenhall came up out of breath and helped his boss to his feet, and as they both looked around, they saw Pete Golding and Director Compton jumping up and down in the bleachers, high-fiving each other, enjoying the celebration as Virginia's Nuclear Sciences Division hoisted her on their shoulders. The '09 Sciences had just pulled off the upset of the intramural season. Both men suspected the word would spread throughout the complex as fast as a lightning strike. "The colonel is going to be upset," Mendenhall said as he tried to catch his breath. Everett again swiped at the blood that was now not only coursing from his split lip, but also the rug burn on his chin. "And I'm going to tell him over the phone," Everett said. "I'll wait until he gets back from his leave. By then, the humiliation may have calmed down a little." "Good idea," Mendenhall said as he saw the victors winding their way toward the vanquished. "Oh, this is going to suck." As Virginia was placed on the ground, she smiled in a purely female way and batted her eyes at Carl. "That split lip looks bad. Did I do that?" she said as she placed her hand over her mouth in a "oh God, what have I done" falsity. "I didn't think you had it in you, Madam A.D., Everett said as he straightened and then took Virginia in his arms and hugged her. "I have to admit, you got us." She smiled and pulled away, and then someone handed her a cell phone and she punched in her security code for the supercomputer Europa so she could get an outside line. "And just who are you calling?" Everett asked, near panic. "Why, Jack, of course. I want to be the one to tell him." Virginia, can we talk about this?" Everett said as he started following her as she tried to make the connection. Across the field, Niles Compton was still smiling as he watched the two teams meet. He smiled even wider when he saw Everett and Mendenhall running after Virginia Pollock. He was about to go down onto the field and take some fun time for a change when he was approached by a blue-clad Marine PFC. "Excuse me, Dr. Compton, you have an emergency call from the security duty officer. He says he has our contact at the FBI in Washington on the line. It seems we've had trouble in Mexico." The Marine looked from Niles to Pete and then leaned in toward the director. "Sir, we have people down." Niles immediately lost his smile. "Pete, run and catch Captain Everett and Virginia and get them to my office ASAP. Tell him we may have gone Code 1 in Mexico." Pete immediately started running to head off Everett. He knew what a Code 1 was, as did all event group personnel. People in the field had come into harm's way and may be down or even lost. Niles turned and left the athletic complex wondering how a university-sponsored field team in Mexico could have an emergency when Sarah was there only to validate the geological formation in which some old pictographs had been painted on a cave wall. With Ryan and another security man with her, that was 3 event group staff that may be hurt or even killed. Director Niles Compton knew at the very least there was big trouble in Mexico. Laredo, Texas, 4 hours later. The man sat at the table at the Alamosa Chop and Steakhouse in downtown Laredo. He was well dressed in civilian attire, a charcoal gray suit highlighted by a bright red tie. His hair was cut short, but not as short as it had been throughout his 18 years in the United States Army. His smile came easier to him since he had been reassigned after testifying against the Army and the White House back in 2006 about interference of command in Afghanistan. At the time, Major Jack Collins had thought his career was finished as he was sent to the high desert of Nevada and literally buried underneath Nellis Air Force Base. That was where his tour of detached service had begun for Department 565, the event group, as its head of security operations. Tonight, Jack Collins was on leave. He was to meet the woman he had fallen in love with when she returned from across the border, where she was involved in an archaeological find in northern Mexico. Jack smiled as he eased the cover of his cell phone closed and then looked across the table at his mother, Callie, who returned the smile as she placed her drink on the table before her. The woman would never be placed in the age category she claimed. She was young looking to be Jack's mother. Her face and body belonged to that of a woman of 34 years and not the 54 years of age her birth certificate said she was.
The brown-haired Callie looked from Jack to her youngest child, Lynn, who had come back into Jack's life after many years of being estranged. Their careers had kept them far removed from the normal brother-sister relationships that most families share. Lynn's with the CIA, Jack's with the Army. "Well, Sarah's not answering her cell phone, as usual," Jack said as he reached for his glass of beer. "She may be having a hard time getting through that very border crossing. You know how rough it is since the border's been exploding with the drug war over in Nuevo Laredo's. She'll be fine. You said she was quite a distance away from the trouble zone," Lynn said. "From our reports at the agency, and also from the FBI and Texas Rangers, the drug thing seems to have sorted itself out. The border alert level has been downgraded significantly." Jack's little sister watched him as he sipped at his beer. She had noticed a large change in Jack since he had become involved with Sarah. He smiled far more than she could ever remember her serious-faced brother ever smiling. His gait had a spring to it, and when she had seen him with Sarah the few times they had been together, she could see Jack's face light up. For the first time in straight as an arrow Jack Collins' life, he was actually slowing down to smell the roses, and it was all because of the woman he called small stuff, Sarah McIntyre. Lynn could see Jack was dying inside in his nervousness at Sarah meeting their mother for the first time. "Yeah, you're probably right," he said, and tried to push all thought of Sarah being laid aside for the time being. Callie Collins watched her son closely. She was happy for Jack. He had become a new man since his time on detached service, wherever that was. Her son had always been quiet about things in his personal as well as his professional life.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. After losing so many men in the field during his time in special operations, he had become detached, even secretive of his emotions and personal feelings. Now came along this woman she was here to meet. Sarah, that's all Jack could talk about in his emails and his phone calls home. She smiled as Jack talked with his little sister. He reminded her so much of his father, John, lost when Jack was only 11 in some far-off place that was never really described to her by the U.S. Army. He had been a colonel at the time, the very same rank and age of his son now. Callie suspected that in his position and rank he may have found out many more details about his father's fate, far more than Callie herself knew. But if he had, her oldest child had never shared that information with her. Callie realized many years before that she didn't need to know anything other than what she had been told. If her husband's death had been by any other means or circumstance than what the Army had said, Jack would find a way to tell her. And she also knew her son well enough that if anything about his father's death was darker than the Army had told her, Jack would also fix it. It was enough to know that he was just like his father, honest to the point of pain, and that was good enough to tell Callie that their son turned out the way his father would have liked. Jack, with everything you've told me about her, I feel like I already know Sarah. And if I'm right in my assessment of her, she's probably as scared as I am in anticipation of meeting each other. Believe me, anyone who won over your stubborn heart scares me with her womanly powers, Callie said, smiling wide as she raised her martini glass. Jack shook his head as his face turned red. He never thought of himself as a guy that was stubborn at all, but if his mom and Sarah, along with Lynn, Everett, Mendenhall, Ryan, and the director, say it's so, it must be true. Jack raised his glass of beer and toasted his mother. Lynn laughed and joined her glass with theirs. Callie excused herself from the table, and Lynn waited until she had disappeared into the semi-darkness of the restaurant. "So, what's happening in Spooksville these days, little sister? And why should I tell you? I still don't know what you are doing and who you're doing it with. I am not doing anything, and especially not doing anything with anyone of importance. You haven't been prying, have you? I would hate to have to sick Mr. Ryan on you. You know he had a thing for you. Jason Ryan has a thing for anything that wears a skirt. There you have it. How good an outfit can I be running if Ryan is a supervisor in my unit?" "Touché," Lynn said as she sipped her drink. She smiled as she lowered it, and then her face became serious. "Since you asked, and since it's no big secret at the agency, I have been handed something at the North American desk that's strange to say the least. It seems we have a rumor of a rogue element inside the U.S. government, possibly inside either the FBI or at Langley. Should you be telling me this? Well, the information handed down to me from my boss in intelligence thinks this group was busted up by the FBI several years ago." Lynn actually chuckled. "Believe it or not, one of this group's monikers was the Men in Black. Can you believe that?" "Sis, why are you telling me this?" Jack said as he picked up his beer after spying his mother returning from the restroom. "My report says that this group is comprised of ex-military. Since you seem to know any and all Special Forces operatives inside and out of our armed services, you may have heard something that could help me." Jack paused before drinking his beer. He knew every detail of what it was she was talking about. He knew the Men in Black, the black teams of the Centaurs Corporation, broken up by the event group after the incident in the Arizona desert 6 years before. I never heard of the Men in Black outside of the usual jokes about them. And despite the rumors about me, I don't know every mission specialist in the world, he smiled, just the Western world. Jerk, Lynn whispered as their mother returned. Jack stood and pulled her chair out for her. Collins looked at his little sister, wondering if she was heading into trouble. Because if the Men in Black or the corporate black teams were being reformed, that meant that they just may have a rogue element inside either the Bureau or the agency. He made a mental note to bring the subject up with Director Compton. Jack sat back down and then sipped his beer while looking at his watch. Sarah was now over an hour late, and unlike what he had told his sister and his mom, Sarah was never, ever late for anything. She had an inner clock and she prepared for everything ahead of time.
And a meeting of this magnitude was not something she would have taken lightly, as she had been asking to meet his mother for the past 2 years. Finally, Lynn reached out and placed a hand over his watch. Jack sat his beer back onto the white tablecloth. "I know she'll be here. Jack," Lynn said as she held his wrist while her eyes were on something beyond her brother's vision. "Carl and Will are here." Jack's heart froze when Lynn mentioned the 2 names. He turned around in his chair, and for the first time in his life, after seeing the countenance of both of his men, his legs felt as if they were made of jelly. He swallowed and stood, absent-mindedly allowing the napkin in his lap to fall to the floor as Everett hurried through the crowded restaurant toward their table. "Well, what are you 2 doing here?" Jack said with a confidence and false levity he wasn't feeling at that moment. Everett was dressed in Levi's and a white polo shirt, and Will basically the same. Everett nodded a greeting to Callie and Lynn. They all noticed the split lip and the Band-Aid on his chin. "Mrs. Collins, Lynn, sorry to intrude," was all Everett said as he pulled Jack away from the table by the elbow. "Things have gone to mess across the border, Jack," he whispered. "A Mexican professor, his male assistant, and Lance Corporal Udall are dead." He looked around and Jack could see the anger in his face. "And Ryan is hurt real bad and is now at a hospital in Nuevo Laredo." Jack clenched his jaw and was staring at Everett, waiting for the rest. "Whoever did it took Sarah, another girl, and the professor from Baylor that was on the dig list Sarah sent us from the site a day ago." Jack was thinking, but none of his thoughts were making it to the surface through the fear that suddenly gripped his mind. He wasn't used to the feeling, as it had become second nature for him to think during the stress of command that called for quick and precise reactions. He didn't notice Lynn as she joined the 3 men. She already had her cell phone out waiting to assist Jack in any way she could after hearing the last part of the conversation. "Is that all we know?" Collins finally asked. "We have a plane at the airport we're using as a command post at the moment. Pete Golding is there along with an 8-man security and assault team. Pete is doing what he can with Europa. He has a list of suspects, but there is only one name that keeps coming across the boards, and the computer says it has to be Juan Guzman," Lynn said before Carl could finish. Jack turned to his sister. Her job as the assistant director at the North American Operations Desk at the CIA would give Lynn the expertise on everything that goes on within that continent. "Explain," Jack ordered hastily. "Nothing happens in northern Mexico without his express say-so. He's the undeclared winner of—"
The FBI and Homeland Security is on this, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery.
Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The FBI and Homeland Security is on this, and Niles is talking to the president as we speak, trying to get us jurisdictional operating room. But everyone in Washington is throwing a fit. The stuffed shirts want the Mexican authorities to handle it. And us being secret, we're the last in line when decisions are handed down. No, I'm not leaving Ryan and Sarah over there while we wait to go through channels. Jack looked at a worried Mendenhall and then at Everett. Look, I need Pete and the intelligence he and Europa can come up with. However, you two won't need the grief that would come down if the president orders us to stand down. You need to stay with the plane at the airport. Everett looked from Collins and then over to Will Mendenhall. He shook his head as he once more locked eyes with the colonel. You know very good and well that isn't going to work, Jack. Now we have to go. Lynn joined them after closing up her cell phone. Look, my desk at Langley agrees, Jack. It has to be the Anaconda. That's the slick jerk's nickname. Listen to me. Guzman is not only the largest drug dealer south of the border, he deals in women also. Let's hope that's why he took Sarah and the others. That will buy you some time. Whoever in the gosh you people work for. It won't buy us time, sis. You get Mom out of here into a safe place. This town may not be safe for very much longer. Jack, you can't go to war with Guzman. He's got an army over there. As I said before, he has never hesitated at crossing the border to take the fight to us before. Jack raised his left eyebrow in that irritating way he had, and then went to kiss his mother goodbye. Mom, I have work I've got to do, he said as he kissed her on the cheek. You be careful, Jack. Collins winked at Callie, and then he turned and walked past Everett, Lynn, and Mendenhall as he made a beeline to the front door of the restaurant. You have to stop Jack and make him think, Carl. If he goes barging over there with some hastily drawn-up plan, he'll get Sarah and everyone else killed. The Anaconda is ruthless as gosh, but he's also smart, and what's more, he is a businessman. Tell Jack to use that if he can. Tell whoever your boss is that Jack wouldn't stand a chance in gosh over there. This has to be done through channels, so let the FBI handle it, Lynn implored. Everett watched as Mendenhall hurried to catch up with Collins, but stayed a moment to look Jack's sister in the eye. I would rather go with a hastily drawn-up plan by Jack than someone else's well-thought-out scheme. My money is always on your brother. Lynn knew Carl was right. She clenched her cell phone tightly and then placed a hand on Everett's shoulder. I'll do what I can from the intelligence end of things. You go on now. I have more calls to make. Captain Carl Everett turned away and hurried to follow Jack and Will. Lynn watched a moment, hoping that Jack listened to her warnings. She turned and stood next to her mother. Don't be scared, Mom. Jack knows what he's doing, Lynn said as she watched Callie drain her martini glass. That won't stop me from worrying, dear, she said as she placed her empty glass on the table and then stood. His father knew what he was doing also. Lynn could only nod her head as she saw her mom lower hers. Laredo, International Airport, Laredo, Texas. By the time Collins, Everett, and Will Mendenhall made it through to the charter flight area, there was another event group aircraft parked next to the first. On either side of that were two UH-60 Blackhawk helicopters. The first aircraft was a small Learjet, the second was an old Boeing 707 conversion used as a mobile command unit. The trio had been notified that the director himself, Niles Compton, was now on station and had transferred Pete Golding to the command post to use the far more sophisticated equipment aboard the venerable old 707. Jack, instead of running up the portable staircase, forced himself to walk only at a quickened gait, removing his coat and tie as he went. Everett and Mendenhall followed him into the aircraft, where Director Compton met them just inside the door and took Jack by the elbow, steering him toward the communications center of the extensively modified Boeing aircraft. "What have we learned so far?" Collins asked as he leaned into communications. The Navy signalman covering the radio removed his headset and looked first at Niles and then Jack. "So far, the FBI has placed their field office on alert for a possible hostage rescue across the border. The State Department has already been in touch with Mexican President Juarez, but he's hesitant about allowing an American rescue unit to cross the border. Our president is currently on the phone with him now." Niles pulled Jack away from the communications area and waited for Will and Carl to join him. "The situation in Nuevo Laredo is still unstable. The armed men this Guzman has running around his hacienda number in the hundreds. The FBI has intelligence that says this warped jerk collects women for these mercenaries." He saw Jack's jaw clench. "Sorry, Colonel, I could have worded that far better." Collins just nodded his head. "Niles, what is this Guzman into?" Everett asked as a way to steer the conversation towards something more constructive. "Drugs, of course, are the #1 factor in his makeup. The FBI reports that he is responsible for the elimination of all of his rivals in the area, and that includes men that dealt directly for the Colombian factions. In other words, he's one powerful jerk. He has no problem sending hit teams into Texas or anywhere else he sees a problem." "Why would he have raided an archaeological site?" Jack asked as he started walking toward the computer center 40 feet aft. "Simple. #1, he considers anything in a 1,000-mile radius his personal territory. #2, he does collect anything and everything concerning his Mexican heritage. He actually conducted an interview last year on Mexican television where he extolled the need to keep Mexico's history and heritage in Mexico. I think Sarah and the field team were a convenient target of opportunity, nothing more." Jack listened and then pulled back the curtain to the computer center. There, revealed like the Wizard of Oz, was Pete Golding and his expanded computer team. Pete turned away from a large 55-inch monitor and rolled his chair back to face the colonel. "Jack, you have my later, Doc. What have you come up with?" "Yes, of course," Pete said as he turned to face the large monitor. "Well, thanks to the director and the U.S. Air Force, we have a Predator drone up and flying high over the Guzman hacienda. Thus far, Europa has pinpointed 17 guards on the outside of the immediate hacienda, but it has picked up numerous heat sources coming from the buildings outlying the main house, which, as you can see, is expansive as gosh. There could be another 100 inside of those buildings, and according to the FBI and the Mexican National Police, that estimate could be on the low side." Collins looked at the monitor and the large hacienda that belonged to Juan Guzman. He saw a large swimming pool, a tennis court, and riding stables. It had a private airstrip and hangars for at least 5 or 6 aircraft. A helicopter sat upon a helipad at the center of the compound. "I see the drug trade is still paying high dividends," Everett commented as he saw the same thing Jack was seeing. "Pete, is there any intel on where this jerk would," Jack swallowed, "would keep the women he has taken?" "No, but I can ask Europa for her best guess just as soon as she steals the hacienda specs from the Mexican government." Jack and the rest knew the supercomputer's job was backdooring other systems, and she was very good at it. She had even broken into her sister Cray's systems at Langley, the FBI, and the Pentagon in the past. Why would the Mexican government have his house plans? Wouldn't that be under the state's purview? Niles asked ahead of Collins.
Normally, yes it would be, but disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing.
Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Normally, yes, it would be, but it seems Europa has dug up a title of deed that says this property and house used to belong to the federal government of Mexico at the turn of the century. And here's another little bit of interesting history. In March of 1916, none other than General John Blackjack Pershing himself, with Lieutenant George S. Patton at his side, raided into Mexico. At this point, Pete turned to the large screen, punched a few buttons on his keyboard, and the screen changed to some very old photographs of the same Guzman hacienda, but in far earlier times. The pictures were scratched and were stamped property of U.S. National Archives. Europa got these from our own database? Niles asked. Just now uncovered them, Pete answered, with a little bit of pride at what his supercomputer turned up. It seems our own department, in one of the first missions ever assigned to it, had business in 1916. And Europa says that we have a vault full of information. But since it was one of the first missions of Department 5656, the material was never cataloged. Pete looked up with a bit of sadness etched into his features. Things may have been a little different for the event group in the early days. No excuse. Find the vault number and get our archivists into it. Europa already tracked the vault down. It's in Arlington, the old complex site. Get this. President Franklin Roosevelt ordered the vault sealed and left behind when the department moved operations to Nevada. Good information, Dr. Golding, but what does this have to do with what's happening now? Mendenhall asked, frustrated at the slowness of the intelligence. Possibly nothing, but maybe everything, Pete said as he tapped the screen. The official reason for the raid into Mexico by the 8th United States Cavalry Regiment was to capture or kill the Mexican bandit Pancho Villa. Now, according to history and U.S. Army reports, Villa was nowhere near the border town of Nuevo Laredo at the time of the raid. Yet the regiment spent 2 days in Laredo and at this very same hacienda, named Perdition's Gate. 3 of its outer buildings were burned to the ground and several people were killed by American troops. It caused quite a stir in the Mexico City newspapers. Thus far, we have found no justification for Pershing's raid on that particular hacienda or the event group's involvement in the attack. But if we can get into that vault, number 0011, inside the old complex, we may find a way inside that hacienda. Maybe it was a safe harbor for Pancho Villa, Everett said. Not likely. Now here is the most interesting part. This very same land, 2 years before, was owned by none other than Ramon Carbajal, a very close ally and friend to Villa. It is documented that Pancho Villa never went there, and he gave orders to his men never to frequent that particular part of Mexico. That is documented from former members of his Revolutionary Council. And here is something far stranger, gentlemen. The land and hacienda were not owned by a Mexican national. They were sold to an American citizen, a Professor Lawrence Ambrose. We're currently running a check on him as we speak. However, I get off the point. This Professor Ambrose is the reason we have the hacienda floor plans, a detailed drawing by an Army Corps of Engineers captain during the time of the Pershing raid. According to the grids on this property map, they were very systematic, like they were searching for something. This is how Europa will base her best guess as to the location of any hostages. "Very good, Pete," Everett said. "Can we get a printout of those drawings? Does the FBI have access to this?" Jack asked. "No, I haven't forwarded any of our information through the president as of yet. Don't. This stays in-house for the time being," Collins said as he looked over at Niles, who reluctantly nodded. "I'm with you, Jack, for now. But we have to wait for the president's word on when to go in." "What is Mr. Ryan's condition?" Jack asked, ashamed that his lieutenant had been his second thought in all of his worries. "The American consul in Nuevo Laredo got to him before he was wheeled into surgery. He was then secured by a field team from the FBI, and he's now on his way to Las Vegas. It's serious, but our docs say he'll make it. He hasn't given us a statement as of yet. Colonel, what if we're rushing this on Ryan? If he needs surgery, why didn't we leave him in place and allow the surgeons to take care of him there?" Mendenhall asked, worried about his close friend. "What do you think this Guzman is going to do when he learns he may have left an eyewitness to the murder of 2 Mexican nationals and the kidnapping of 2 American women?" Without another word, Collins turned and left the computer center to make his way into the tactical room, where he would pore over every bit of intelligence Pete had come up with. Will nodded his head, and then followed the colonel. Carl Everett hesitated a moment before following Jack and faced the director. "Niles, you know Jack's going to that hacienda with or without the president's order." "I know that, but we need to give him the time to plan it out right," Compton explained, and then took the printout of the hacienda plans from Pete. "Use these and find a way in there. I need to find out exactly why our group was there almost 100 years before we even heard of Perdition's Gate, and exactly why the mission wasn't cataloged in our archives. Now, please find a way in there and get Sarah the heck out." Everett smiled as he took the offered floor plans. "That, Mr. Director, you can count on. Nuevo Laredo, 10 miles south of the border. The brand-new Sikorsky S-76C executive helicopter, painted in magnificent maroon and gold colors, circled the hacienda twice before the pilot saw a man step out onto the heliport at the center of the compound and, with 2 brightly painted paddles, start to wave him down next to the helicopter already there. It had taken 3 minutes of radio communication with a man who had claimed no English before they were allowed in. The whole time the passenger in the rear compartment knew instinctually they were being tracked by not only one, but several heat-seeking missiles. As the garish executive Sikorsky slowly sat down upon the well-maintained heliport pad, it was immediately surrounded by 10 men with menacing-looking automatic weapons. The pilot chanced a look into the back compartment and shook his head. "It seems we have a welcoming committee, sir," he said into his microphone. The tall man in the back didn't respond. He just removed his headset and then ran his fingers through his blonde hair. As the helicopter sat down gently, he leaned into the pilot's cabin. "Stay inside, and be ready to exit this place on a moment's notice." The pilot didn't like the sound of the order, but nodded his head nonetheless. A man in a white business suit stepped from the shadows of the hacienda and came out to meet the tall man stepping from the helicopter. The suit he wore was silk, and the blond man could see he was sweating through it. The white shirt was stained with something at the collar, and his face was unshaven. Mr. Jones, my employer was surprised to hear from your representative. After the failure of our last negotiation, we thought we would not hear from you again. The man going by the
Farbeau saw the lie in the man's eyes immediately, just a second before he placed a pair of expensive sunglasses on. "Please, Senor Jones, Jefe is waiting to see you," the heavyset man said as he gestured toward the hacienda. Farbeau buttoned his suit jacket and without turning his head had counted the men in the hacienda's enclosed court that surrounded the helipad. There were 10 men, with 5 more hidden in the shadows. He moved his eyes behind his sunglasses and saw 4 more tucked away at windows on the upper veranda. He showed no emotion as he ducked his head to enter the villa itself. Henri removed his sunglasses right away so his eyes could adjust to the darkness inside. He immediately saw an older woman, perhaps in her early 50s. She came forward wiping her hands on a white apron. She sneered at the man escorting Farbeau and he backed away. "Welcome to our home, Senor." "Hanover Jones, Mama," said a small, well-dressed man with a mustache as he stepped out from behind his ample mother. He said something in Spanish, words Farbeau knew almost as well as the people in the room. He explained that she needed to go to her room and not the kitchen, and ignore anything she may hear in the next hour. Henri Farbeau thought the man before him was either sloppy in his memory, knowing he spoke Spanish, or he had done it intentionally. If it was the latter, he knew he would have to approach his business very carefully. "Mr. Jones, it is good to see you once again. The last time was in Colombia, if memory serves. I was the intelligence liaison for Pablo Escobar at the time. Back then, my antiquities trade was purely a hobby with my rather limited income." Henri smiled. "Yes, I believe you were, and yes, it was Colombia. Am glad to see you moved on after Senor Escobar's, mishap." Juan Guzman had not offered his hand to Farbeau. He did smile at the memory of betraying the world's largest drug dealer and allowing Colombian and American special forces to kill him in December of 1993. His time was over, Senor. It was time for men with vision to take the lead in affairs that concerned the southern regions of the hemisphere. Farbeau knew what that vision was and how it had been put into practice. In eliminating all of his competition in the distribution end in Mexico, along with his takeover of the manufacturing cartels in the South, the Anaconda had murdered no less than 80 of the top drug people in Mexico and South America. But it had been the little people who had suffered the most in this drug civil war, with a very conservative estimate of over 30,000 lower-end hoods and civilians losing their lives before the dust settled just across the border in northern Mexico. Now Juan Guzman was in charge of the largest drug operation in the entire world, and he was now known as the Anaconda for his powerful, suffocating, squeezing grip on anything south of the U.S. border. But that is history. He finally smiled and held out his manicured hand for Henry to shake, which he did. "According to your man, you are interested in my Anasazi collection." "Yes, my collection is lacking where yours is overflowing. And since the Anasazi lived north of the border, I figured it was something you could part with." Henri released the man's small hand and then looked around the well-appointed living room. He saw 3 men standing close by, and their eyes never left him. "I am particularly interested in the piece you purchased in San Diego, a very nice artifact of silver." The Anaconda smiled, and then looked Farbeau in his blue eyes. "Ah, yes, the silver serpent. That is a very rare piece, Senor. The only Anasazi artifact found that depicted a serpent of such splendor. But I must correct you. That particular piece was not purchased. It was, how do I say, oh yes, willed to me by its late owner." Henri knew well what that meant. Guzman had murdered the former collector and relieved him of the piece. "Well, since your investment is minimal, perhaps we can come to an accommodation," Farbeau said, smiling. "Perhaps, Senor, perhaps," Guzman said as he gestured with his right hand for Farbeau to precede him.
Why don't we examine the piece so you can appreciate its beauty and thus make me an educated offer that would not be too insulting?" The former French colonel stepped by the smaller Mexican drug lord, noticing that the man's smile never reached as far as his dark eyes. The nickname Anaconda was well-deserved in the Frenchman's opinion, as his eyes were like that of a large predatory snake. He knew the look well, because he was capable of the same thing. The men in the room fell in behind their boss and followed them toward a large door. As Guzman stepped past Henri, he opened a huge oak door and then used a set of keys to open a steel gate behind that. He clicked on a light switch, and Henri could see the descending stairs as they curved deeply into the ground. "I have yet to have the piece cleaned by my artisans, so if you will follow me, Senor Jones, we can view my wares in a far more comfortable setting." Henri turned from the stairs and looked at the small man before him. His hackles rose as he knew he was stepping into a trap. His makeshift plan had fooled no one, and in his haste to find little Sarah, he had made a large mistake by thinking the drug lord would be greedy enough not to have had him checked out thoroughly. Faribault nodded his head, and then out of the corner of his eye saw the trailing men watching him. He had no choice but to smile and enter the dark abyss beyond the gate. The eyes of the anaconda never left the back of the man his intelligence people said was not Hanover Jones from New York, but one Henri Faribault. The anaconda knew that collecting, while being his main profession, was not the reason he was in Nuevo Laredo. He also knew the real reason and had decided to have fun on an otherwise boring day. He smiled as he started down the stairs after his guest. The anaconda would soon tire of the game. The attack had come upon Everett and his 9 men so suddenly that 2 of the men were dead before a shot was fired in their rushed defense. Just before the creature came through the plastic-lined wall, they had been up 2 levels and then back down 3, as the maze of trying to reach anyone still alive was quickly becoming fraught with pitfalls. The creatures had torn free steps in the steel staircases, wrenched away handrails, and rolled large chunks of concrete down upon anyone who might be traversing the stairwells. Everett felt the intelligence of these creatures even before they came upon several bodies of technicians he recognized as being a part of Virginia Pollock's Nuclear Sciences Division. Somehow they had missed the evacuation order, had been cut off, and then tried to make their way in the dark down the stairwell, where they were ambushed and then busted to pieces. As they examined the bodies, they could clearly see that every bone had been smashed. They had hoped to be at level 42 in the main armory far before this, but with the obstacles around them, they were slow to the point of crawling. Just a moment before the attack came, Carl had thought he heard voices from the stairwell they were traveling in, at least 2 levels below them. As one of the sergeants started to call out, Everett hushed him. At that moment, he heard a woman scream from down below, and simultaneously, the concrete wall beside the middle part of his remaining 9 men crashed inward. Standing in front of them was one of the creatures, which had grown so much that its remaining tattered clothing had been completely shed. The beast was standing on one of Everett's men, as the others, including the captain, opened fire at point-blank range. The beast ducked and covered its head with his massive forearm, and in the darkened stairwell, they couldn't get a clear shot at its head.
It quickly swung outward, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective, yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue.
Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. It quickly swung outward and caught Lance Corporal Jimmy Dolan across the chest, sending him crashing into the hardened steel rail, snapping his back and tumbling him over the edge. Then the monstrosity before them reached out with a backswing and grasped a young corporal by the neck. With its free arm guarding its most vulnerable area, the head, it pulled the young Marine into the wall and then vanished into the honeycomb of the cave system that lined the entire complex. Everett shook his head and watched as Army Staff Sergeant Frakes emptied his M16 into the large hole. The return flash made Everett turn away. The captain was now down to 7 men. Hanging his head, Everett took a moment to collect himself. Then he remembered the scream he had heard just before the ambush hit. He steeled himself and waved his men on. The blackness of the staircase loomed, and Everett realized for the first time that Smith's men had smashed the remaining battery-powered light to bits. It didn't take them long to discover the cave system, Sergeant Frakes said as he came up on Everett's rear. Yeah, well, we have a few surprises left also, if we can just get to the very armory, Carl said as he looked back at Frakes. And if I ever see you empty a weapon like that again, with the chance that my man is still alive, I'll toss your jerk right off this stairwell. Frakes gave a nod, happy the captain still had the fire to chew on his jerk. They would all need that fire in the next hour. Echo 537 Sierra. Operation Nerdlinger, 10 miles north of Nellis AFB. At 35,000 feet, the giant Lockheed Martin C-130J Super Hercules opened her rear ramp as the 37 men operating under the auspices of Presidential Order 12213, designated Operation Nerdlinger, lined up as the high-altitude, freezing air blasted into the open ramp. As Major Garcia stepped forward, the U.S. Air Force Special Operations Team waited for the red light to flash to green. Grateful Dead Garcia didn't have to turn to check on his Delta element, as he knew they were ready. Each man was self-sustained from radios to weapons. And their weapons were of the special kind. They each carried 3 of them and ammunition. Garcia felt the cold air coming from his oxygen system and knew it was just enough for the 4.5-minute freefall to the desert below. He made sure his ambient light goggles were secure on his helmet until he would need them as he neared the ground. Gentlemen, the U.S. Air Force Special Operations Command wishes you all good luck, the loadmaster called out through the secure radio channel just before the red light flashed green in the red tint of the sight-saving lighting inside the Hercules. Go, 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 the loadmaster called out as 4 rows of men jumped from the ramp at the same time. As he watched, a single man brought up the rear and delayed his halo jump by 10 seconds. Then the plane was empty, and the Hercules turned away to the west, where it would head to March Air Force Base in Southern California to be hidden from prying eyes and immediately prepped as the Special Operations crew rested. In just 10 hours, the Hercules would be ready to be called upon once again to deliver any secure package anywhere in the world. Event Group Complex, Nellis AFB. The group of 9 men and women huddled in the far corner of the football field, not far from the goal line, where Virginia had scored her winning touchdown not 3 days before. That event now seemed like it had taken place 1,000 years before. The eldest of the group, and by far the most tenured person on the event group staff, was Professor Henry Thomas, a man who graduated from Cal Berkeley in 1977. He kept all those around him silent as they heard time and time again loud, roaring screams, gunfire, and then, as now, complete and utterly terrifying silence. They had been hiding since the power failed and the giant lift failed to return from level 1. "Take it easy. Captain Everett and old Pete Golding will do something soon. You can bet on it," said the totally gray-haired professor of Middle Eastern philosophy. In the near darkness of the sports complex, he examined the young, frightened faces of technicians and chemists, photo analysts, and chefs. They all looked at him as the elder statesman, for the nerve it took to sit in the dark and tell themselves time and time again that there was no such thing as the boogeyman, that there was never a monster under your bed, and that the thing in the closet was nothing but your own fertile imagination. As Professor Thomas moved from person to person, reassuring as he went, a sudden crash sounded right above the high-ceiling gymnasium. He flinched as several large chunks of plastic and plaster fell from high above and struck the 50-yard line of the football field. "Must be rats up there," he joked, but when no one laughed, he felt terrible for making light of the sound of the concrete as it hit the artificial turf. The sound of laughter froze everyone, and those that were sitting stood. The old professor froze as the sound chilled him to the bone. "It seems your friends have abandoned you," came the deep, raspy, and booming voice from somewhere in the darkness. This elicited more than one of the frightened people to scream, and that alone made the others want to run in the opposite direction of the voice. "Who are you?" Professor Thomas called out. More laughter. "Why, I am darkness. I am fear. I am Satan. And you are in the 9th level of hell," came the voice with almost hysterical laughter. "My hell," the booming voice echoed. A woman screamed and turned away, only to be kept still by 2 men next to her. "Do not panic. It's trying to frighten us," Thomas said. "Trying?" the voice asked with a chuckle. "I have achieved at least that," came the horrible sound. They heard the sound of something moving above them. Thomas looked up at the spiderweb of girders above the athletic field. His old eyes could not penetrate the darkness, but he thought he saw movement. Then he saw something move hand over hand above them that made him move away toward the group of frightened men and women. Suddenly a screech sounded to their far right. Several men and women screamed as they thought whatever was taunting them was right behind them. They all realized at once that it was the sound of the cargo elevator descending the great carved-out shaft of natural rock. They heard the 8-inch cables as they creaked and whined in its powerful descent. "Everyone, move toward the elevator gate. Get ready to enter it and then close the gate behind you. Now move. Go as quietly as you can." "You're coming too, right?" asked a young woman who had spent the past 4 years analyzing the download of information from the group's KH-11 Blackbird satellite, codenamed Boris and Natasha. She sounded as if she were near tears as she realized what the old professor had planned. "I'm afraid not, dear. Now get moving, and I'll see if I can keep this thing, whatever it is, occupied." Just as they started to move away, the laughter came once more. The professor nodded at his small group of survivors and moved off into the dark. The others started moving toward the back of the sports arena. They heard the elevator drawing closer as they moved, stumbling, and
He raised his head and saw the darkened shape standing before him. The figure looked like the largest primate he had ever seen. It was at least 7 feet tall and built like a tank. He could see the outline of its body and knew it to be naked. "What in the hell are you?" he asked as he tried his best to sit up, but his body would not cooperate. "I, and others like me, are dead men, just as you are," came the deep and menacing voice. "Who are you?" Thomas said in a low voice, shocked when he realized that the creature standing before him heard the question. Its hearing must have been like that of a timber wolf in the winter months. "Who am I?" came the lowered voice, which had lost the menacing just beneath the surface growl. My name," saw the line of drool fall from the beast's mouth. It shimmered in the weak lighting from the emergency floods. The professor chanced to look behind him and tried to see where his people were. He heard the opening of the large cargo gate and the hollow thump of footsteps as people started to fill the giant floor of the elevator. He knew he had to stall for more time. "Yes, tell me your name," he asked, trying to use as much sympathy-laced injection as he could. The shadowy beast before him tilted its head as if it were deep in thought. It was still drooling, and it shifted its massive weight from foot to foot. Carmichael, Samuel, serial number 556674879. "That's a nice name, son." The beast straightened up and with a shake of its large head lifted its face to the dark area above them and screamed in rage. It started forward, and Professor Thomas said a silent, quick prayer as the creature came into full view. The old man crossed himself as he realized he had been speaking to a beast who said his name and then offered his serial number, just as a soldier would have. He hoped it wasn't one of Captain Everett's security men, just as he closed his eyes at the exact moment the giant soldier stomped him literally to death. Then its green and glowing eyes looked up and penetrated the darkness as it caught sight of the lift and the people inside who were just lowering the gate. It started running for the elevator and its occupants. The men and women inside were screaming for whoever was operating the lift to step on it. They realized that they weren't going to move in time. The beast was almost upon the steel gate as it reached out. Suddenly, the giant cargo elevator started to rise, and it was the sudden movement that made the beast miss the mark. It was left grabbing at empty air as the lift rose on its 16 massive cables. As the lost souls rose from the depths of the 9th circle of hell, they looked through the steel grating and watched in abject horror as the large gate sealing the shaft crashed inward. "Oh God!" one of the men shouted as the beast rose in the darkness, leaped from the shaft, and grabbed hold of a trailing cable. It started to climb. The giant lift started to climb faster as the large motors on level 1 coiled the cables and took on the massive weight of the elevator. Still, the creature came hand over hand on the slippery cable. "Jesus, what do we do?" asked one of the women. The beast hit the bottom of the lift before any answer could be given. Everyone screamed as the thick and elongated fingers came through the grating that made up the flooring. The beast held on as it ripped and pulled at the steel mesh. It was now in a frenzy of madness as the men and women tried to get as far into the opposite corner as possible. Soon, the beast was able to get its entire arm through the steel floor. It swiped at those closest and nearly managed to snag a woman's bare foot. It would be through the floor of the lift in less than a minute. The old hangar.
As the 13 security men watched, they could see the top of the lift as it rose. They had been caught off guard when the giant elevator started down into the complex. The sergeant in charge of gate security cursed his luck that he hadn't been closer, so at least 6 of the team could have lowered themselves into the complex. As it was, they were stunned when the lift started rising once more. They could hear frightened screams of men and women coming closer out of the blackness below. "Stand ready to cover these people," the sergeant said as he backed away from the gate where the elevator would arrive. "It sounds like they may have company coming with them." Finally, they could see the anxious, scared faces staring up at them from the terrified men and women on the lift. "Stand back," the sergeant shouted as the concrete flooring parted fully. The gap they had been looking into separated into a massive 30-foot-long chasm as the lift neared the top. The sergeant quickly opened the steel gate that protected the open pit and readied his M14 carbine, as did his 12 men. The lift finally appeared, and as it cleared the opening, the steel gates that made up its side slowly lowered on their hydraulics until they were flat against the old concrete of the hangar. He didn't have to order the men and women off the lift, as they came at his men in a stampede. Shaken, the sergeant was yelling for them to slow down and tell him what was happening. Then he heard one of his men shout as another sound came into the mix, the tearing and wrenching of steel as the beast finally tore away the last of the flooring. "My God," the sergeant said as his men's gunfire drowned out his exclamation of shock at what he was seeing. The beast covered its head and face and charged the security detail. It was only focused on getting through them and their gunfire to kill everyone that had been on the lift. It was as if its brain had locked on to one desire only: get those that had escaped it. The security men saw that their 5.56 millimeter rounds were just punching holes in thick, pulsing skin, while not doing any real damage. "Fall back, out of the hangar," the sergeant yelled as he started to back away, pushing and pulling his men as he did. The beast roared and advanced. It moved with purpose as Jack and Carl's well-trained security men maintained their fire until they were clear of the giant hangar door frame. They backed away while keeping up a withering fire at the beast. They watched as large pieces of flesh were torn free of its chest, legs, and arms, but still it advanced. The camouflage security detail ventured into the dark night where the desert surrounded them but offered no hope of cover. They realized too late that they were walking the creature directly into the path of every man and woman they had pulled from the complex, over 300 of them, most of which were yelling and screaming in fear as the beast was free of the hangar and bearing down upon them. "This is it. No farther. Hold the line," the sergeant shouted as the concrete flooring parted fully. The gap they had been looking into separated into a massive 30-foot-long chasm as the lift neared the top. The sergeant quickly opened the steel gate that protected the open pit and readied his M14 carbine, as did his 12 men. The lift finally appeared, and as it cleared the opening, the steel gates that made up its side slowly lowered on their hydraulics until they were flat against the old concrete of the hangar. He didn't have to order the men and women off the lift, as they came at his men in a stampede. Shaken, the sergeant was yelling for them to slow down and tell him what was happening. Then he heard one of his men shout as another sound came into the mix, the tearing and wrenching of steel as the beast finally tore away the last of the flooring. "My God," the sergeant said as his men's gunfire drowned out his exclamation of shock at what he was seeing. The beast covered its head and face and charged the security detail. It was only focused on getting through them and their gunfire to kill everyone that had been on the lift. It was as if its brain had locked on to one desire only: get those that had escaped it. The security men saw that their 5.56 millimeter rounds were just punching holes in thick, pulsing skin, while not doing any real damage. "Fall back, out of the hangar," the sergeant yelled as he started to back away, pushing and pulling his men as he did. The beast roared and advanced. It moved with purpose as Jack and Carl's well-trained security men maintained their fire until they were clear of the giant hangar door frame. They backed away while keeping up a withering fire at the beast. The camouflaged security detail ventured into the dark night, where the desert surrounded them but offered no hope of cover. They realized too late that they were walking the creature directly into the path of every man and woman they had pulled from the complex, over 300 of them, most of which were yelling and screaming in fear, as the beast was
Still, it took 1, 2, and then 3 steps forward before it fell into the desert sand outside of the old hangar. Suddenly, the frightened group of civilians and the security element from Gate 1 saw over 30 shadows rise up from the still hot sands of the desert. One of the men still held the smoking M107A1 50 caliber Barrett rifle. "Jesus Christ," the sergeant from the event group said loudly. "Where in the hell did you guys come from?" A small man that held the large-bore 50 stepped forward and removed his ambient light goggles and then his bush hat. He wiped sweat from his face as he stared down at the monstrosity he and his men had just dropped. "We just dropped in from Never Never Land, trooper," Major Jerry Grateful Dead Garcia said as he motioned his men forward. "Tommy, it looks like we'll be rappelling. Get the gear ready." The sergeant stepped forward and held out his hand to the smaller man. Garcia noticed the civilians in the desert start to come forward. He ignored the sergeant's handshake gesture. "Sergeant?" "Reggie Anderson, U.S. Air Force," he answered. "Well, Anderson, Reggie, Sergeant, U.S. Air Force, would you please keep your people back? If you were trained by Jack Collins, you can guess as to why we cannot mix with the civilian element of hell, whoever you people are." The sergeant realized as he looked from the smaller man to his other rescuers that he was dealing with the highly deadly group of men known as Delta. He understood immediately, turned, and waved everyone but his security team back into the darkness of the desert. "Thank you, Anderson, Reggie. Now, can you tell me where Jack is?" "I have no idea. The last I heard was that he was off base. Captain Everett has been stuck below since this mess began." The major looked down again at the beast at his booted feet. He reached over and removed a flashlight from his collar and snapped it on. His eyes roamed over the transformed man, and he looked up at the sergeant once again as he snapped off the flashlight. "One of yours?" he asked. "Not exactly. This is one of the intruders. From what I understand, he didn't come into the complex that way. Must be the water down there, huh?" The sergeant remained silent even as the major slapped him on the shoulder. "Sorry, it was a long free fall, and I don't handle it as well as when I was a sprout." One of Garcia's men came over and handed him a small bag of gear. "What's your plan?" the sergeant asked. "Well, the president said he wants those people down there brought out in one piece, so I guess we're going in. Can my men and I come along?" Garcia looked up as he handed the heavy caliber Barrett over to the man who had given him his rappelling gear. "Thanks, but we work better alone. Grateful for the offer, though." Garcia turned away and then stopped and faced the event group security man once more. "By the way, Sergeant, from 200 feet up, we saw that you put up one hell of a defense. Pass that on to your men. I can see Jack Collins training there. You did real well. You and your men can fight with us anytime, just not tonight." The sergeant watched the small officer and his 36-man team move off toward the hangar and the black hole that awaited them. Good luck. Niles had never been as frightened in his life as he walked the long and curving corridor. The white plastic helped in reflecting the weak lighting from the emergency floods, but did nothing to dispel the shadows that threatened to give him a stroke every time he saw his own as reflected in the plastic wall and ceiling.
In the million times he had walked this very corridor, heading to either his office or the conference room, he had never given one thought to the darkness that would prevail in the underground complex if power had ever been lost. If they survived this night of horrors, he swore to himself that he would line every hallway, office space, and stairwell with so much backup emergency lighting that the heat would fry an egg if needed. With billions of dollars in high-tech equipment and millions more for a military arm, right at that moment, Niles would trade half of it for more emergency lighting. It was amazing how his ears and mind were playing tricks on him. In the almost empty complex, echoes and sounds from many levels away could be heard wafting up through stairwells and elevator shafts. Screams of his people and gunfire from what remained of the security staff kept Niles praying and moving. As he approached the double doors leading to his office, he slowed when he heard a faint echo. To him, it sounded like a deep breath had been taken in and then exhaled. He froze as he came to the last curving bend. He knew the curve of the last corner didn't offer the protection a straight-lined wall would have, but he tried not to expose much of his body. Somewhere in the distance, perhaps 3 or 4 levels down, the thump of gunfire wafted through the soles of his shoes and popped in his ears. As he looked around the bend, he finally saw the offices where he, Pete, Charlie, and Jack had been but an hour before. The doors were still propped open, and he could see the desks of his assistants inside. His private elevator was to the left of the door, and from his vantage point, he couldn't see the damaged shaft. He shook his head, moved as fast as he could to the door, and then stopped. This time it was something else. Not breathing like he thought he had heard before, but something else he couldn't put his finger on. Cursing himself for his deep-seated fear of the dark, Compton stepped into the outer offices used by his 4 assistants. He quickly looked around. It seemed everything was still as it was. The damaged elevator doors and the empty tubular shaft inside looked as if they held no hidden monster waiting to jump out at Niles. He cursed himself again as he remembered the 9mm Beretta Jack had slipped into his hands. He again wanted to stomp his feet in anger, as his frightened state was fast becoming something that was as deadly as the unnatural soldiers prowling his complex. He angrily reached back and pulled the heavy handgun from his waistband. He felt the pressure plate designed into the new Beretta disengage the safety on the weapon as he gripped it tightly. He felt better for at least the moment as he scurried across the reception room, thinking that at least now he could shoot something, even if it was himself. Niles paused at his large oak doors, just waiting and listening. His eyes caught the large portrait of Abraham Lincoln at the centermost point of the main wall. Niles rolled his eyes. "Don't look at me like that. All you had to deal with was the Civil War," he whispered to himself, realizing that the humor of his small joke had made him feel better. Collins and Everett had always told him that humor came out in the most pressure-filled situations, for the simple fact that in a terrifying moment, a soldier's brain will fall back on something that was familiar. In the American military, humor was the most common thread they had. Niles remembered what they always taught: keep it light, even in times of stress. It will free your mind to think. He shook his head, and for no reason he could think of, nodded up at old Abe. Then, without further thought, he opened the left side of the office doors. As soon as he was in, he was grateful that all 50 monitors situated around his curving walls were still on. They were all bright with the snow of no signal, but it still gave him more light than he was used to in the dark of the complex. The main 30-foot monitor was on, and the blue picture showed that Europa was still fighting to bring her systems back online. He noticed a clock in the far corner winding down from 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Above the clock it read, "Time to power loss." What in the hell does that mean? He asked himself. He shook his head and walked quickly toward his desk in the credenza on the back wall. He knelt, and as he did, disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text.
Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. He knelt, and as he did, he suddenly looked behind him when he thought he heard something move in the outer offices. He froze for what seemed like 10 full minutes, but was actually only 3 seconds. He again shook his head to clear it of the fear and started to open the credenza drawers, hoping his radios were still there and that they had held their charge. His eyes widened behind his wire-rimmed glasses as his hands hit the first of 5 radios and their headsets. He pulled 2 of them out and turned the first one to the on position. He wanted to scream yes when the green light came on, indicating a full battery charge. He stood and placed the Beretta inside of his belt and the headset onto his balding head. He looked down at the frequency and prayed that it was still set to complex security. "Compton to Colonel Collins, come in," he whispered, remembering the things that were stalking not only him, but possibly anyone with a radio. "Compton to Colonel Collins, come in, please," he hissed. Suddenly, Niles heard a sound that stopped him cold, and it had definitely come from somewhere in the outer office. "I hear you," said the deep, raspy, and absolutely terrifying voice that had the quality of a bass speaker. Come out, wherever you are." Niles closed his eyes and went down hard on the carpeted floor. "Gosh," he murmured to himself, "these things are really getting to me." Niles slowly raised his head to look over the top of his desk and into the reception area of his office. His blood froze when he saw the large shadow as it moved from desk to desk in the office outside. "This position is untenable," he said quietly, trying to allow his own voice to give him the bravado he needed to take action. As he thought, he lambasted himself for all of his inactivity over the years. If he had been in shape, he would risk it by running as fast as he could out of his office and through the reception area in a break for freedom before the beast inside could react. But he knew he was fooling himself to the extreme. He could be Jesse Owens and still be caught by this thing from his deepest nightmare. He had seen how fast the creatures reacted. "I can smell you, little man," said the voice as it tipped over the desk of one of his assistants. Niles closed his eyes as he tried to think of something humorous as before, but nothing came. He realized that it must take practice for humor to come to your mental rescue in a stressful situation, something he would have to speak with Jack or Carl about. When the thing had seen that there was no one hiding behind or under the first desk, it went into a rage. It roared like an out-of-control animal and started smashing the other desks to pulp as it circled the office. Then it suddenly stopped and looked toward the double doors leading into Niles' office. Its eyes next went to the adjacent double doors. The conference room was closed.
Niles prayed that the beast went there first. "Stop, think, plan, initiate," said the deep voice, as Niles heard calmness overwhelm the anger of the creature. The beast laughed again, an insane-sounding giggle-like noise that reeked of schizophrenia. The laugh and trailing giggle were unnerving as they rumbled into his hiding place. As the beast came to his office doors, Niles could swear he heard the giant sniff the air. What kind of a nightmare were they truly dealing with? Could this thing be the future of men or their eventual doom? If this was evolution at its height, he could see no way that mankind could ever survive. Intelligence and violence advancing through evolution together? If this is what the human brain is capable of, Niles now feared for the very soul of the human race. A world of Superman and soldiers that were hard to kill, acted and hunted as animals, and could think as fast on their feet as Einstein? No, he wanted no part of that future, and he knew that this thing wasn't going to outthink him, not today. The beast sniffed again, but for the first time one of its animal-like senses failed it. It went left instead of continuing into Niles' office. As Compton listened, he screamed when he heard the beast suddenly fall into a rage again as it battered down the double oak doors and burst inside, where it began to tear into the giant conference table and chairs that lined it, looking for its easy prey. Niles took that opportunity to start creeping around his desk and crawl from the office to the reception area and then to the hallway outside. Once there, he knew through his frightened state that there wasn't an animal, wild or domestic, that would ever catch him. At that moment, he knew he was capable of flying. As he finally reached the center of the reception area on his hands and knees, he chanced to look up and realized he would make it, because the beast was even more frenzied as it tore through the inside of the conference room. Compton closed his eyes and had hope for the first time in what seemed like hours. Then disaster struck. "This is Collins. Come in, Compton." Over. The call could not have come at a worse moment. Niles had never adjusted the radio volume, and it seemed anyone could have heard it through the entire complex. "Oh gosh," he said, not waiting for the beast to come at him. He leapt to his feet, his heart practically flying out of his chest. His feet spun on the slick floor of the main office. It was like a nightmare where he was stuck in sand or, even worse, syrup. His shoes finally caught traction just as the beast roared and burst out of the conference room. The enraged beast was just in time to see the backside of Compton streak into the hallway. The chase was on, between a heavy-set, balding, beyond middle-aged director and a genetically altered Superman. Mendenhall led the way down the stairwell. He was down to 3 shots in his Beretta as they finally made it to level 42. He paused so the others could catch their breath before they ventured into the corridor outside the stairwell door. He looked back and nodded at Gloria, giving her a reassuring smile. Virginia was speaking softly with Sarah and Farbeau, reassuring the Frenchman that they had made it to the level where the armory was. The Frenchman nodded his head and, with the help of Denise Gilliam, squeezed past Sarah and Virginia. "What's the plan?" Henri asked Mendenhall, interrupting his vision of Gloria Bannister. "That's what we need to discuss," Will said, as he moved over to the side of the landing to allow Farbeau to stand next to him. "The armory will be locked, but unlike everything else in the complex, it's not sealed magnetically, so power or not, we can open it with this," he said, as he pulled out a large key. "Finally, a security design I can understand," Henri said, as he looked back at Sarah, now looking better than she had in the past hour. Her eyes managed to look up at him, and she gave the Frenchman a ghost of a smile. "You think maybe Sarah's a little vulnerable right now, Colonel?" Mendenhall asked, as his own eyes blazed at Henri when he saw the looks exchanged between Farbeau and McIntyre. Farbeau smiled and looked at Sarah and back again to Mendenhall. He could see Will was angry about Colonel Collins not being here, and possibly being dead. Still, Henri could not resist. He looked back at Gloria, who was anxiously awaiting Will to tell her to come the rest of the way up the stairs. Farbeau's smile broadened as he glanced back at the young black man. It's highly possible she is vulnerable, Lieutenant Mendenhall, perhaps as much as Dr. Bannister is at the moment. Will got angry for the briefest of seconds, and his eyes went to Gloria as she looked up at him and smiled once more. The air was let loose from his lungs like a punctured tire. His shoulders slumped as he realized the Frenchman was right in his assessment. He was no better than the colonel, and he knew it. He just nodded his head. Farbeau returned the nod and lightly slapped Will on the left shoulder.
It is hell being human sometimes, isn't it, Lieutenant? Hundred again smiled. But then again, if we weren't, we would end up something like those creatures out there. And I thought I was inhuman at times. You are inhuman, Will said, and again nodded to the Frenchman. Well, what do you say we go and get something to fight back with, Colonel? Will said as he turned to the stairwell door. After you, Henri said, looking back at Sarah and winking in the weak lighting. Let's just hope we don't run into trouble, Mendenhall said with a confident move to open the door. He swung the heavy steel door open, and his eyes widened as one of the giants was standing right in front of him. Mendenhall quickly closed the door and threw his body against it, just as it was struck with the weight of the beast in the corridor. Farbeau saw the lieutenant's predicament and quickly threw his weight behind the effort to keep the abomination at bay. "Okay, we're in trouble," Mendenhall yelled over the roaring outside. Jack and Charlie stared into the black abyss where the stairwell had once been. At least 3 levels of steel landings and steps had been torn free from their mountings by the intelligent creatures they were struggling to survive against. Colin shook his head in utter frustration as he knew they would have to brave the hallway outside and the long curving corridor to get to one of the other 3 stairwells that were situated in a semicircle along this particular level. "Doc, now you wait here while I see if there's company waiting for us on the other side of this door. Do you understand?" Frightened to death after he had peered into the darkness far below and seeing the stairs ripped out, Charlie could only manage to nod his head up and down several times. "Gosh, Doc, I asked if you understand," Jack barked angrily and then immediately regretted it. "Yes, Colonel," Ellenshaw finally managed. "All right, do as I say, and maybe I'll let you have a hand grenade," Jack said with a wicked twist of his lips, knowing he would never give Crazy Charlie one of the small explosive devices, one that he could pull the pin on and hold until it went off in his hand. But the mere offer worked on the old hippie-turned-soldier wannabe. Collins turned to the door, took a deep breath, and then opened it slowly. The hallway, as far as he could see left and right, seemed to be clear. The emergency lighting was still functioning, meaning that the creatures more than likely had not visited this level. He looked back at the wide-eyed, crazed-haired Charlie, who waited without breathing for Jack to say something. "Okay, come on, Doc." Charlie followed Jack into the curving corridor. He raised the M14 carbine, careful to aim it away from the colonel's back, as he had numerous times since their journey had begun and been stingingly admonished for it. There were several flashes from the emergency floods, likely due to weakened wiring, that made the 2 men pause as they moved down the seemingly clear hallway. They passed the brand-new nuclear science labs and made sure to duck beneath the broad windows in case there were surprises waiting in Virginia's laboratories. Collins raised his hand up in the air, and Charlie stopped, but not before running into the colonel's backside. Jack looked back and shook his head. "Wipe your glasses off, Doc. They're all fogged up." Ellenshaw did as he was told, surprised when he placed the thick glasses back on at how he had seen anything before he was told to clean them. Just as Jack started to move forward again, the radio at his side sent a message through to his earpiece. Collins was instantly ashamed that he had actually jumped at the suddenness of the noise, which in turn made Ellenshaw yelp. Collins hissed for the 100th time in the last 30 minutes. He quickly placed a finger to his lips, making sure Charlie remained quiet, but still ashamed for acting just as frightened and actually showing it. The answer Jack knew was to blame Charlie. It made him feel better. "Compton to Colonel Collins." Jack tried to return the call, but Niles jumped in too quickly, cutting him off.
"Compton to Colonel Collins, come in." At that very moment, Charlie reached out and took Jack by the arm, tilting his head to their rear. Collins looked and saw nothing, but Ellenshaw pointed to his left ear and tapped it. Jack listened. He heard the sound of heavy breathing, and then something crashed far away but on the same level. "We have company on this level, Doc," he said as he started walking faster toward the large curve and the stairwell beyond. As they moved away from the sound behind them, Jack reached down and made sure his volume was lowered, since he didn't exactly know how sensitive the soldier's hearing was. "Collins to Compton, come in." "Over," he said softly into the microphone poised at the corner of his mouth. "Collins to Compton, over," he repeated. Suddenly, Ellenshaw saw the colonel jerk as the voice of Niles came screaming over his earpiece. "Colonel, listen, I don't have a lot of time," Niles said while breathing hard and running. "I have one ugly son of a difficult person chasing me. You have to get down to level 84 immediately. Those smart-ass bastards have shut down the cooling pumps for reactors 1 and 2. Do you hear? Level 84, Jack, 84. Gotta go." Charlie saw Collins freeze as he heard what Niles had to say. "What is it?" Ellenshaw whispered as he turned when another crashing noise was heard below them. Collins reached back and grabbed Ellenshaw by the collar, forcing him along the hallway. As they approached the stairwell door, Jack cursed as he heard something back along the corridor start running after them. "Oh, there's something coming, Colonel," Charlie said as his feet were flying down the hallway past Jack like a scared rabbit, with the colonel dead on his heels. The two men finally reached the nearest stairwell door, and Jack threw it open. He took one step inside and started to fall. Ellenshaw reached out and caught Jack by his collar, reversing the roles from just moments before. Collins had stepped right off into space. Charlie dropped the M14 and tried using both hands to pull Collins back from the abyss as he realized the creatures had torn out the landing and the stairs below it. Collins dangled as the 3 assault packages slipped from his grip and tumbled end over end into the darkness below. Charlie struggled to keep the colonel in check, but he was quickly losing the battle. Collins finally managed to reach out and take hold of a twisted piece of metal to arrest his fall and help Ellenshaw, who was far stronger than Jack had ever given him credit for, gain a better handhold on his shirt. Finally, he found purchase for his foot on a partially ripped-out stair and pushed himself backward. With a final heave, both he and Ellenshaw fell backward through the open door. As they both tried to catch their breath, they heard the pounding of heavy footsteps stop and then the sound of breaking glass as whatever it was crashed through the window into the nuclear sciences labs. "Thanks, Doc," Jack said as he gained his feet and pulled Ellenshaw to his. He quickly reached out and grabbed the 3 remaining assault packages strapped to Charlie's back. He immediately knew what their only escape could be. He pulled out several large coils of very thin black nylon rope. It wasn't thick, but had the tensile strength of 1,000 pounds. Jack quickly brought out his rappelling ring and attached it to his pants at the waist. Then he repeated the same for Ellenshaw, who was staring at him with wider than normal befuddled eyes. "What is this?" Charlie asked with a small whine. "Have you ever rappelled before, Doc?" No," he said, shaking his head, even though Jack had already started prying at the elevator doors next to the stairwell.
"Well, suck it up, Doc, because you're about to get a crash course," he said, as he finally parted the 2 doors and looked down the black tube until it vanished 42 levels below. The draft produced by the empty and powered-down shaft lifted the colonel's collar as he watched and listened. "Suck it up," Ellenshaw said with panic forcing his eyes now even wider than the thick lenses could account for. Jack continued to stare into the deep, dark elevator tube. He looked back through the doors when the sounds of crashing and breaking stopped inside the distant laboratories. "We're out of time here, Doc." Jack went to Charlie and quickly threaded the rope through the tungsten steel ring attached to Charlie's waist. He could feel Ellenshaw shaking almost uncontrollably as he made the connection. "You have to go first, Charlie. I hate to say it, but if for some reason you fall, you won't take me with you." I have to get to the reactors and start the cooling pumps. Jack added this last little tidbit to take the sting off of Ellenshaw's possible, no, imminent death. Reactors, he said as he watched Jack reach into the tube and find a good solid attach point for the rope. Then he pulled out another coil of black rope and double knotted the two together, adding the last of the rope from Charlie's third assault package. "I hope this is enough," he said as he stood and patted Ellenshaw on the back. "What do you mean, you hope? What if it isn't?" Jack smiled. "Isn't being a soldier fun, Charlie? If I get out of this, I am never leaving my lab again." Jack quickly reached into the bag and pulled out 2 pairs of leather gloves, slapping one of them into Ellenshaw's hand. "Put these on. That rope's going to get hot." "Hot? What do you mean?" "Okay, sling that weapon. No, sling it to your back. If it's in the front, it'll take your head off when you land. Now, take your left hand and hold the rope here. Then bring your left to your back and take hold of it there just above your spine. You control the speed of your descent by tightening and loosening your grip at your spine. Do you understand?" No, not good. Now lean out backward with a firm grip. That's it. Just lean out over the tube. "Balance yourself, Charlie, and hold both rope points tightly," Jack said as he heard another crash of glass, this time outward into the hallway close by. "I hate to be a little wimp here, Doc, but something wicked this way comes." "Hang on," he said as he kicked Ellenshaw's feet away from the edge of the elevator doors. Jack was shocked when Charlie disappeared in a split second. All he saw was the last of Charlie's white hair as it vanished into the darkness below, just as the colonel's heart fell through his chest. He knew he had just basically murdered Ellenshaw. He quickly came to his senses. "Tighten your grip very," Jack screamed fast, realizing he had just alerted the thing in back of them to exactly where he was. He leaned into the tube and tried to see Ellenshaw's bent and broken body anywhere far below. "Doc! Woohoo! That was a rush!" came Ellenshaw's voice from deep inside the tube. The statement echoed 6 times before it vanished. "Very," Jack said as he attached his own rope. "Go ahead, Doc. Get moving and make it fast. Bizarro Superman is coming." He had to smile when he heard Ellenshaw zip farther down the tube into the black hole where there was once nothing but good people, and now was filled with monsters. "Good boy, Charlie." Collins slung 3 weapons, the shotgun, the Ingram, and an M14 carbine over his shoulder, and then positioned himself facing away from the tube just as the creature hunting them came around the bend in the corridor. Their eyes locked, and the creature exposed its teeth, which were wide and long and were showing through a surprised but very pleased grinning mouth. The abnormal eyes shone in the semi-dark like those of a hunting cat. It shook its head at the easy prey ahead of it and charged. "You'll excuse me if I don't wait around, jerk," Jack said as he pushed off into the great abyss of the tube, just as the beast roared in anger and defeat. As the 6 men and women scrambled down the stairs, it was Mendenhall who realized after half an hour that he was not hearing the sound of pursuit from the creature that had surprised him in the doorway. He held his hand up and the others stopped their descent. Sarah reached around Henri and felt the blood flowing pretty freely. "Will, the colonel's wounds have opened up," she said, trying not to shout. Denise Gilliam raised the Frenchman's lab coat and surgical blouse. She shook her head. "Very. It's like he wasn't stitched up at all." She looked up at Farbeau and shook her head, knowing he would have a hard time seeing her disapproval in the darkness of the stairwell. "You stupid Frenchman, why didn't you say something?" "Well, doctor, I didn't really want to stop and receive any more wounds. That chap in the doorway up there didn't look like the type that would pause for a wounded man. I don't think mercy to the fallen is one of their strong suits." "Good point," Sarah said, finally smiling up at him. "Okay, if he dies, it may be a better death than what's waiting for us," Will said as he turned and faced his charges. "Dr. Pollock, we're on 61. The first vault enclosures are here. Is there anything we can use on this level to help us?" Virginia tried to bring up the inventory secured inside vaults 001 through 1000 from memory to see if anything stood out. She shook her head. "I don't know, Will.
We just moved new artifacts in 4 days ago. Hell, my mind isn't working." "Can't say as I blame you for that," Mendenhall said as he cracked the stairwell door and looked through into the darkened corridor. He saw the security arch leading to the vault section. He could see the dead laser grid and darkened arch, meaning they could enter that section without getting zapped by 10,000 volts of electricity. "Lieutenant, I think locking ourselves inside one of your magnificent vaults is a very good idea at this point. I prefer it to running aimlessly in this dark stairwell," Henri said, as he tightened his grip on Sarah, who returned the gesture. He was beginning to like being the helpless one in the group. Mendenhall looked back at the 5 people behind and above him on the stairs. Gloria looked at him with the hope that he knew what to do. He was loath to disappoint the doctor, so he nodded his head. "Okay, Colonel, I think you may have something, but the electricity is out, meaning that the vaults are all open. But maybe we can find one of the larger ones and barricade ourselves inside until the cavalry comes." "Sounds like a plan," Virginia said. "Let's do it. I have a real bad feeling our luck on this stairwell is fast running out," Denise offered, looking nervously up into the darkness. Will again pushed the door open and stuck his head out. He waited for something to rip it off, but nothing came out of the dimly illuminated corridor. He cautiously pushed the door open all the way, and at the same time waved the others forward. As they exited the stairwell next to the elevator tube, Sarah stopped and hushed everyone. They all heard it immediately. It sounded just like the muffled voice and yell of crazy Charlie Ellenshaw coming from inside the elevator tube. But they all knew there wasn't an elevator for Ellenshaw to ride. Then the sound vanished just as fast as it took for them all to stop and listen more closely. "That was weird," Sarah said as she took a stronger hold of Henri and started to move again. Mendenhall held out the 9mm before him as he made it to the security arch. He cautiously leaned over the desk where a guard would usually be stationed to cover that level. He looked at the screen and quickly saw that it was still blue. Europa was still down. "Very it," he said as the others approached. "Has anyone checked the old girl's batteries?" Henri said as he slumped a little further against Sarah. "Good one, Colonel. I'll remember to tell Dr. Golding of your comment."
Sure, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. I'm sure hell make allowances for the next monster invasion, Will said as he took Gloria by the hand and moved off into the long and curving corridor that housed the vault area. Mendenhall thought he had made a good return quip when he realized that he and Gloria were the only ones going inside the security arch. Lieutenant, our company has arrived," Farbo said as all at once all 4 people turned and ran through the arch past Will and Gloria. As Mendenhall peered into the darkness where they had all been just a second before, he saw it. The beast, the glow of its eyes visible, was just standing by the stairwell, or floating would be a better word, as the beast dipped and rose as it continued looking at him and Gloria. "As I was told earlier, there is now nowhere to run," said the deep and raspy voice. The creature started forward at an easy gait, knowing the 6 men and women had no place to go but farther back into darkness. As Virginia led the way, she turned suddenly to the left into a vault she had most recently been inside of just 3 days before. She stood at the front of the 12-inch thick steel door and waved everyone inside. Sarah and Farbo tripped over the steel threshold and went down, causing Will, Gloria, and Virginia to crash into each other. Mendenhall made a quick decision and pushed everyone farther inside, and then just as quickly stepped back out of the vault. "What in the hell are you doing, Lieutenant?" Virginia shouted angrily as she pushed through the others to try to pull Mendenhall back inside. "Giving this thing 2 targets instead of 1. "Seal this up as best you can," Will shouted as he pushed the 2-ton steel door closed, effectively shutting out the cursing from those inside. They heard the beast laughing as it reached the very threshold of the vault Will had just left, or at least they hoped he had left. Virginia knew the vault door wouldn't lock as she spun the security wheel in the center of the stainless steel door. Just as the wheel locked, Virginia felt the beast outside start to turn it back to the open position. She looked around in a blind panic, and it was a shocked and stunned Gloria who came to their rescue. In the light of the single emergency bulb in the back of the steel-encased room, Virginia quickly saw what the young scientist was carrying. Dr. Pollock nodded her head vigorously as Gloria, tears streaming over Mendenhall's sudden departure, placed the short-shafted spear through the wheel spokes and then secured its bottom half against the metal framing crisscrossing the door. She made sure the sharpened point was secure against the steel bracing just as the beast outside pulled heavily on the vault's door and tried to turn the wheel from the outside. Gloria and Virginia stepped backward with a start when the door was hit, sending dirt and small rocks down from the ceiling. The thick shaft of the spear held, even though it bowed to the left, almost to the breaking point. Just as the wheel was about to turn, snapping the small spear, Denise and Sarah were there with 2 more of the short throwing spears, copying what Gloria had just done. Now there were 3 of these small spear shafts holding the door's locking wheel closed against the onslaught. "Where would I be without you guys?" Virginia asked as she backed away from the steel door, watching the spears rattle and bend and then become still. Will regretted not having at least perused the list of new artifacts now being stored on the newly constructed vault level. From behind him in the dark corridor with gleaming but at the moment dull stainless steel vaults running along both sides of the wide hall, Mendenhall heard the scream of the creature as it attacked the vault he had just left with all of the women and a wounded Farbo inside. He was relieved when he failed to hear the screams of his friends after the first assault on the steel vault. "Hey, you ugly son of a difficult person, I'm down here," Will shouted back into the darkness. The move had caught even himself off guard. He shook his head as the beast situated around the bend in the hallway ceased moving and attacking the vault. Will just knew it was now looking down the once gleaming corridor, trying to discern where his prey was situated and what trap could possibly be waiting for it. Then Mendenhall heard what he feared most. The creature turned on its heels and started his way. "Well, this is what you wanted," Will mumbled to himself as he turned into the largest vault on the brand-new level 61 and closed the giant door behind him, shutting out the running footsteps of the creature as it came on. Inside vault number 001, things had calmed when they felt that the beast had left the vault door. As they relaxed momentarily, everyone fought for breath, and as they did, they all noticed for the first time what vault Virginia had led them into. "I'll be very," Gloria said, wiping her eyes dry as she staggered over to assist Sarah in getting Henri to his feet. Farbeau whistled as he took in the artifacts he could see with the single light bulb at the back of the vault. "You people never cease to amaze, I'll give you that." Arranged around the large vault were riches and artifacts that had once belonged to a Zulu king known to the world as Sechroa, the man who brought down British forces in the largest defeat of a modern, well-equipped army by native tribesmen in history. That battle brought on the legend of the Zulu Dawn, a historical fact that the trapped men and women inside vault number 001-61890 had in common with the British Empire on January 22, 1879. They were in danger of being trapped and wiped out without mercy. Niles ran so fast around the blind corner that his black shoes caught on the carpet and sent him flying to the floor within sight of the computer center. He cursed his own clumsiness as the radio flew from his hand and smashed against the far wall. He quickly tried to rise as he heard the creature slam into a wall as it negotiated its huge body around the bend in the hallway, taking the turn too fast. Compton hurriedly tried to raise himself from the floor, and as he collapsed back down, he knew that he had broken his left ankle. He tried once more and finally made it to his knees and then to his right foot. He hopped 3 feet before he had to reach out and take hold of the plastic-lined wall. He shook his head in anger and realized he would never make the 30 feet to the bulletproof computer center. Suddenly and frighteningly, hands were on him, lifting him up, and for the life of him he couldn't help it. He screamed. It was a high-pitched sound that he couldn't believe had emanated from his own mouth. "Oh, hang on, you sissy!" Niles realized that the tall and lanky Pete Golding, who hadn't lifted anything heavier than a stapler in the past 10 years, had actually picked him up and placed him over his slight shoulder in a fireman's carry. He was running down the carpeted hallway to the sanctuary he called home. Before Compton realized what was happening, they were through the double 6-inch glass doors, and he was roughly thrown onto a large desk as Pete swung around and manually locked the doors. As Golding backed away, he saw how close they had come to a bad end. In his efforts, through his grunting and his yelling, he hadn't realized how close his pursuer had been to catching them from behind. "Oh, gosh!" Pete yelled as he backed away from the glass so fast that he crashed into the desk where Compton was fighting to rise. The desk tilted, and Niles went flying off onto the risers above the computer center floor. The beast hit the glass wall just to the left of the double doors. The impact into the bulletproof glass sent a wide, streaking crack snaking through the reinforced wall. The beast rebounded and then fell to the floor, surprised that it hadn't crashed through this glass like any other in the complex.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters. Example, Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. Pete watched in stunned silence as the former mercenary shook its head and jumped back to its feet. Instead of backing away and gaining momentum for another charge, it took 2 steps to the left and started to examine the wall. Its head tilted right and then left as it studied the problem before it. The 2 men saw the wide swath of blood as it coursed down from the left ear of the giant. "Jesus, Niles, it's using problem-solving skills," Pete said as he backed farther away from the glass. "It's that advanced, even though the massive dose it ingested is at this moment killing its brain cells, the very ones the drug just activated. If these men had taken a normal dose, a dose intended in actual combat, they would have just been unafraid to die, still thinking, just a want of killing slicing through their expanding brains." Niles looked up at Pete as if he were crazy. "Perhaps it would be better if you filed your report on Perdition's fire later, when we have more time." Pete knew he had started running on because he was so frightened at what was happening. Explaining something to Niles allowed Pete to slow his mind and get a better grasp of the situation. He cleared his throat and moved his weight away from the director. The creature stopped examining the crack in the window for a moment as Pete's movement caught its glowing eyes. It watched the thin computer director for a moment, and then, like the others before it smiled. It slowly placed a hand near the spiderweb crack and ran one of its elongated, trunk-like fingers over it. Pete turned to look at the computer center's main viewing screen and saw the ticking down of Europa's power system. She had 44 seconds of life left to her. "Europa," Pete called out loudly, hoping her internal systems could pick up his voice. "Are you still with me, baby?" After examining the glass and probing the crack, the beast closed its hand into a ham-sized fist and hit the broken glass precisely where the river-like crack formed, sending small pieces of clear material onto the carpeted floor inside the computer center. The smile widened as it caught sight of Pete once more. Then its eyes moved to Compton as the director finally managed to stand on one leg and use the desks to hop away from where he thought the mercenary was going to crash through the wall. "Yes, Dr. Golding," Europa finally answered. "Tell me you came up with something while I was out," Pete said as he reached out and helped Niles down the steps leading to the center's floor. "If you are referencing our earlier discussion on power replacement, yes, I have a solution, but it involves a major shutdown of all civil systems." "What in the world does that mean?" "Europa, commence implementing your plan immediately," Niles called out loudly. "Yes, Dr. Compton." "For God's sake, hurry before you're dead in the water," Pete added as the beast hit the wall again, this time with both hands, fingers entwined. A plate-sized hole appeared in the wall as glass cascaded into the center. "Well, we gave it a really good shot, Peter," Niles said as he hopped in time with Pete's movement to the floor. "Yeah, we did, boss," Golding said as he watched a third blow shatter 10 feet of wall. The creature smiled broadly as it stepped through the hole it had just created, its bare feet crunching through the thick glass as it did so. Niles, Compton, and Pete Golding watched as their fate stepped toward the large aisle leading down to their location on the center's floor. It was over.
The New York Hotel and Casino, Las Vegas, Nevada. The 55-year-old man who had worked all of his life in his family's dry cleaning business in Wheeling, West Virginia, one who had saved for this vacation for he and his wife for 2 years, watched as the smiling but sorrowful blackjack dealer pulled the last of his chips away. His last card was a queen of hearts, breaking him at 22. His wife placed her arm around him as the last of their savings had disappeared in less than 24 hours. The man hung his head as a stranger patted him on the shoulder. "Tough luck, buddy," he said with a less than genuine smile. "Think I can have that seat now that you're done?" The dry cleaner could only nod as he finally looked over at his wife. He expected her to be angry, but instead she smiled and leaned into him, placing her arm on his waist and making the man waiting for an empty seat roll his eyes at the sentiment being displayed. Suddenly, the lights in not only New York, but every building inside the Las Vegas city limits went out. The power was taken from lines all the way to the outskirts of Los Angeles, as Europa had done the only thing she could. She had hacked directly into the power grid streaming outward from Hoover Dam. Women screamed and men jumped in the seconds just prior to the emergency lighting coming on. The dry cleaner was knocked to the swirling red carpet as he lost his wife of 32 years in the confusion. The blackjack table was knocked over onto him and was literally broken in two as men scrambled for the 1,000 chips that were loosed on the floor. What everyone thought was mass panic was actually the largest robbery in the history of the United States, as every casino in Las Vegas attempted to fend off every man, woman, winner, and loser inside of their darkened establishments. The revenge for 60 years of casinos in Las Vegas separating people from their money had started. The dry cleaner tried desperately to gain his feet as men and women rushed around him in the dim lights of the battery-powered system. The backup generators for New York kicked in at 31 seconds, but not before mass chaos struck the strip. Suddenly, the dry cleaner felt hands on him and was helped to his feet. He was bleeding badly from a scalp wound as he realized it was his wife who had helped him escape the stampede. As they tried to traverse the gaming floor and make it to the front doors, security men came running in every direction. Then the backup generators kicked in. The bright lights illuminated a historic mess as men and women fought hand to hand for the spoils on the tables and floor. Security was doing its best to get the situation under control, making people drop their chips and warning them that all chips on the floor that night were accounted for, and their surveillance systems knew exactly which players were winners and which ones were losers. The frenzied crowd didn't really care. They looted anyway. As the couple made it to the front door, the two security men pushing people back into the main floor saw that the man being helped by the woman was cut badly on his head. Looking around to make sure they weren't being watched, the two large guards had a moment of sympathy and allowed the couple to get free of the mess inside the main casino. As they hit the hot night air, they saw that the situation outside wasn't any better than inside. Cars had rear-ended each other, and there were massive jam-ups on Las Vegas Boulevard. The couple walked until they found a stone bench that had been placed in an area designed to look like Central Park, another place they had always wanted to travel to. The woman used a handkerchief to wipe some of the blood away from her husband's head. She leaned over and kissed his cheek. "I'm sorry, honey," the man stammered. "I should have known I wasn't a gambler. I'm an idiot." The woman smiled and put her arm around the man who struggled to get by at their dry cleaners in Wheeling all of their married lives. "Oh, you're not that bad," she said, smiling. Then she reached over and showed him the inside of her purse. It was full of cash from...
The man looked inside the purse, and his eyes widened. What? How? Look, I would say we came out of our little foray to Las Vegas about $5,000 ahead of the game. What do you say? We go home? The man leaned over and kissed his wife deeply. Yeah, let's get while the getting is good. Event Group, Complex, Nellis, AFB. Suddenly, the overhead fluorescent lighting came to full power, stunning the beast as it entered the computer center. It shielded its eyes as Europa came back to full life. Immediately, alarms resumed sounding throughout the complex as Niles slapped Pete on the back. "At least we gave those below a fighting chance," Compton yelled happily. The creature above them finally recovered its vision and shook its giant head once more. It took a moment to reacquire the two men, and when it did, it smiled, once more exposing enlarged, crooked teeth. It was the most frightening grin either man had ever seen. Before they realized what was happening, the beast stopped in its tracks and its body started to convulse as a cacophony of noise so loud it brought the men down, accompanied by bullets teasing through the broken glass of the computer center. The beast roared and turned toward a threat it hadn't seen coming. It tried to shield its eyes and head from the onslaught, but there was just too much metal-jacketed lead flying. Bullet after bullet struck the former mercenary. Large-caliber rounds tore its upper body to pieces as it went to its knees. The eruption of gunfire continued until 4 very loud blasts echoed inside the center. The head of the beast, along with the hand and arm that had been covering his face, exploded in a spray of red mist. The firing ceased as the body of the mercenary fell forward out of view of Niles and Pete, who managed to look up in time to see the creature's demise. "Clear," called out a voice from the hallway. Niles looked over at a stunned Pete Golding, who had covered his head with his arms after they had hit the floor. "I said clear, gosh, clear," Niles shouted. As they looked up over the stair risers above them, a small man along with 5 others came through the hole in the glass wall. One of the men emptied a full magazine of 9mm rounds into the twitching torso of the giant at his feet. "Identify yourselves, please," the man in the lead wearing an old bush hat called down. He reached up and handed his ambient light goggles to one of his men. "Dr. Niles Compton, Dr. Pete Golding," the director called out as Pete slowly helped him to his feet. "Dr. Golding, answer a question for me, please," the small man with camouflaged black and gray grease paint covering his features said as his 5 men came forward and aimed their weapons at the 2 stunned men. Niles could now only shake his head as the events of the last minute finally zapped his remaining strength and the adrenaline rush started to ebb. "What is your nickname that the president uses when speaking to you?" the man asked as he cradled the Barrett .50 caliber rifle across his chest. At that moment, their savior didn't look at all friendly, and neither did his men. Niles looked from the 6 men above them to Pete. Then his eyes went down to examine his broken ankle. "Baldy," he mumbled. "Sorry, sir, I didn't hear your response," the man said as the 5 aimed weapons zeroed in a little tighter than before. "Baldy, gosh," Niles answered loudly enough for his voice to echo inside the computer center. He finally looked up, very angry his nickname had been exposed in front of Pete. The man smiled and gestured for his 5 men to lower their weapons. He used hand gestures to order them to take up station out in the hallway. He stepped down the risers as agile as a man walking on cotton and came face to face with Niles and Pete. "I'll have one of my men look at that ankle, Dr. Compton," the small man said as he took in the haggard men before him. "Who are you, and who sent you?" Niles asked as he leaned on Pete even more than before. "Well, sir, I am a major in the United States Army. I cannot tell you my unit, but I can say that we were sent by the president. Now, is Colonel Collins here, and is he alive?" "Yes, he's here and was alive the last time I saw him." "Excellent," Major Garcia said as he turned and started up the stairs. "Where is he located at the moment?" he asked as he moved back up the risers. Suddenly, Europa came fully awake. "There are 15 minutes and 27 seconds left till core meltdown. Repeat, there are 15 minutes 25 seconds remaining till core meltdown."
Garcia pointed at the overhead speaker system. "I take it the Colonel's location has something to do with that." "Grateful Dead?" Garcia asked as he came to a stop on the stairs and then half-turned to look down on the two men once again. "Level 84, the reactor section, and he probably has some very angry and insane company down there with him." "Then that's where we have to be," Garcia said as he started back up the steps. "It was an honor to meet a friend of the President's, Dr. Compton, and a man this mission was codenamed for." Niles looked from Garcia's back to Pete and then back at the Army major again. "And what was the code name?" he asked as his anger started immediately to grow. "Operation Nerdlinger, Doctor. My medic. We'll be down to help you ASAP. Operation Nerdlinger, that jerk." 84. As Collins traveled down the length of the darkened elevator tube, he heard the beast they had just escaped from fall silent. He thought for sure the altered mercenary would have done what he had noticed the giants had become adept at, following them. As he slowed 3 levels from the bottom, he adjusted his grip on the rope and managed to get a small flashlight out and examine the sides of the stainless steel shaft. His hunch was correct as he examined the deep indentations from one of the creature's efforts to traverse the slippery sides. That confirmed in his mind that one of them was below on the reactor level waiting for them, and his soldier's instinct told him who that would be: Smith. Jack pocketed the small light and slowly continued his descent toward the lowest level of the complex. Before he reached level 84, he saw the top of Charlie Ellenshaw's head. The white hair acted as a beacon to tell him where the bottom was. As he gently touched down, he realized that Charlie wasn't on the bottom of the pneumatic tube. He was kneeling on the top of the disabled elevator, rubbing his knees and rocking back and forth. When he heard the whine of Jack's hands on the rope, Ellenshaw nearly panicked and tried to grab the M14 he had lain beside him. He fumbled it as Jack lightly landed on the elevator's torn top. "You all right?" he whispered. "I gosh near broke both of my legs," Charlie said as he continued to rub his scraped-up knees. "Are you going to live?" Jack asked as he examined exactly where they had landed. The top of the air-assisted elevator had been wrenched open like a can of soup. Jack kneeled down and looked inside the dark interior. It was empty. "I think I heard something a minute before you dropped in," Ellenshaw said as he finally reached for his fallen weapon. Charlie shook his head as he wiped blood from his chin. "Gosh, Doc, did you slow down at all before you hit?" Collins asked as he placed his legs over the edge of the hole. "I slowed down just fine," he said, and slapped the 2 weapons still slung in front of him. "Then these gosh things came up and nearly cold-cocked me when I hit." He looked over at Jack. "I made a very great deal of noise, Colonel. If one of those things is in there, he had to have heard me yelp like a schoolgirl." "Well, there's nothing we can do about it now, right?" Jack asked, feeling the stickiness of his gloves as he braced himself at the opening. He raised his hand and smelled the substance and knew immediately that it was blood, thick, rich, and still wet. "Right," Charlie answered, sad that he had let Collins down.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel,
Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Jack looked at Ellenshaw one last time and slowly lowered himself into the black hole of the elevator. He hit softly, making sure nothing on his person rattled or made a noise. As Charlie's foot came through the top, Collins reached up and tapped his black shoe. He saw Ellenshaw look down, and Jack held his hand up and pointed. Charlie frowned as he understood that the colonel wanted him to stay put for the moment. Ellenshaw nodded his head, thinking that Jack was condemning him to once more stay out of harm's way. Jack hesitated as he leaned against the frame, where the doors of the elevator once were. He saw one of the doors about 10 feet away. In the dim lighting of the emergency lamp near the far wall, he saw even more blood on the sidewalls of the car. He looked out and saw the rail lead off toward the reactor. He just hoped that whichever creature was down here was too wounded to fight, or possibly even dead. Collins took his first step out onto the concrete floor of the reactor room. Charlie watched as the colonel vanished. He knew he just couldn't hang back like Collins wanted. He hated disobeying his order to stay, but as he was reminded time and time again by the security men he admired, he wasn't a soldier, so orders meant little to him. Charlie eased himself through the hole, careful not to go crashing down and making him look the fool again. When he eased his aching feet onto the carpeted floor of the car, he quickly removed his glasses and wiped them clean. With a deep breath that he was careful to hold and expel silently, Ellenshaw stepped out into the open to follow the colonel. Collins saw the 2 reactor vessels and the steam lines running out of them. Then he looked to the right and saw the coolant lines. He took a breath, relieved that they hadn't been smashed into oblivion. He allowed his eyes to adjust to the near darkness and then took 3 quick steps over to a large tank of distilled water. He saw 15 of the 5,000-gallon tanks and again was relieved to see that they were undamaged. He stopped at that point and listened. He thought he heard a sound coming from a distant corner of level 84, but he wasn't sure. He knew he couldn't risk turning on the pumps, which were located between the 2 reactor cores, without ascertaining if one of the killers was in here with them. He eased himself along the stainless steel tanks, careful to place his boots on nothing more than concrete. He brought the engrump up close to his cheek so he wouldn't have to get off a snapshot at anything that came out of the dark. He came to a small separation between water tanks 5 and 6 and risked a look in between them. He saw a longer blood trail, but couldn't see where it led. He cursed the darkness as he continued to move forward. He finally came to the last tank, meaning that the next step he took would leave him fully exposed to anything in the large room. Before he did that, he looked around the giant tank and examined what he could of reactor number 1. He saw the viewport in the 16-inch steel door. There was a soft green hue emanating from the vessel. He realized that time was running out. The steam from inside, generated by the nuclear fuel rods not being cooled, looked as if it were starting to melt the rubber seal not only around the viewport,
but the thick containment door as well. There were streaks of blackened rubber flowing down the front of the reactor. He didn't have to see number 2, as he suspected that it was also in a state of total meltdown. He looked down at his wristwatch and saw that according to his calculations, he had about 18 minutes to get the coolant flowing again. He had to risk exposure. He stepped out from the protective cover of the last water tank. The wounded beast struck Jack from the side. He was sent sliding along the polished concrete floor until his head slammed into the 20-inch steel base of reactor number 1. The stars flew bright as he came close to losing consciousness. As he shook his head to clear his vision, he was shocked to see the very same soldier he thought he had killed on level 7. The shots to the head, coupled with its fall down the elevator tube, should have smashed it to bits. Then he understood that the blood he found and the scratches and dents in the tube meant that the creature had somehow arrested its fall. As he tried to sit up, he saw that the beast was staggering. It hit the water tank and came close to dislodging it from its secured base. Then he saw the stumps at the end of its long arms. Blood was pouring from the wounds where he had shot free the massive appendages. Jack reached for his fallen weapon, but the beast acted much faster than Collins would have thought possible considering its state. It actually leaped from 15 feet away and landed in front of him. It kicked out with its tree trunk-sized foot and smashed Jack in the ribs, snapping 2 of them. With no air in his lungs, Collins tried to roll before he was kicked again. The beast roared in anger as bullets started slamming into it from behind. As he rolled away, his eyes saw a sight he would never forget. Charlie Ellenshaw was limping forward from the spot he had just been. He was taking careful aim with the M14. There was 1 second between each perfect shot as bullet after bullet struck the wounded soldier in the neck, face, and head. It staggered as Charlie ejected the spent magazine, and with a determined look, he slammed home a fresh one. Then, as Jack took his first breath in 30 seconds, he saw Ellenshaw stop and push his glasses back up his nose and begin his deliberate firing at the beast once more. The creature finally went down to 1 knee and then both. Ellenshaw, with a determined gait, purposefully stepped as close to the dying creature as he dared and placed the muzzle of the M14 against the center of its forehead. As the former mercenary meekly lifted its handless arm to protect itself, Charlie quickly placed 4 5.5mm rounds into its brain, making sure each side of that brain received 2 bullets. The naked creature fell over onto its side and died lying against nuclear reactor number 1, right next to the badly hurt Jack Collins. Ellenshaw slowly lowered the weapon and took a breath before he passed out from lack of oxygen. He felt his knees weaken and caught himself as he saw Jack struggling to get up. He quickly forgot about his own feeling of nausea at what he had just done and rushed forward to assist the colonel. He knelt beside Collins and helped him to his feet, where Jack took one and then another deep breath, each one more agonizing than the one before it. "Good thing I didn't stay put, huh? That fellow was treating you like a football." All Collins could do was nod his head. "Well, let's get the water flowing again," Ellenshaw said. Jack nodded, still in dire pain from the broken ribs. Suddenly, the overhead lights blared to life, filling the reactor room with such a bright luminescence that it stunned the 2 men. Charlie lowered his eyes, the light nearly blinding him as it shot through his glasses. Immediately after that, the scram alarm started, and the warning bells began to crying the stoppage of distilled water to the cooling pumps. Then came the shock of their lives, as Europa announced in her sexy voice, making the message sound trite and flippant. "There are 15 minutes and 27 seconds left till core meltdown. Repeat, there are now 15 minutes, 5 seconds remaining till core meltdown."
In his right hand, both men saw something in the bright light. As Smith smiled, the creature allowed the 6 large fuses to slip from its grasp and strike the floor at its feet. What are those?" Charlie asked,
staring at the 6 large tubular-shaped sticks. Jack coughed up blood, but managed to get the words out as he looked up at the gloating Smith, who stood with a large and sickening smile on his elongated face. "They're 400-amp fuses." "And what are the fuses for?" Charlie asked slowly, getting a horrible sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. "The cooling pumps." "I take it that's bad?" Jack again coughed up blood and then fell to his knees. "Well, why the hell not?" Ellenshaw said, feeling all alone and not exactly ready to face the hulking giant before him. All around him, the sound of the alarms increased as Europa continued her countdown from 5 minutes. Will Mendenhall placed his weight against the giant steel door, knowing his body couldn't possibly fend off that much beef. The beast struck the door once more, and Mendenhall lost his footing when the space between the door and jamb widened by a foot. Will caught his balance and then pushed back, using the very weight of the door as leverage. But the beast pushed back before the door could seal itself. This time, Mendenhall flew back as if tossed by an angry child. His back struck something in the dark, and the impact sent a sharp jab of pain jolting through his entire body. After striking the large object, he slid down to the floor, where his head came to rest next to something that smelled like an old worn-out tire. As he lifted his head from the tiled floor, he saw the large steel door standing ajar. Will, in a panic, raised his arm and tried to find a handhold to assist him to his feet. Instead of finding something solid, his hand wrapped around something that rattled with a metallic sound as something broke, and he and his failed rescuer fell back to the floor. "Verret!" Will shouted, as he just knew that the beast was coming straight through the door at him. He struggled to frame the open door in his vision, and noticed that the door hadn't moved since he had been knocked down. The sound of the beast was gone. Mendenhall reached down and pulled up the object he had grabbed a hold of before it broke away, and saw that it was a belt of large caliber ammunition. These are 50 caliber machine gun rounds," he said beneath his breath as he finally managed to pull himself to his feet. He checked the door once more and stepped forward. He slowly turned as his eyes finally adjusted to the near darkness of the vault. As his eyes widened, he saw the giant torpedo bomber rising majestically above his head. There were more lined up on either side of the first. "Wow," was all he could say as he took in the doomed aircraft of Flight 19. The planes looked down with their empty canopies like they were cyclopean eyes angrily watching an invader to their cave. Will examined the contents of the vault and saw that the ammunition belt he had grabbed was dangling from the loading port underneath the left wing. Then his eyes spied the 3 barrels of the Browning 50 caliber machine guns protruding from the wing's edge. His eyes roamed to the right wing, and he saw 3 more barrels sticking out there. He looked over and saw a large battery-powered cart. It was used for moving heavy loads. Then he glanced up at the magnificent-looking aircraft once more. "Jesus, Ryan, where are you when I need you? This is just about right up your alley." Mendenhall again looked from the Grumman TBF Avengers to the electric cart with the tracked drive system. A plan started to form. Just as Will started moving on his idea, sharp, ear-shattering blows started coming from down the corridor. The beast was again at work on Virginia's vault, and this time it was using tools. Mendenhall was running out of time to help his friends survive the darkest night of their lives. Sarah, Farbeau, Denise Gilliam, Virginia, and Gloria Bannister liked the silence even less than the pounding or twisting of the locking wheel on the vault's door. The beast outside was roaming around the corridor, and every once in a while it would slam its great fists into a wall in frustration at not being able to get at its enemy. Then its rage would move off farther along the corridor, as if it were looking for something or someone else. "I have a sneaking suspicion that our friend is out there doing that problem-solving thing we discussed earlier," Henri said, as he allowed Denise to change the rough material covering his wounds. The doctor looked up and saw that Sarah was looking at her while she held Henri's head in her lap. Gilliam shook her head negatively. "Please, doctor, you can tell her what it is you're thinking," Farbeau said, as he looked up into the bruised face of Sarah. "Okay, Colonel, if we don't get you upstairs in the next half an hour, you're going to bleed out on us. You not only tore out your stitches on the outside, but you somehow managed to break open the 3 I had to put into your arterial artery in your hip. I can't imagine how that happened, doctor," he said as he continued to look into Sarah's face. She again pulled his blonde hair out of his eyes and then smiled. "I guess the prospect of life in one of your federal prisons wouldn't look too bad about now." "Knock it off, Henri. We'll get you out of here," Sarah said. Henri decided to risk Sarah dropping his head onto the cold steel flooring. "I don't think Jack the Giant Killer is going to come this time, little Sarah." McIntyre looked away as the reality of losing Jack struck once more. She turned, and with the smile still weakly planted on her lips, looked down at the Frenchman. "He's been late before." "What in the gosh is that noise?" Virginia asked as she placed her ear against the steel door. "Is that scratching?" Gloria joined Virginia at the vault's barricaded door and also placed her ear against the cold steel. "What could it be doing out there?" she asked. Suddenly they heard hammering against the door. They realized immediately that it was not flesh against steel, but metal upon metal. It started at the upper corner of the door, paused, and then started again. Virginia stepped back and looked upward. She heard the banging stop and then begin once again. Her eyes widened when she saw the corner of the door nearest the solid steel threshold, opposite the locking mechanism, vibrate from the continued hammering. Henri sat up in Sarah's arms, stilling the hand of Dr. Gilliam as she placed another makeshift bandage on his hip. Farbeau cocked his head and listened. Virginia walked up to face the door as the blows became louder. "Gosh," she said, as she realized what the beast out in the hallway was attempting to do. "The tungsten hinges for the vault door are on that side, aren't they?" Henri asked, already knowing the answer. "Yes," Virginia confirmed, just as they heard the almost muffled sound of something hitting the door with a ping and then a thump. "It's taking the door off at the hinges," Virginia said, as she pulled Gloria Bannister away from the door. "If it would make you feel better, young Sarah, even I would welcome your Jack Collins at this particular point." Sarah stood, easing the Frenchman's head down, and with strength she didn't know she had, started pulling Henri by the lab coat's collar toward the back of the vault. "We're not catching a break here," Virginia said, as she also started pulling Gloria in the same direction as the others. After they had reached the back of the vault, Virginia started examining what they had to fight with. She counted 10 more of the small spears. There were also cowhide shields and slingshots, but no rocks. "The instrument of death you're looking at, Dr. Pollock," Henri said, motioning toward the small spears, "is far more dangerous than it looks. It's called an assegai. I had a few in my own collection at one time. I believe it's a very appropriate weapon for our circumstance."
"Why is that, Colonel?" Gloria asked as she pulled 2 of them off the wall. "It's a brutal, close-in stabbing weapon, which I believe is the sort of battle we are about to fight." "Very. I hate it when he's right," Virginia said as she also removed 2 assegai from the wall and handed one to Denise, who hefted it and tested the weight. Sarah placed Henri against the rear wall, but he fought against her in order to stand. She cursed and helped him do so. "I think I would much rather go out standing, my dear," he said as he reached down and took Sarah's small hand, bending with considerable pain and kissing it. McIntyre reached up and, not caring if the others saw her movement, kissed Farbeau deeply on the lips. "There, we're even, you jerk," she said, smiling and stepping away to get the last 2 spears hanging from their steel holders.
Henri's shocked face registered his surprise as he watched the small woman hand him one of the assegai. "I'm going to go down fighting. I have decided I very much want to live," Henri said as he looked at Sarah and winked, not knowing if she could see the gesture in the darkness. "If only to have you visit me in prison," Henri finished as he braced himself against the wall just as Virginia announced with a fear-laced voice that the second and middle set of hinges just fell to the floor outside the vault door. As the 5 trapped people prepared to make their final stand, the beast outside threw them a curve as its animalistic impatience must have overwhelmed its intelligence. It started pulling on the 18-inch thick vault door. At that very moment, Europa got the power back on, just as the thick steel was ripped away from the frame. They heard as well as saw the large locking rod slide out of the door, but they had nothing to slide into. "If it weren't for bad luck, we wouldn't have any luck at all," Virginia said as the lights in the vault illuminated a sight they hadn't wished to see. The beast raising the 2-ton steel door over its head and tossing it out into the corridor. Brave Virginia, so scared she was furious, was the first to move as she charged the beast before it had a chance to recover from throwing the door. The nuclear sciences engineer stabbed outward with the 4-foot-long assegai. The razor-sharp tip slid easily into the creature's abdomen and struck its liver. It howled in pain and reached down and snapped the Zulu spear off, leaving its tip embedded in its stomach. The beast came into the vault. Denise Gilliam, forgetting Henri's advice, threw her spear and it struck the mercenary in the shoulder, where it immediately ripped it free. The creature caught Virginia totally off guard by swinging the shaft end, and it struck her across the chest, sending Virginia crashing into the steel wall of the vault. Gloria stabbed next and hit the thing in the upper thigh. Again it cried out in pain, but it still kept coming. It swung at the CDC doctor, but she easily moved out of the way. Sarah started forward, but Farbeau grabbed her and threw her back, sending her crashing into the enclosure where Sechuayo was laid out in his temperature-controlled sleep. Henri charged, moving slowly due to his loss of blood, but charge he did. He planted the spear deep into the giant's chest, pulled it free, and then struck at it again. The beast was so shocked at the sudden and vicious strikes that it half turned and kicked out with its leg. The giant's foot struck the Frenchman and sent him flying the length of the large vault, where he hit the wall and bounced off, striking the floor and remaining still. The once-upon-a-time soldier roared in triumph as it regained the initiative and came on. The defenders saw their fate moving toward them and would have liked to have continued the fight, but knew they had nothing left to fight with. Suddenly, the vault erupted with bright flashes of light, and the creature turned away from its intended victims, only to be met by a withering wave of gunfire from outside the doorframe. At least 150 rounds struck the future of soldiering, with the bullets that struck its head dropping the already wounded beast in the doorway. The next thing they saw was a large man in black Nomex battle dress jump atop the still-moving creature and empty a full magazine into it. Sarah held Farbeau, and Gloria roused Virginia from the floor. Denise Gilliam stepped forward and looked up at the man still standing atop the downed beast. Captain Carl Everett winked at a still reeling Virginia Pollock. "You want to really apologize for that cheap shot you gave me in the football game, Doc?" Virginia shook her aching head, trying to clear it further. "Okay, I did it on purpose." "Uh-huh," Everett said as he hopped down from the back of the dead mercenary. "You owe me and my men here dinner. No, a lobster dinner." "I'm not that sorry," Virginia said as she hugged the blonde captain. The vault filled with the remnants of Everett's fire team, who had finally made it to the armory on level 42, and were now assisting with a wounded Farbeau and the others. "Okay, we have to get these people out of." Everett saw the giant shadow rise from behind him. He saw the reaction of every person still inside the vault when the beast they thought they had killed rose from the supposed land of everlasting peace they had sent him to. "Oh, very, The difficult person's right behind me, isn't he?" Everett said, just as the beast screamed in triumph and sprang at Carl's exposed back. Suddenly, a deafening roar filled every square inch of level 61. The heavy popping noise pierced through the air and almost knocked everyone standing inside to the floor with its power. As Everett dove for cover, he felt the heavy impact of metal against flesh. Before he hit the floor, he heard the slap and thump of something hitting the beast. The creature was struck so hard that it didn't have time to react to the attack. "Gosh," Carl called out as he turned over on his back to see round after round strike the beast in the chest, legs, neck, and head, sending it reeling backward. The .50 caliber bullets kept filling the air, to the point that the echoes and the actual sounds of the rounds became one and the same. Silence filled the air, and then they all heard the voice outside. "Ha! Got you! That looks like it hurt." Everett tried to stand on shaky legs. He looked over at Sarah, who was holding the head of Henry Farbeau in her lap. Once standing, Carl walked to the doorway and looked out. He had to smile when he saw the face of Will Mendenhall as he leaned against the large electric cart that held the still smoking Browning .50 caliber machine gun. "Nice gun," Everett said as he leaned against the sill of the vault. "I've got a torpedo bomber that comes with it." Will stepped inside and helped the others leave their small sanctuary. It was Gloria who came up and gave Will a deep, well-meaning kiss on the lips. "What about the reactor?" Sarah asked. "Europa says we have someone down there restarting the cooling pumps right now, but we still have to get the hell out of here," Everett said. Sarah and Denise helped the unconscious Frenchman sit up. "Carl, give us a hand," Sarah said as she struggled with Henry's weight. "Do I have to?" "There is now 3 minutes 17 seconds until core meltdown," Europa announced, just as Smith attacked the two men. Collins quickly pushed Charlie Ellenshaw out of the way as Smith hit him full force, sending him flying once more across the reactor room. The creature laughed as it turned on Ellenshaw. Crazy Charlie knew he had to get to Jack because he didn't know where the fuse box for the cooling pumps was located. He hurriedly scrambled back behind the water tanks, turned, and made his way toward the spot where the colonel had landed. Instead of coming after him, Smith went for the stunned Collins 15 feet away. Jack opened his eyes as he took short, painful gasps of air into his damaged lungs.
He felt the heavy steps of Smith as he came forward to finish the job. The drool hit Jack's back as the beast stood over his prone body. Jack tried desperately to get his hand under his body as he knew he only had seconds before Smith stomped him to death. "I remember you now, Jack Collins, 5th Special Forces Group, Afghanistan, 2004, came the horrid, deep, and booming voice. Smith chuckled. "You gonna tell Congress about this, Collins?" the beast asked as it reached down and picked Jack up by the body armor collar and lifted him to face level. Jack opened his eyes and spit blood into the distorted face of Smith, who raised his free hand and wiped the blood away, licking his fingers as he made a yummy sound deep in his throat. Charlie charged at the creature's back, not firing his weapon as before, for fear of hitting the colonel. He jumped onto Smith's back and started pummeling the giant with his thin-fingered fists. Smith shook his body vigorously until he dislodged Ellenshaw. Charlie hit the hard floor and lay still. "He is irritating. Is that the best you can do, Collins?" The fetid breath struck Jack, helping to bring him around. "You now have 1 minute, 51 seconds to reach safe distance. Core meltdown is imminent." Jack heard Europa's calm voice and smiled, wondering why he had never been able to find the culprit who had altered her voice synthesizer to that of the deceased Hollywood sex goddess. "Drop the colonel and back away," said a voice in a difficult person. Smith looked up and saw 20 men facing him. But still he smiled, as he knew they would never kill him in time to stop his eventual suicide.
"Come and get 'em," boomed the unnatural voice, as the beast raised Jack up closer to its head and almost unhinged its jaw as it opened its mouth wide with laughter, realizing that any rescue was now too late. It wouldn't be stopped. Jack found his opening. He had what he had in his hand as Smith opened his mouth with that irritating laugh of his. Jack had already pulled the pin on the grenade before he had been lifted free of the floor. He drew his arm back and then let the safety handle pop free. He slammed the round grenade as hard as he could into Smith's exposed mouth. He broke teeth off as the beast realized what had happened. Smith let Jack fall free and then tried desperately to dig the grenade from his large and deformed mouth. As Jack hit the floor, he rolled away, damaging his ribs even more. He finally stopped and managed to look up. "Jerk," Jack whispered, lowering his head and covering up, just as the grenade detonated. Smith's eyes widened when he realized what was in his mouth. His fingers finally managed to lock around the object, and as he tried to pull it free, it went off, sending brain matter and skull bone out in an arc that covered the two reactor vessels. Before Collins knew it, hands were on him, turning him over. He opened his eyes into the smiling face hovering over him. "Hello, Jack." "Grateful Dead. I'll be very," Jack whispered. "That you will, my friend. It looks like we were a bit too late to save the day here, so I guess all us grunts are very," Garcia said as he cocked an ear upward, just as Europa sounded her final warning. "Detonation of nuclear material will occur in 1 minute and 41 seconds. "The fuses," Jack said, low in his throat. "What's that, Jack?" Garcia asked. Suddenly the warning alarm ceased. The red and yellow reactor lights started to slow their steady pulse, and Europa made her last announcement as Collins tried raising his head. "Core temperature has now been stabilized at 652 degrees. Coolant flow has been restored." Garcia helped Collins sit up as Charlie Ellenshaw came around the number 10 water tank. He was waving his hands through the air as if to cool them. He grimaced as he saw the Delta team and even Colonel Collins looking at his burnt hands. "I couldn't find the very fuse box for the pumps, and then I didn't know that you couldn't push the fuses back in with the switch handle in the on position. That freaking hurt," Crazy Charlie said as he waved his charred hands through the air. Major Garcia said as he looked down at the man who had trained him 10 years before. 1 minute and 40 seconds to spare. You're getting old, Jack. You used to be exciting." Collins closed his eyes. Dr. Denise Gilliam had every bed and most desks filled with wounded men and women. Virginia, Sarah, and Gloria had volunteered to assist the doctor as she tried to bring things under some kind of control. Niles Compton was complaining more than anyone that he would like a real doctor to help him, as Virginia did her best to place the temporary cast on his ankle. 2 men no one recognized stepped into the clinic. They stopped and noticed Denise Gilliam attending her patients. "You got room for one more, doctor?" a large man asked as he slung a weapon over his shoulder. "Sure, the more the merrier," Denise said with weariness lacing her voice. "Who is it?" "Well, he may be one of yours. We found him passed out on the loading dock about a half hour ago." "What makes you think he's one of mine?" Denise asked, as curiosity finally made her look up from one of Everett's security men. The 2 strangers looked at each other, and everyone could tell they wanted to laugh, but held back. "Well, ma'am, he's wearing what looks like a candy striper's outfit." "He?" Denise asked. "Bring him in," the first man called through the door. As everyone inside the clinic waited, even the director stopped complaining long enough to watch. 2 other men in black clothing brought a 3rd man in and laid him down on one of the desks. Will Mendenhall had to stand up and shake his head in wonder. Sarah's eyes widened, and Niles had to laugh at the escapee from a hospital in downtown Las Vegas. Jason Ryan, still replete in his stolen Candy Striper's uniform, managed to look up to see where he was and then lay his head back down. "Is this the best you can do for a bed, after all I went through to get back here?" Denise walked over and shook her head at the naval aviator. Then she smiled. "You know, that's not a bad look for you, Mr. Ryan." "I know." Sarah finally got her smile under control and stopped by to check on Henri. He was lying in bed sans handcuffs with his eyes closed. He had a whole pint of blood dripping into his veins from an IV vine attached to his right arm. M'Intyre was about to turn away when she heard his voice whisper, "Please tell me this is some of your blood, my dear." He said so low she had to bend over to hear him. "Sorry to disappoint you, Henri, but I think you have some of Mendenhall's blood in you. The blood bank went bad because of no electricity." Henri managed to look up and around until he saw Mendenhall sitting on a desk a few feet away, getting his head bandaged by a highly attentive Gloria Bannister. Mendenhall saw the Frenchman looking his way and raised his right hand. "I knew you liked me, Lieutenant." Sarah smiled, but she knew she had to leave the clinic before the smell of blood and medicine did her in. She stepped into the hallway, and Henri watched her as she leaned against the glass. He watched her and knew that he was in love with the woman and wanted to tell her. But he also knew he was going to prison, and he knew that she didn't love him. She loved Collins, and would for a very long time. As he started to lie down, he saw Sarah straighten from the wall. He watched as she frowned and then started crying. She stepped forward as two men carried a third man in between them and threw her arms around the man being assisted. Henri Farbeau felt his heart sink when he saw the familiar face of Jack Collins as he allowed Sarah to hold him. The two men carrying Collins looked away as Sarah McIntyre welcomed Jack Collins back to the event group. Farbeau turned away and closed his eyes against the harsh fluorescent lighting.
Baltimore, Maryland. The Baltimore State Trooper watched as the two bodies were loaded into the ambulance. He shook his head at the senseless violence that happened on a daily basis along the Baltimore Beltway. It was evident from the car that was still sitting on its jack stand and the spare tire lying nearby that the two women had stopped to fix a flat late at night. The two bodies had been found 50 feet from the car. Each had been shot once in the chest and left sprawled in the high grass close to the Beltway. This hadn't been the only occurrence of violence on this stretch of road. There had been 7 other murders, some drive-bys, others like the one he just recorded in his notebook, a senseless killing, probably at random, of 2 people changing a tire after a night out. The trooper was approached by his sergeant. "We ID the driver?" he asked, also shaking his head as the bodies were finally sealed inside the ambulance. "Yeah, we found her identification in her car. The younger woman we haven't discovered anything about yet. The driver is Lynn Simpson. She has a company badge." "Yeah, what company?" the sergeant asked as the ambulance drove away. "That's why I called you out here, Sarge. She worked for the CIA." "Oh, boy." Event Group Complex, Nellis AFB. Niles Compton listened to the president speak, but his words became almost unintelligible as he listened. With his ankle in a cast, Niles was forced to sit and listen to his old friend. After the president said his piece, he waited for Compton to say something. He waited for a long time as his friend sat stunned at the news that had been delivered. He was so stunned he couldn't speak. "Niles, would it help if I called and gave him the news?" the president asked. Compton finally looked up and into his friend's eyes. "You know Jack is not going to buy this nonsense the Maryland State Police are telling you." The president shook his head. "Why should he? I don't. I've ordered CIA Director Easterbrook and the FBI to give this investigation a full court press. I want to know what happened. I'm not a believer in coincidences." Niles sat and listened, maybe believing his old friend, maybe not. He was fast becoming a skeptic in such matters as governing a country.
We have a detailed briefing by Pete Golding in 2 days. I think maybe you better be here to hear what he and Europa have to say," Niles said. "I'll see what I can, Mr. President. I never ask you for anything, yet you have asked me for everything. I want you here to learn what in the heck we're dealing with. Then you can take your ball and go home." The president saw that Niles Compton was in no mood to hear anything other than yes. "Okay, Baldy, I'll be there in 2 days. Also, I want Colonel Farbeau transferred to FBI custody when he's able to travel." Niles nodded his head without really answering, and reached out and shut off the computer with the president's image still on it, breaking every rule of etiquette and protocol on the books. He didn't want to discuss the fate of the Frenchman, and knew his friend the president just wanted to remind him he was still in charge. Compton reached over and hit his intercom switch to connect with the computer center. "Golding?" came the quick response. "Pete, ask Europa the location of Lieutenant McIntyre." "Okay," he said, and returned just a second later. "She's located in Suite 9, Level 8. Colonel Collins' room?" "Yes." Sarah watched Jack as he in turn looked at her. She reached out, took his hand, and smiled. "You took your time leaving Alice's house," she said. "You know me. I had to finish painting or Alice would have thrown a fit." Sarah shook her head. Then she became serious. "Jack?" "Yeah, short stuff." "Colonel Farbeau, what's going to happen to him?" "That's not up to me, but I imagine he's bound for trial for the murder of our people and possibly many others." Sarah bit her lower lip. "Do you believe he killed people from our group or murdered innocents from anywhere?" she asked, watching him closely. "I mean, do you really think he's capable of cold-blooded murder? Doesn't seem to be his style, does it? But I wasn't here in the bad old days. I just don't know," he added. "But deep down, yes, I believe Henri has killed in the coldest blood possible in the past." Jack watched Sarah closely. He knew she was feeling indebted to the Frenchman for coming after her in Mexico. But he also knew there was something else he couldn't quite grasp. The why of it, he supposed. He saw the sadness in her eyes when he had hinted at Henri's fate. "Listen, a knock sounded at Jack's door." Sarah stood and hesitated a moment, and then looked down at Jack. "I love you." Collins didn't say anything. He just winked. Sarah went to the door and opened it, but not before noticing that Jack didn't respond when she had said she loved him. She looked up when she opened the door. Niles Compton stood there with a pair of crutches supporting him. "Lieutenant, may I come in?" "Of course," she said as she stepped aside. "Would you, Jack?" Sarah caught herself a bit too late. "The Colonel, to yourself?" "No, I think you better be here for this." Sarah's brows rose as she closed the door, and worriedly looked at Collins, who lay in bed bare-chested and bandaged heavily across his broken ribs. He was silent as once more he waited for the other shoe to drop on his head. Niles nodded at Collins and leaned against his desk. "Do you want a chair?" Sarah asked. Niles just shook his head no. "I'm no good at this, Colonel." Niles lowered his eyes. "So I guess I better just say it before I lose the courage." "Just say it," Jack said, keeping his wary eyes on the director. "Colonel, Jack," he said, turning to the familiar, "your sister Lynn was murdered in Baltimore last night, she and a friend of hers from Langley." Sarah was stunned as she looked from Compton to Jack's frozen features. He seemed not to know what to do with his eyes, as he looked from the director back to Sarah, and then quickly away again. He cleared his throat, and then again, swallowing several times. What happened?" he finally managed to ask, avoiding Sarah's look of shock. "The Maryland State Police say she and her companion were killed randomly after they had a flat tire after midnight 2 days ago." Jack Collins went silent and remained that way for several minutes. "Would you excuse me? I have to call our mother." Niles nodded and limped to the door as Sarah opened it. He didn't use the crutches as he felt they would fail him at this, the worst possible moment. Sarah remained by the door, but Jack never looked up as he reached for the phone. After Jack had informed his mother of the death of her only daughter, He went silent for 2 days. Alice had volunteered to take Callie Collins back to D.C. to make arrangements for the family. Then the colonel clammed up. Sarah couldn't reach him, and even when Carl Everett came to check on him and jokingly report on the progress of Lieutenant Ryan, the candy striper, Jack remained silent, only nodding that he heard what was said. Even when the President of the United States came into his room just before the debriefing Niles had ordered, he remained almost totally mute, nodding his head and mumbling at the appropriate times in the conversation. He did that with everyone he came in contact with. The conference room was only half full, as most of the departmental managers were busy cleaning up the mess in their various departments from the recent attack on the complex. Niles Compton had decided to keep all of the information to be explained to the people meeting that day tightly controlled. The director had ordered a select few to hear Pete Golding explain, in theory, what they had been dealing with. Jack sat in his customary place at the opposite end of the long table facing Dr. Compton. His eyes were dark and still haunted, as Everett came in and sat beside him. Sarah was 3 seats down from the president and chanced a glance at Collins, but he never looked up until the meeting started.
Virginia sat next to Compton. He nodded his head, not making eye contact with anyone. The assistant director stood. "Okay, we have a lot to cover, and the president can only fool the Washington Post for so long before they discover he's missing." No one in the room laughed at her small joke except for the president. As he saw no one else, not even Charlie Ellenshaw, crack so much as a smile, he went as silent as the rest of the men and women present. Will Mendenhall, who was attending his first debriefing in the conference room, sat next to Gloria Bannister, whom Niles thought deserved to be in on the tale Pete had to relay because of her losing so much in the attack. "Pete," Virginia said, "the floor is yours." "Thank you," Golding said as he stood with pointer in hand. He strode to the main viewing screen and nodded his head at the Navy signalman. "Perdition's fire," Pete began, "has been kept a well-guarded secret for over 100 years, but has been in existence for over 3,000 years. Everyone in the conference room exchanged glances at the claim Pete had just made. The formula has been analyzed by Europa and our event group people at CDC and the Harvard School of Medicine. We also brought in the CSU School of Botany and the National Center for Genetic Research. The information is factual and indisputable. The first slide provided by Europa appeared on the screen. It was of Lawrence Jackson Ambrose. Our friend here did something truly amazing and also 100 years ahead of his time. But somehow the good Professor Ambrose lost his way. The man was brilliant, but quite possibly the most insane person of his time." Pete nodded, and the next picture depicted confused those watching. "This is an official police report submitted and classified as top secret by the government of Great Britain. It concerns a series of murders that occurred in the year 1888 at a location in London called Whitechapel." Pete saw the recognition in the faces around the table. Even the president leaned forward in his chair to read the hazy report from 142 years ago. Jack finally looked up and stared blankly at the screen. Everett and Sarah watched, but the colonel made no move to take part in the debriefing. The report was filed by the Metropolitan Police in conjunction with the Chief Medical Examiner's office in London. This document is part of the most unbelievable cover-up the world has ever seen. It all started with a writer of some renown doing research for a little book he was writing on aggressive behavior through the miracle of modern medicine. The name of the book researched was a novel we know today as The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and that author was Robert Louis Stevenson. This bit of information caused another round of talking and exclamations around the table. Still, Jack Collins remained silent, even though he heard every word spoken.
It was Robert Louis Stevenson who originally tried to warn the Metropolitan Police about the true nature of just what they were dealing with. "What is it we are looking at on the screen?" Virginia asked Pete. "This slide lists the autopsy reports of 6 women murdered in Whitechapel in 1888. These reports are in direct conflict with the reports filed by the medical examiner in Whitechapel. The local medical examiner listed the horrendous wounds received by these women. They were bad enough that anyone reading them would never suspect the police or the British government of trying to hide anything. That is where these reports come in." Pete slapped the large screen with the pointer. "They were discovered buried in the archives of Scotland Yard and in the journal of Lawrence Ambrose himself, which the event group had in its possession for the past 120 years. But the real gold is the culpability of the British government in all of this that Europa uncovered through police sources directly. I take it you and your computer friend broke into their system to uncover these?" the president asked with a frown while gesturing to the reports on the large screen monitor. "Yes, sir, that's what Europa and I do." Niles nodded his head, thankful that Pete stood up for himself and Europa against the snide remark of his friend the president. "What is not listed in the professor's journal, but can be found in the police archive reports, is the fact that among the horrifying wounds received by these women in the tainted autopsy reports, each of the prostitutes listed as murdered had been pregnant at the time of her death. The real reports state that the 2 to 3 month-old embryos had been cut from the wombs of these ladies. The massacre of the women that ensued afterward was to cover up the fact of the missing embryos." "Wait, Dr. Golding, are you saying that Jack the Ripper was responsible for this?" asked the president. "No, not the Jack the Ripper that has been presented to the world by the London Constabulary, Mr. President, but Professor Lawrence Jackson Ambrose, the real Jack the Ripper, or, if you like, the real Jekyll and Hyde. He murdered these women while under the influence of small doses of perdition's fire, so he could break the laws of man and science with a clear conscience. He collected the fetuses to be used in an experiment that should not have been possible at the time, but one that Europa has uncovered evidence of stem cell research that led to gaining strength, growth, and intelligence, all to be used as an additive to the food eaten by members of the British Armed Forces. That is exactly what he was hired to do, make super soldiers for Her Majesty's government. Not crazed beasts as we saw here at the complex, but coldly calculating men with superior fighting strength and intelligence. That's with small doses. Everyone was stunned to silence as Pete went through his gathered evidence, from Queen Victoria's letters ordering the hiring of Ambrose and the purchase of his advanced theory to the cover-up that ensued. Even the photo analysis of the advanced equipment used by Ambrose to create a genetic monster for the ages, as they themselves had recently been witness to, was fully documented. The experts say Ambrose was a genius and 100 years ahead of his time. "He was the first true geneticist," Virginia commented. "Let's skip to the point, Dr. Golding. Do you and your outlaw computer know who sent in these mercenaries?" the president asked Pete, turning to Niles directly. "No, but we will find out who assisted them over here. I very well guarantee that," Niles said, almost challenging his old friend to deny his efforts in that regard. "I lost 22 men and women in this attack, and I will find the people responsible. Do you agree?" The president nodded his head. "Thank you." With that, the event group began in earnest to continue on with its work. Only now, all 656 members of Department 5656 had the added incentive of finding out who the Americans were who assisted in the traitorous act of attacking their home. San Antonio, Texas, 3 days later. Jack stood next to his mother as the coffin was slowly lowered into the grave. The colonel was happy that Sarah and his mother Callie had hit it off so well, and in such a trying time as this. Jack wondered if maybe one day his mother would have another daughter to help with her sorrow of losing Lynn. As Jack watched, he knew that his sister's murder was not as random as the police made it out to be. Like the president, he never believed in coincidences. He had a gut feeling she had died because of him in some way. He felt responsible. Callie Collins reached out and took Jack's arm, reaching over with her other hand to take Sarah's on the opposite side. Together they strode over to where a very sore and weak Jason Ryan, alongside Will Mendenhall, Gloria Bannister, Virginia Pollock, Alice Hamilton, and finally Captain Carl Everett, stood waiting for them. Jack saw Niles on his crutches with Pete Golding and Charlie Hendershot Ellenshaw III standing next to him.
They were all dressed in their best black suits and looked as out of place as ever. Collins excused himself as Everett and Sarah joined him, while Alice went to speak with Callie. Jack faced the director of Department 5656, who only nodded his head and reached inside his jacket pocket, bringing out a piece of paper and handing it to Collins. "Colonel, what would you like me to do with that?" Jack looked down at the resignation letter and handed it back to Niles. "Process it. I'm done," he said, as Sarah placed her arm through his. Jack, Ellenshaw said, no longer the goof he was a few years back when Collins had joined the group. "Tear it up. You need us, and we sure as gosh need you." "Sorry, Doc, but Colonel, listen to what Niles has to say, will you?" Pete Golding asked. Collins took a deep breath and dipped his chin in surrender. Niles was going to say what he wanted to say. The FBI recovered the vehicles used by the assault forces in Las Vegas. They found very little with the exception of these, Niles said, handing over 2 sheets of paper to Collins. "Recognize those, Colonel?" Pete asked for Niles as Jack studied the papers. "They're privately generated satellite target tracking reports. No company name, though. The tracking target, Jack, was you. Evidently, that was how this Smith character tracked you to Nullis. You must have been tagged by those maniacs in Mexico during the rescue," Niles finished. Collins shook his head, barely controlling his anger over the fact that he had been bugged and hadn't even suspected it. He started to give the tracking reports back when Niles pushed them away and gestured for Collins to look at the reports again. "Jack, the reports are time and security stamped by a government agency that accepted them. The code is listed as one belonging to the CIA." Collins was stunned, but not quite as much as the others that were standing there listening. "Someone at the CIA passed this information on to Smith and his assault team," Sarah said, her own anger at the obvious betrayal showing in her voice. Compton watched Collins for the longest time as Jack continued to look at the 2 tracking reports with their computer-generated timestamps on their faces. Niles swallowed and got the colonel's attention. "Jack, you have many duties at the group, and if you would stay with the department and continue as the head of security, I swear to you that whenever you're free, I'll give you carte blanche to use any means at the group's disposal to find your sister's killer. And I don't mean to bring whoever it is to justice. You do it your way, and I'll back you 100. Everyone here will. Just use all of your skills and find them." Collins swallowed hard. He looked at Jason, Will, Virginia, Niles, Pete, and finally Charlie Ellenshaw. He smiled and glanced at Everett, who just nodded his head. But it was Sarah who reached out and took the resignation form from Compton's hand and tore into 2, allowing the pieces to fall to the grass. "All right, Jack," said, as he took in not just his colleagues, but his friends. "But on one condition," Collins said with his jaw set firmly, "because justice has to start somewhere, and I think I know just where it does." On a small rise overlooking the cemetery, Hiram Vickers stood next to Director of Operations Samuel Peachtree. Imagine my stunned silence when I learned from the president himself that the brother of Lynn Simpson was a war hero and a favorite of the commander-in-chief. "I read his file. He's not that frightening," Vickers said. Peachtree laughed,
turned away from the gravesite and started walking back to the limousine that was waiting for him. "You find that funny?" Vickers asked. "Tell me, Hiram," Peachtree said, stopping and turning, "which file was it you read?" "What do you mean? You are an idiot, aren't you? I am still not intimidated by a man who only achieved the rank of colonel in his time with the Army. Not very motivated, is he? The president's friend Collins is nothing but a once-upon-a-time tiger that has been declawed and placed out to pasture, buried at some desk where the Army can keep track of him." Peachtree smiled as he allowed his driver to open the rear door as he approached. "You know, Hiram, the president explained to me in the Oval Office after he lamented on Miss Simpson's passing that Jack Collins is probably the single best combat soldier this nation has ever produced." He smiled. "Maybe you should really try doing your homework sometimes on people who could bring us both down." "Why is that?" "Because if you did, you would know that Colonel Jack Collins won't rest until he kills you. And that, dear Hiram, is from the mouth of the President of the United States himself." Peachtree laughed as he sat down inside the limo. "Hell, he probably won't rest until he kills both of us." Samuel Peachtree closed the door and the limousine left in a cloud of dust, leaving Hiram Vickers alone to contemplate his fate if Collins found out he was behind his sister's murder. L.A. International Airport, Laredo, Texas. The entire private sector of Laredo International Airport was now closed off to regular traffic. A Chevrolet Tahoe pulled alongside 20 other Chevys of the same model. Jack now knew the feds had arrived in force. He looked over at Everett and Mendenhall and saw Carl nod his head toward a large sealed-off hangar that was visible through the aircraft's window. Inside, he saw a Laredo Police Department SWAT van, and pulling up next to that was a large step van Jack knew to be the FBI HRT unit. The hostage rescue unit gave Jack the cold chills. He shook his head, knowing now that the President of the United States had made his decision. The rescue, if there was to be one, would be conducted under federal auspices, not the Army's, and certainly not the President's most protected agency, Department 5656. Jack normally understood that secrecy was paramount, but at the moment he couldn't care less about the black aspects of their department. He knew, as he looked at the gathering federal authorities, that the rescue would be strictly a law enforcement operation. Jack and Everett shook their heads when a news van was stopped by the FBI agents and questioned. They both knew the news was spreading across the border, which in turn meant the operation was fast becoming too visual for the event group to participate. "Will Director Compton and Colonel Collins please report to communications? The President is on video link through Europa," the communications room said over the loudspeaker. Jack was joined by the director, and they slowly made their way to the communications area of the 707. Jack stopped in front of the director and watched as he took a deep breath. The director spoke and listened for 3 minutes as Collins anxiously awaited word on if they would get the chance at the rescue attempt. The news delivered by the President wasn't good. "Yes, Mr. President, not until you get definitive word," Niles said as he felt the heat of Jack's anger behind him. "But sir, may I recommend that this be turned over to Delta? We've already had a breakthrough by the media into the secure zone of the airport, which means Guzman will know of any rescue attempt before it even leaves here." Niles handed Jack a small slip of paper, and the colonel cursed under his breath as he read the words, "No go." "Yes, sir," Niles said, and then placed the phone down and nodded at the signals officer on detached service from the Navy and assigned to the event group. "The President wants a word, Jack," Niles said, standing and pacing a few steps away. "Colonel, are you there?" asked the stern voice. "Mr. President," Collins answered. "You are hereby warned, as I just warned Niles. You are not to exceed your authority, Colonel. Our dealings with President Juarez have been shaky since his election. We cannot go charging across the border with a group of men whose presence I would never be able to explain. Your department's secrecy is paramount, even above your personnel."
Is that clear, Colonel? Niles could see Jack half turn and almost walk away, but he stepped up to him and gestured toward the speakerphone where the president was still speaking. "I give you and that little bald bastard under the desert a lot, and I mean a lot, of leeway, Colonel, and I expect my orders to be followed. This is an international incident, for Christ's sake. Mr. President, you know for a fact that my security teams have a far better chance at getting our people out of there than anyone. We're tight. We know how each other reacts. I implore you to give us a shot at this." "Do not interrupt, Colonel. Your boss explained things to me after the very fact. That's the only reason I don't have agents from the FBI storming that aircraft of yours right now. If I allow this, you could cost your group your cover. You have to stop and think." Collins remained silent, and Niles closed his eyes and removed his thick glasses. "I don't hear and I understand you, Mr. President. Yes, sir, I understand. Now, all I am asking is that you give me time to coordinate with the Mexican authorities. We need that president down there. He knows what a threat this Guzman character is. However, he does not want a military incursion into his country. This has to be a law enforcement issue, not a military one. How is Mr. Ryan doing?" Jack shook his head, stepped closer to the speaker, and took a seat, allowing his body a moment's respite. "Ryan's a strong kid. Now that he's in American hands, I give him a far better chance than being possibly operated on by Guzman surgeons. Now, give us time, Colonel. We will get those women back across the border. Baldy, you keep your people in check over there, or I will fry your ass." Niles stepped up to the microphone. "Keep us informed, Mr. President." "Very, you bookworm. Say it." "Yes, sir. We will stay put." The line disconnected, and Niles turned to face Jack, giving him a weak smile. "It seems I'm running out of favors." Jack stood and took Niles by the shoulder. "I know the feeling, Mr. Director. What about my other man, Udall?" "The Mexican police recovered his body, and it's on the way back across the border." Collins nodded and then looked at Pete Golding, who stood next to Niles. He had several items in his hand, which he handed to Compton while slowly looking away from Colonel Collins' gaze. "What is it?" Everett asked. "Our surveillance drone," Pete answered. "The Predator, well, it took these. They're grainy, but I think you'll be able to see what we in Europa saw." Niles, after studying the picture on top, then handed Jack the first blown-up photo. "These were taken just 15 minutes ago," Pete said by way of explanation. Collins looked the 8x10 proofs over, and his heart froze. "That's just great," Everett said, looking over Collins' shoulder as he examined the first and the second picture Niles passed over. "What in the hell is with this guy?" Carl asked. The first photo showed a large blond man as he stepped from a luxurious helicopter. The second was taken only moments later, and the man had glanced skyward as if he knew a predator was flying overhead. The face was one no staff member on the event group aircraft would ever fail to recognize. It was Colonel Henri Farbeau. "I figured that son of a difficult person for a lot of things, but not to be involved in this," Everett said, as Jab gave the photos back to Niles. Compton watched as Collins walked toward the open door of the 707. He quickly made a decision and gestured for Mendenhall and Everett to join him. "Colonel, I suspect that the president's going to go with a joint operation, split between the Mexican HRT team and the FBI. Europa broke into the FBI mainframe, and she says they will more than likely go in 2 hours. I forwarded the plans for the Perdition Hacienda to the president, who passed them through regular channels to the FBI HRT unit," Niles said, trying not to look into Jack's eyes as he did so. "I figured they needed all the advantage they could get." Jack waited until the director met his eyes and then caught the curse before it could escape his mouth. Everett and Mendenhall knew that Niles had done the right thing. Jack just nodded his head, knowing that the odds of Sarah surviving this thing had just dropped by 75. He knew the country hadn't learned anything after the failed rescue attempt in the desert of Iran in 1980. Operation Eagle Claw had been an unmitigated disaster because of a multi-service plan, one that was doomed to fail before it ever happened. And now this rescue wasn't just split by differing branches of the service, but by 2 different nations, and one of those nations may have divided loyalties as far as the Anaconda went.
Jack knew if he didn't react to the fluidity of the situation, he would never again see Sarah alive. Niles bit his lip and then nodded at the two Marines at the 707's door. They understood and then closed it. "Jack," he said as he handed Everett the recon photos, "Pete and Europa have something to show you. It's something I didn't share with the President or the FBI." Collins impatiently waited for the director to explain. "Pete may have found a way into that compound." Suddenly hope appeared in Collins' cold blue eyes. "And," Compton said as he turned away, "the border's still open to vehicular traffic, as it seems the local Mexican authorities are a little slow to catch on that there's a major problem in their own backyard. But you'll have to find a way past the FBI and do it before their HRT team lifts off in 2 hours," Pete said as he joined the group of 4 men once more. Everett smiled. "I never met a Fed I couldn't ditch." "Then, Colonel Collins, you and your men are dismissed. Take some time off while the President figures this out." "Yes, sir. Maybe, Jack, our young Lieutenant Mendenhall here and I will try out the fishing in the Rio Grande," Everett said with a growing smile. "I know," Niles answered. "Now I think you better get to tactical and put a plan together. And gentlemen, make it a good one, because we all may hang for it, even if it works." Director Niles Compton was disobeying a direct order as told to him by the President of the United States, his best friend, once again. Hacienda Perdition, Nuevo Laredo, Mexico. Henri Farbeau, still in the guise of Hanover Jones, stood on the rickety floor of the massive basement. There were tunnels, some new, some very old, winding off the main corridor every 15 feet. As far as he knew, Sarah could be held in any one of the 10 branches inside the basement. He felt the eyes of Juan Guzman and 6 of his henchmen as he waited for his host to take the lead. As he stood there, several men and women in casual clothes strolled by on their way to one of the many tunnels. One of these workers held a scale, and the others articles that Farbeau didn't recognize. He did notice the fresh air masks they wore around their necks. Henri looked at Guzman, who only smiled. "I have many employees whose function it is to test shipments of, well, let's just say they check the purity of certain items supplied to me by countries farther south of Mexico. Please, Senor Jones, what you are seeking is right over here," Guzman said as he gestured to a large steel door to the right. Henri was having a hard time reading the man. One thing was clear to him: he didn't trust the man named Hanover Jones. Farbeau had noticed that none of the many AK-47s being used by his bodyguards had their weapons on safe. He watched Guzman as he entered a security code for the locking mechanism on the large door. It opened with a whoosh of escaping air. "This is just part of my Anasazi collection. The rest I have donated as a peace offering to my brethren in Mexico City. But I believe I have some very interesting pieces for you to view." Guzman stepped aside and allowed Henri through the door. Henri knew he could possibly take the 6 men escorting them, just as long as Guzman was close enough to be pulled into running as a shield for him. Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction, disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan.
Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. However, he suspected they were not only being watched by the many security cameras he had counted in just the short walk in the basement, but also by many more guards nearby. Here are two very nice pieces right here. They have been cleaned and expertly restored. Farbeau made a show of pulling a jeweler's loop from his coat pocket and smiling as he bent low to examine a large eagle that resembled something the Aztecs would have sculpted. It was a beautiful piece, Farbeau noted, as his eyes scanned the ancient work. Then his eyes moved to the next piece that had been placed on a small table. It was a carved stonework taken from a cave wall in Colorado. It depicted a mother and child, the mother sitting on a throne of sorts and the child feeding at her breast. These are very nice. Henri straightened after a cursory examination. Yes, particularly so, since the man I relieved them from was a greedy gringo from Los Angeles, one of those so-called brothers of mine who have sold out their heritage. I wouldn't mind so much if the gentleman had the least bit of knowledge, such as you, as to their real history. I'm sure you can appreciate that. Yes, Henri half bowed. I can, Señor Guzman. Henri smiled wider, and then cleared his throat. Since you relieved this person of his possessions so readily, you won't be asking exactly market value for these two pieces, Farbeau asked with a small smile. Ah, just because I came into possession of them at minimal expense does not mean they are not far more valuable, Señor Jones. I estimate their value as a pair at just shy of $2 million. Close, Señor, but even closer to $5 million. Henri nodded his head. I'll take them. Now, I know a good salesman always saves that one piece that would guarantee the buyer walks away happy. You are indeed a savvy collector, Guzman said as he gestured for Henri to follow him out of the small vault. They and Guzman's bodyguards stepped into the dim hallway and started moving farther down the long corridor. Tell me something, Señor Jones. Does it bother you that I am more than just a collector of antiquities? If you mean your relationship to the recent unpleasantness in Nuevo Laredo, or even your expansion into countries south of your border, no. Whatever a man does for a living never factors into my choices for business relationships. Guzman laughed. It was a hollow sound that gave the ring of untruth to everything the drug kingpin had said thus far. Henri knew the two pieces of Anasazi carvings were absolutely fake, nothing but cheap knockoffs. After all, he had the second of the two pieces sitting in his house in the south of France. He knew he had to say something, just in case his cover was still intact. Señor Guzman, I sincerely hope the pieces we are on our way to see are a little more authentic than the two we just examined. Guzman laughed and gently slapped Farbeau on the back. I hope I did not embarrass you with my little test, Señor. In my line of work, on both fronts, I can never be too careful. I understand, Henri said, as he chanced to look back at the bodyguards who kept pace with them down in the carved-out basement. Guzman stepped ahead and paused by another door. This one had no electronic keypad, and it was far from being the same sort of steel door they had just come from. The hackles on Henri rose again. "Senor Jones, behind this door, I have exactly what you came here to see. 2 marvelous pieces I have from north of the border, and many, many more domestic works of art I prize above even my product from the south." He smiled and opened the door, gesturing for Henri to step through first. Henri did as suggested, and was assailed by a horrid stench. While his eyes adjusted to the weak lighting inside this larger room, he heard the crying of a child. Then he saw the cells, or more to the point, the cages just to his front. He scanned the nightmare before him. Women of all ages were strewn about 6 cold and dank cells. Many more guards were inside this room, as if they had been waiting. Henri's dire suspicions were proven right. "These are some of my lesser works, Senor Jones. There are 2 I am most proud of that I really have not had a chance to examine on a more base level yet, but I am sure you would appreciate their value." He gestured for a guard to shove 2 of the dirty, hurt women out of the way. Guzman watched as Farbaux's jaws clenched. Sitting on the flagstone floor were 2 women, one blonde, the other with short dark hair. The smaller of the 2 was tending to a wound the blonde had sustained on the top of her head. With a rag held firmly to the older woman's head, Sarah McIntyre looked up and saw who was standing to her front, just outside of her cage. Her eyes widened, but she caught herself when Henri closed his eyes tightly shut and gave her an imperceptible shake of his head. He then noticed his pilot and the San Antonio private investigator lying headless on the floor inside the first of the cells. "Are they not what I described, Senor Jones?" Guzman said, as he gestured behind Henri's back for his men to move forward. He also stepped back behind a small wall of those men. "Are these not the articles you came to examine, to take, to steal from me, Mr. Farbaux?" Henri never hesitated, nor did he give any advance indication of what he was going to do. He lashed out before ever turning, and caught the man he was hoping was Guzman himself, with a palm to the throat, dropping him like a heavy sack of potatoes. Then he elbowed the next closest to him, smashing his nose deep into his brain pan. The next man in line stepped forward with the steel stock of the AK-47 raised to strike the Frenchman, but Henri was too fast for the smaller man. He quickly lashed out with his foot and slammed it into the man's left knee. Just as the guard collapsed, Henri caught the mini AK-47 and tried to swing it around. He heard Guzman somewhere far off as he laughed and started to clap his hands in admiration. That was when a gun barrel slammed into the back of Farbaux's head, sending him to one knee and the purloined weapon skittering out of his reach. "Your reputation and your prowess has been greatly undervalued, Senor Farbaux," Guzman said as he advanced farther into the room, still clapping his hands. "I thought maybe you would get 1, possibly 2 of my men. 3? Outstanding!" Sarah lowered Professor Stansfield's head to the filthy floor and stood and ran to the bars. She didn't understand what was happening or how Henri Farbaux had found his way into the fix he was in. She saw Henri on one knee, dazed from the blow to his head, as the animal Guzman clapped behind him. She watched as the drug lord grabbed Farbaux by his blonde hair. "To think you thought me the fool, senor! I will show you the price many have paid for underestimating me." Guzman let go of the Frenchman's head.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text.
Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Guzman gave Farbo a final kick to his head and then gestured for his remaining men. Place him in with those he came to see. Later, we will have sport. He looked at his watch. I have no more time for this, he said in Spanish. Mama will be furious if I am late for dinner. Sarah watched as the small, well-dressed man smiled again, and, with a last look back at Sarah, stepped from the room. Sarah saw Henry pulled roughly to his feet. He was bleeding almost everywhere, and he was out cold as he was pushed toward her cell. "You stupid jerk, Henry! What in the gosh were you thinking?" she said, as Farbo moaned his reply, and his eyes fluttered open just as the cell was unlocked. "I think now would be a good time for your Boy Scout to make an appearance." Colonel Henry Farbo passed out before he was unceremoniously thrown onto the cold floor at Sarah's feet. Sarah went to her knees and pulled a lock of Henry's hair from his face. She shook her head as she saw how badly beaten he truly was. "You and Jack annoy me more than any dozen men, you stupid Frenchman." She looked up just as the cage door was locked behind the retreating guards. "And yes, I have no doubt Jack will be as dumb as you and try something just as foolish." She placed Henry's head in her lap and smiled at him nonetheless. Farbo was still, as she wiped some of the blood from his face and head. She was amazed at what he had done, not understanding the how or the why. Henry never cared about anyone other than his dead wife, and now here he was giving up himself for her. "What am I to make of you, Colonel?" Sarah touched Farbo's cheek as he fell deeper into his bloody stupor. "You are the strangest bogeyman I have ever seen." Laredo International Airport, Laredo, Texas. Niles Compton stepped from the cockpit and nodded his head at Jack, Will, and Carl. The pilot just received clearance from the tower to taxi. He filed a flight plan for San Antonio. Well, circle for a bit and then declare a small enough emergency to turn back. That means we should be on the ground here in Laredo in, Niles looked at his watch, exactly 1 hour. By that time, either you're across the border or in FBI custody. Jack nodded his head and then looked toward the rear of the aircraft, where two of his men were quickly coming up the aisle with two large ags. Jack accepted the first, and then looked at the army sergeant who had gathered their equipment. "This everything?" he asked. "Yes, sir. The only item on your list we didn't have is the satellite hookup. Dr. Golding said as long as you have a cell phone, they should have no trouble with communications through our KH-11 Blackbird and Europa." Jack patted the sergeant on his shoulder. "That will have to do," he said, as he made one last check on the contents of the large black bag. The Blackbird he spoke of was the famous but very old KH-11 satellite that had come in handy on more than one occasion. All this meant that Niles was pulling in some assets that were meant for somewhere else. He looked at Everett, who was checking the second bag. "Sergeant, you and the rest of the security team stay with the director. After the plane lands back here in Laredo, no one, and I do mean no one, gets near the aircraft until I return. Is that clear?" The sergeant was soon joined by another Army sergeant and the two Marines. "Sir, can we—" "No," Jack said, and then softened somewhat. "No, Sergeant, this is a job for a small regiment, or 2 or 3 men, and I'm afraid the FBI and the Mexican government have a chokehold on the small regiment thing today. Stay here and protect this aircraft." The sergeant nodded his head. "Your volunteering is duly noted," Jack said, while looking at the Marines also. "All of you." At that moment, they heard the 4 engines of the old and venerable 707 start up. Everett closed the black bag and then gave Jack a thumbs up. "Boss, thanks for this," Jack said, holding his hand out to the director. "Get her back, Colonel. We'll hold off discussion of anything else until we get home to Nevada, if we have a home after this." He smiled and shook Jack's hand, and then Mendenhall's and Haverett's. "You better get below." With those last words, the Army sergeant and the 2 Marines tore away a section of the carpeting just outside of the cockpit and then opened a small trapdoor. "I sure hope the pilot has it in him," Mendenhall said as he looked down into the blackness of the avionics compartment. "Don't worry, Lieutenant. The pilot and Ryan are flying buddies," Everett said as he tossed the second black bag down to Collins far below in the belly of the plane. Mendenhall watched Everett slip down the small ladder and then looked at the director. "Is that crack about Ryan and this pilot supposed to make me feel better about all of this?" Outside the aircraft, the head of the Laredo FBI field office stepped from the hangar where the planning for the joint raid was being finalized. He saw the large 707 start to roll as one of his men handed him the phone. He was connected directly to his director in Washington, who in turn was relaying information to the president. "Yes, sir, their aircraft is preparing for takeoff. They filed a flight plan for San Antonio," the special agent said into his secure cell phone. "No, sir, no one left the aircraft. The colonel and his men are still on board. Yes." Suddenly, the 707 started rolling and made a sharp turn in front of the hangar where the HRT unit and their Mexican counterpart were preparing for their raid across the border. The words of the FBI director and the President of the United States were drowned out by the piercing scream of the Boeing aircraft. With a smirking Niles Compton looking out of one of the passenger windows, the pilot applied his brakes when the 707 was directly in front of the agents and the hangar. He throttled all 4 of the large G engines to near full power, making the wings shake and flutter. The special agent in charge was pushed back toward the open hangar door as a small hurricane of wind and noise buffeted everyone in the building. Men scrambled to close the hangar doors, and the agents on the outside ducked behind the cover of the cars lining the front. As the agents sought protection from the man-made gale force winds pummeling them, they failed to see 3 men scramble from the nose-wheel compartment of the large plane, where they had just torn away the insulation from the avionics room to enter. They ducked and ran for the cover of an idle Black Hawk. The 707 pilot, a true friend of Jason Ryan, applied the last of his power to the 4 engines when one of the FBI agents braved a look over the hood of his Chevrolet. The wings were threatening to be ripped from the aircraft as they wagged up and down as if it were a giant bird. The brakes were overheating as the pilot saw 3 men scramble to a waiting car. Inside the passenger compartment, Niles Compton and a grinning Pete Golding watched as Jack, Carl, and Will Mendenhall pulled quickly out of the secure area just as the pilot pulled back on the aircraft's 4 throttles. He cracked his window and then waved at the agents as if in apology. 15 field men of the FBI's Laredo office finally stood after the man-made windstorm had stopped.
Vauxhall, London, England, Office of MI6, the most successful counterintelligence operations in history, are conducted out of a state-of-the-art building that, thanks to the James Bond films, is currently one of the largest tourist attractions in all of London. From the outside, American, European, and Asian visitors to London can take snapshots and wonder how such a marvelous building could house a brilliant intelligence service and not somehow be much darker because of its intent. Housed deep in the sub-basement of the giant concrete and glass structure was a small and little-known office that housed several supercomputers that had but one function and one function only: to spy on the best friend that the United Kingdom had today, the United States of America. Certain protocols have been handed down from minister to minister over the years that have remained secret for over a century, long before America and Britain were allied together in a mutual defense mode that was brought on through necessity, since World War II. Although spying on each other has been a foregone conclusion since the beginning, no one in either government would ever say the words to confirm it. It just wasn't cricket. The Codebreaker section of MI6, actually titled MI1, has a sub-branch that sits off in a far corner in the darkest recesses of the basement. This section had one specific reason for operations: spying on the cousins across the sea in their communications between law enforcement and intelligence services. It was here that 3 men were hustling about the room after several red flag-coded communications from Langley, Virginia, the home of the Central Intelligence Agency, America's version of MI6, had come in. 2 key words and 1 name had been deciphered from 5 different communications from a field operation being conducted by the American Federal Bureau of Investigation and relayed through the CIA Command Center. One of the 3 men shook his head and slapped the keyboard on his computer. "We get a red flag on the 2 words and 1 name, and there's nothing in the computer on it," the man said in exasperation. "And what's this bloody icon attached to the flag? I've never seen this before." Another man walked over with a computer printout and looked over the operator's shoulder. "You dolt! That flag means this whole thing gets bumped upstairs to ministry level." The man frowned and looked closer at the icon that was flashing next to the red flag beside the 2 words and 1 name in the American communique. "What's this?" he said as he reached for a book that listed all the department numbers and their corresponding computer terminals. "This is bloody strange," he said as he laid the large book on the desk. "It says it not only goes upstairs, but we are to copy Department 1106. That's SIS. You mean it's connected to not only internal security, but foreign as well, the Secret Intelligence Service?" The man behind the operator straightened when he saw another icon start flashing beside the first 2. "This is far above our pay grade, mate. Look at this. It's also to be forwarded to the Ministry of Defense, some office called Bluebell. Why do I have the feeling we just uncorked a stinker here?" the operator said as the supervisor for the area just hung up his desk phone 10 feet away from the 2 operators. "Send it along to the 3 recipients," he said as he turned in his chair with a white face and worried look. "Just get the very thing out of this office." The supervisor turned and ran a hand through his thinning hair and then removed his glasses. "Sometimes I hate this job." The first to receive the communique deciphered from the Americans was the head of SIS, Sir John Kinlow. When he opened the computer package from downstairs, he didn't exactly know what it was he was looking at. He knew because of the red flag, the special security numbers, and the key words that were passed along that this was information only available to certain members of British intelligence. But he had never been briefed on anything such as this before in his 5 years on post.
He knew only his computer terminal would have access to the material concerning the 2 key words and 1 name mentioned by the CIA and the FBI. "Well, 'tis a boring night at any rate," he said as he entered his security code and pulled up the file. Little did the President of the United States know he had inadvertently passed the info to the British when he forwarded the information Niles Compton had passed to him. The code breakers received the information from the communiques of the FBI and CIA when they informed the hostage rescue team of the history of the hacienda. The head of the SIS read, and as he did, his eyes widened. He whistled when he saw the original file date, September 3rd, 1900, the very turn of the century. He looked down at the key words that had set the security alarms off deep inside the code-breaking room downstairs. Perdition, Mexico, and finally the name mentioned, Lawrence Jackson Ambrose. Sir John clicked on the heading for the file and started reading. By the time he was done, it was near 8 o'clock at night. While he had read the top-secret file, his secretary had buzzed several times without him answering the calls. Finally, when she poked her head into his office, he hastily waved her off without looking up from his computer screen. It wasn't until he read the file another 2 times that he finally looked away and shook his head. "What in the hell were they thinking back then?" he said to no one but himself. "What kind of bloody mess did we inherit?" Another knock sounded at the door, and this time the secretary came in without waiting. She saw Sir John looking as pale as she had ever seen him. The man had been practically euphoric for the past year since his office was instrumental in the American operation that killed the world's leading terrorist Osama bin Laden, and he hadn't come down from that high for 10 months, until tonight. "Sir John, the Minister of Defense is on the line, and he is very adamant about speaking to you. He said it is of the highest priority." Sir John acted as though he didn't hear his secretary. She came a few steps closer into the darkened office and then jumped when he suddenly straightened in his large chair and snatched up his phone, practically slamming his finger down on the flashing button. "Kinlow," he said, not too delicately into the phone. "Yes, I just read it, several times as a matter of fact. Just how in the hell are we to hush this up without exposing this massive gosh cake?" The secretary watched Sir John start to rub his left temple, and then he looked up and waved her out of the office as if a sudden plague had erupted at Vauxhall. "Look, Wes, we cannot allow ourselves to be brought down by something like this. If even a smattering of this dirty business leaks out, the media would eat us alive, not counting our friends across the ocean. Could this possibly be real? I mean, my faith in everything has just gone wrong, old boy." Sir John listened to the Minister of Defense and was soon joined in conference by the head of external intelligence who had just been on the phone to the Prime Minister's office. "Do we have a consensus as to how we handle this mess?" the Minister of MI5 asked his counterparts. "Maybe it's just a coincidence," Sir John said into the phone, not believing the tale he had just read. "Maybe the key words in the communique were a coincidence, Mexico and perdition, but the name? You read the file, gentlemen, the same as I. Can we afford to ignore the name of Lawrence Jackson Ambrose? I think not, at least not after the horrid facts of this sordid affair. Great Britain would never live this down. We cannot handle this mess ourselves, as we cannot be connected to this if things blow up, and they always do. We need an outside source to deal with this," said Sir John as he stood from his chair and paced a few steps away from his desk.
"May I suggest we bring in our source at Langley? Maybe he can utilize the new teams they are putting together," he said, not even wanting to mention the contact's name. "The operators, after being suspended from activities the last 5 years, are back in business again. They are now being run by our friend at Langley. Let him get a handle on this thing and close it out for good. We'll owe them something awful, but I see it as the only way." "Excellent," answered the Minister of Defense. "Sir John, you are closest to our asset there. Can you get the ball rolling, as the Americans would say? I think we best not use any American euphemisms for the time being. After all, if they find out what our good old government did back in the day, they may not be that pleased with us. Sir John finally sat back down in his chair and regained some of the composure he was known for. I just can't believe they were capable of this kind of massive cover-up back then. Think what you want. We need to settle this thing, the head of foreign intelligence said. Sir John nodded his head and absent-mindedly hung up his phone without saying anything else, and not even realizing the men on the other end of the phone couldn't see his nod. He reached over and unlocked his right-hand drawer and pulled out a small book. He quickly ran his finger down a list of code names and numbers and then took a deep breath and made the call. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. The Special Operations Director for Field Incursions, or what amounted to the Dirty Tricks Department, a man that racked up favors from others in the intelligence community for cashing in at a later date, hung up his phone. He shook his head knowing that the Brits had screwed up royally on this one. He laughed. The whole thing was of minor concern to him. The operations director flipped a switch on his computer, and there appeared a coded email from MI6 that he immediately opened and read. The details were all there. It was just missing the whys and what fors, and those he really didn't care about. He almost wanted to laugh. What kind of story were they trying to get him to believe? Oh, he would send the black team in all right. They'll even destroy the serum and lab equipment if it's all still there, but he will also learn the truth about what it is they were so afraid of across the water. He finally reached for his phone and made the call to the black team that he and his superior had just reinstated as part of his small department. The team used to be a part of a corporate security department that worked for a defunct defense contractor, and they were known to be rather ruthless. He and his superior had seen a need in the future to bring this nightmare back into being, and now they would be sent on their first field assignment since they were brought back into the fold. What better way of testing these men than this little farce in Mexico? After all, his job was to be a sneaky, mean bastard, and that meant everyone was fair game. He knew himself to be a true patriot. The man who ran Dirty Tricks, Hiram Vickers, made the call to one of the most ruthless security teams in the history of the United States, now being run by a rogue element inside CIA at Langley, and once thought destroyed, the Black Team, also known in American myth as the Men in Black. The border crossing at Nuevo Laredo. A half hour after Jack, Carl, and Mendenhall had made good their escape from the international airport, they found themselves at the checkpoint, ready to start their second unofficial invasion of Mexico. The border guard eyed them, and then after all the nervousness in the preceding minutes, he just waved them through, with an admonition to spend as many dollars as they could while in Mexico. Everett had nodded his head, smiled, and made a drinking gesture at the border guard. "What are Pete's glossy 8x10s telling you, Jack?" Everett asked, as he checked his rearview mirrors out of paranoia. "Well," Collins said from the back seat of the stolen 2005 Chevy Blazer, "it looks like we're going to get a little wet, and our knees may get scraped up some, but Pete and his female computer counterpart actually pulled something out of the official geological survey of Mexico." Jack leaned forward as Everett drove and perched himself between Carl and Mendenhall and showed them what Pete Golding had found. "Here by the river we have a culvert that runs from the Rio Grande 10 miles inland almost directly into Perdition. The hacienda is very near, sitting right on it. Maybe it was used in the old days to feed river water to some sort of agriculture." Will took the old map first and studied it, and then he looked over the Predator intelligence picture. "Colonel, this survey map is dated 1927. Will half turned in his seat as Jack reached into the back and pulled out the bags they had packed back on the 707. "Do you think that old concrete culvert is still there? The opening at the river is there, and I suspect it's still used by illegals crossing the border. It's watched by the U.S. Border Patrol, but not until after nightfall." Jack quickly looked at his watch. "That means we have about 15 minutes to get inside that thing before we start hearing helicopters coming down on us. I take it our plan ends at that point?" Mendenhall asked, lowering the map and the photos. "See, Will, you hang around us long enough and you start figuring out how we work," Everett said, smiling as he turned off the main road and tore down a large side street that ran along the Rio Grande. As Jack started passing over to Mendenhall their night clothing, body armor, and night vision scopes, his cell phone rang. He opened it and answered.
He closed his eyes for a moment and then thanked the person on the other end. Ryan just came out of surgery. The doctors say he'll make a full recovery. He's already awake and wondering where everyone is. Mendenhall in the front seat looked out of the passenger window inside. His best friend was going to live, and he had a hard time not showing his commanding officers how close he and the Navy aviator had become. Collins watched Will for a moment and then closed his large hand over Mendenhall's shoulder. He never did hide feelings that well. "The culvert should be right around here somewhere," Everett said as he slowed the Blazer down to a crawl. Collins looked back across the river and saw no traffic on the U.S. side of the border, but he knew that didn't mean there weren't eyes on them. "Here we go," Carl said as he pulled to a stop. The culvert's opening was hard to spot in the setting sun, but Everett was right. It was there, half camouflaged by weeds and other river growth. As they started pulling on their body armor and other clothing, Will reached into their bag of tricks and pulled out his weapon of choice, a silenced or suppress-equipped German-made MP5 submachine gun. Will called it his oldie but goodie. He handed Collins and Everett their Berettas, and they equipped themselves with the weapon they had used most of their careers, the M14 carbine, an M16 variant that also came with suppressors. All three assault weapons were laser sighting equipped. Everett had what Mendenhall called the captain's courageous weapon, with the M203 grenade launcher attached, what the captain called his big negotiator. They each placed their night vision scopes onto their heads and then darkened their faces with grease paint. Everett watched Collins as he handed him the extra magazines of 5.56 ammunition and tossed Mendenhall 6 extra clips of 9mm rounds for his MP5. "She's still alive, Jack," Carl said as Collins stopped what he was doing and then just nodded his head. "Then let's get over there and make sure she stays that way." With that, Everett took the lead and started for the culvert's wide opening. He stopped short and quickly brought up his weapon.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. With his night vision scope raised up over his brow, he must have scared someone because there was a small yelp, and then Jack and Will heard a child start crying. Collins stepped forward and saw what had stopped Everett at the opening. "He'll be very surprised," Mendenhall said as the last of the sun vanished. Inside the covert were about 8 women, 6 children, and 4 very frightened men. They all had bundles of clothing, and the men were wearing backpacks. Collins stepped forward, lowering his weapon. "Hola," he said, and tried his best to smile. "Se habla English?" he asked, as he saw 2 of the children were barefoot. "Si," the first man said as he stepped forward. "Immigracion?" the thin man asked, as he removed his dirty and worn cowboy hat and half raised his hands. They all 3 noticed that he stepped in between the women and children and the heavily armed men he faced. "No," Jack said as he took in the frightened men and women. As far as he could see, they weren't being escorted by the slimy men that charged Mexicans their life savings to get them across the border. Collins reached into his black nylon pants and produced a pair of large wire cutters. Everett and Mendenhall exchanged looks of curiosity. Jack handed the man the cutters. "Good luck. Try crossing a mile or so downriver. This place is watched after dark." The man hesitantly took the dikes from the strange and dark man in front of him, and then he nodded his head as Jack, followed by Everett and Mendenhall, squeezed past the family attempting to get across the border for new life in the United States. "You never cease to amaze me, Colonel," Will said as he lowered his night vision goggles. "I can't blame people for being poor and hungry and out of work, Lieutenant." With that small confrontation behind them, the 3 men invaded Mexico. Perdition's Gate, Nuevo Laredo, Mexico. Sarah McTire looked up as the door to the cell room opened. Several of the teenage girls whimpered and tried to bury themselves into the rear wall of their prison. Sarah turned to face them and held her index finger to her lips, trying to quiet the young and very frightened women. She laid the head of Henri Farbeau gently onto the concrete floor, just as Guzman stepped through into the light. He was followed by 3 of his men. The anaconda stepped up to the old and rusty bars. "Senora, I have a question for you," he said as he smiled his best disarming smile. "Just who are you?" "I'm a geologist," Sarah answered, not allowing her eyes to shy away from the small man before her. The anaconda put a hand to his mouth and then lowered it after he had thought something through. "I find that hard to believe. First, we have a retired lieutenant colonel from the French army trying to rescue you, or buy you as it may be, and now we have a joint operation between your government and mine to conduct the same action only on a far more violent scale, all on yours or Professor Stansfield's behalf. Now I own the woman from Baylor, but I don't own you. So I'm afraid the popularity is strictly yours." Sarah stepped closer to the bars. "I really don't give a flying really what you think. Your men shot and killed 2 friends of mine and 2 other good men. So if you would just ask your men to sit this one out, and you allow me out of this cell, I'll defeat you from here to the border." Sarah actually grabbed the cell's bars tight enough to make the skin on her fingers turn white with the pressure. Juan Guzman laughed out loud and then looked back at his men. They didn't take Sarah's threat to their boss as well as he did. "If my madre heard you speak that way, she would wash your mouth out with lye soap, little woman." He stepped closer and the smile disappeared. "The raid across the border will not happen, so lower your hopes. El Presidente has had a change of heart. He has canceled all plans to rescue you. He instead will send out the local police to investigate the incident at the archaeological site this afternoon, of which I have guaranteed him personally that all attempts will be made to get to the bottom of that despicable crime." "You slimy jerk," Sarah said, staring a hole through the fierce anaconda. "At least get the professor and my friend to a doctor." "I have many questions to ask our friend here, but," he gestured to one of his men, stepped forward and unlocked the cell, making Sarah step back. "Professor Stansfield, I can assist right now." The cell door opened with a loud screech, and Guzman stepped in, followed closely by his men. He easily reached out and removed the sawed-off shotgun from the first guard, and then placed the barrel to the blond professor's head. He looked up and smiled at Sarah. Second Lieutenant Sarah McIntyre couldn't believe the ruthlessness of what she was about to witness. Sarah started forward, trying desperately to get to Guzman, but she was grabbed by the ankle and stopped. She looked down and couldn't believe the man holding her back from attempting to save Stansfield was Henry Farbeau. He was holding on with both arms as she tried to kick away from him. Sarah stopped struggling when the sound of both barrels of the shotgun reverberated in the closed space, sending Sarah down to the ground. Out of frustration, she started crying and nearly vomited when she looked up and saw that the professor from Baylor University no longer had most of her head. "You murdering son of a difficult person," she cried as she lowered her head, kicking Henry's grip free of her ankle. "Now, Senora, remember this lesson when I come back to ask you more pointedly just who you are. And this act of being a simple geologist, well, as you can see, I don't take disappointments well at all. This woman was an employee, as you are not, so I will be very straightforward with my questions to an outsider." He tossed the still smoking shotgun to the guard and then stepped out of the cell and started up the stairs. The guard looked at Sarah and then gave Farbeau a hard kick to his stomach, making him curl up into a bloody ball. Sarah noticed he didn't even let out a grunt. He did, however, look up at the guard with murderous eyes. The fat man smiled and then followed his boss out of the cell and the basement. Sarah lay on the floor a moment, trying to regain some of her composure. Her ears were still ringing from the blast of the shotgun, but that ringing was also successfully drowning out the cries of the frightened young girls sitting on mattresses lining the walls. "You have a tendency to drive men a little mad, dear Sarah." "Shut up, Henry. You stopped me." "I could've," said Henry, stopping her complaint before it was fully voiced. He tried to sit up, but fell over. Sarah eased herself over to the Frenchman and pulled his head off the cold floor. She remained silent for a moment as she cradled his head in her lap once more. "And what are you going to do when he comes for these girls?" she asked, giving Farbeau a small test of her own. She looked straight ahead, knowing in advance what his answer was going to be. "Nothing, dear Sarah." He opened his eyes and looked at her as she said,
"Colonel, we've landed back at the airport. Imagine our surprise to see that the hostage rescue team hasn't budged from the hangar. The Mexican element is no longer on station. Jack, their mission is on hold." Niles Compton became silent after delivering the bad news. "There goes our cover," he said as he angrily tossed the energy drink into the moving water at his feet. Everett glanced at Mendenhall and saw the young lieutenant just shake his head, knowing without being told that the diversion they had hoped for was no longer an option. "Jack, I think I should come clean with the president. He could possibly get this Guzman's attention and give you some time to move in. That would end up costing you your job. No, I'm sending Will and Carl back now." Everett smiled and shook his head. He set his jaw, a look Collins knew well. "Tell Dr. Compton that I quit." "Me too," Will added as he tried to get comfortable in the curving tune of the covert. Collins shook his head. "Okay, we're going ahead. Do what you can without letting the president know you were involved. This is my thing, and I'll be the only one to hang for it." Jack closed the cell phone and looked at the other two men who waited for his angry rebuke at their failing to follow his orders. He opened his mouth to speak, but Everett stopped him by holding up his own gloved hand. No words needed to be exchanged after that. Colonel Jack Collins nodded his thanks and then turned to finish the last 3 miles to perdition. Laredo International Airport, Laredo, Texas. Niles waited in front of the large-screen television for his call to be answered.
It didn't take the president long. I answer my phone, but you don't answer yours. Is that the way things work now, Niles? You have my apologies. Niles paused and removed his glasses. I was in the air as a diversion for Colonel Collins and his 2 men to leave the aircraft. The president looked through the camera on top of the monitor on his small laptop inside the Oval Office and didn't say a word. He waited. "My orders," Niles finally said. "I think it was wrong of you not to allow me to use the assets of my department to rescue one of my people. And now that this rescue mission has been suspended, delayed, I don't believe you ever had a handle on the situation, at least as well as you thought you did." The president stared at the face of the best friend he ever had. The polar opposite of himself in most everything except politics, Niles usually knew just how far he could push his buddy from their college days. And as usual, his conscience, as he called Compton while by himself, was right. The president of Mexico is juggling too much. Really, he's hanging on to power by the skin of his teeth. This Guzman has a long reach, and the whole of the Mexican government is terrified of him. This is clearly an act of war if they are allowing this to continue unchecked. Compton said, Baldy, "They don't believe young McIntyre is even on his property any longer. They say she's already been moved." "But the president held his hand up. "We know Guzman is lying, Baldy. That hacienda is now covered by more cameras than they had at last year's Super Bowl." The president closed his eyes while he thought a moment. He opened them and then looked at his friend 2,000 miles away in Laredo. "This madman thinks he's immune, that we have our hands tied. And he's right to a point. With Department 5656 so black in nature, Congress would hang me in front of the Capitol for sending in an armed force over there for a purely law enforcement issue." The president shook his head angrily and held up his hand once more when he saw that Niles was about to explode. Compton was joined by Pete Golding at the communications console. He sat out of picture range and placed his hand on the director's arm to calm him down. "If this fails, of course you have my resignation. Resign? No, that won't happen. If you attempt it, I will fire and then whoever else I need to fire and then order you back to the group without some of your key people. Is sneaky little jerk Pete Golding there listening? I know he is, so he's witness to what I say. And if for 1 minute you don't think I have the power to do it, just try me, Director Compton. Friends are very. And I want to speak with Colonel Collins if he gets out of this mess without getting whacked in Mexico. Now, what can I do to assist the colonel and get my people back safely?" Niles dipped his head in thanks. "Remember, Baldy, they're also my people, not just yours." Perdition Hacienda, Nuevo Laredo, Mexico. Collins, Mendenhall, and Everett stopped to take a breath. They were muddy and filthy, and because at several points in the long, winding freshwater culvert they had encountered age-old cave-ins and a narrowing of the pipe itself, their backs ached, and all 3 were feeling the cramps in their legs. "They don't describe things like this in all those Be All You Can Be or Army of One commercials, do they, Lieutenant?" Everett said, smiling as he removed a small black box from Jack's backpack. He opened the box and then quickly removed a small flashlight-looking device attached to the box by a long cord. "According to GPS, we're about a half a mile from the hacienda. It's time to see just how much company we have waiting for us out there," Everett said as he spied the broken culvert a few feet ahead of them. Jack only nodded his agreement. As Carl positioned himself near the break, he lowered his night vision goggles and slowly eased himself upward toward the now star-filled sky above them. As his head came free of the underground world, he brought the heat-sensing probe up and pointed it toward the spot he hoped the hacienda was located. Down below him, Jack wiped sweat from his face and brought the small LCD monitor online. His heart sank when, one by one, each of the roving patrols of Guzman's guards appeared as a bright blob of red, yellow, and white heat. Collins hissed as Will looked over his shoulder. "How are we looking?" Everett whispered from above them. Jack could only lower the monitor back into the small black box and then, in anger, kick it away. "What was I thinking?" he asked no one but himself. Everett eased himself back down into the culvert and then looked from Mendenhall to the colonel. "What's wrong now?" he said as he coiled up the long cord and replaced the heat sensor back on its clip on the side of the black box. "At least 200 men between us and the hacienda," Mendenhall answered for Jack. Will shook his head at Everett, not wanting the colonel to see the gesture, one of hopelessness. He then moved off farther down the culvert toward perdition. Jack was thinking furiously when Mendenhall returned. "More good news here. The culvert ends. We have a massive collapse of the concrete, and it's pretty much filled in ahead." Collins lowered his head and angrily slapped at his wool cap and pulling it free of his head along with the night vision goggles. Everett was also lost for words. He knew they were trained to think on the fly, to improvise. That's how Special Forces operatives thought. But now they were all out of options. To make a run on the hacienda through all of that open space was suicide, especially against well-armed men that basically used the same night equipment as themselves. "I'm all out of ideas," Collins said as he stared at the running water beneath his feet. Everett thought as hard as he could, but he could see no way out of their dilemma. He thought the colonel was not going to say anything when Jack suddenly removed his right-hand glove and then shoved it into the flowing water at his feet. The small stream from the Rio Grande was moving at a pretty good clip south, toward the hacienda. "Will, if the culvert is collapsed ahead, where in the world is this water disappearing to?" he asked as he replaced his cap and night vision goggles and then lowered them and moved off to the spot Mendenhall had been at earlier. Everett gave Will a curious look and then followed Jack.
Mendenhall, instead of going with his commanding officers, leaned once more against the old and cracked concrete of the culvert and pulled out another foil container of energy drink. When Everett caught up with Jack 20 feet farther along the culvert, he saw the colonel was looking down at the water as it disappeared about a foot before the cave-in. "Look at this," he said without looking up at Everett. "Where in the world is this water draining off to?" "It could be anything, Jack. Maybe there's a fault under the old culvert, but—" Before Jack could state his own opinion on the disappearing stream, they both heard a loud crack, and then the vibration hit them and they felt the cave-in. Collins knew immediately what had happened, and bending over, ran past Everett. When he got to the spot they had just been, he raised his goggles and then quickly turned on a small flashlight and panned it around through the swirling dust. Everett hurried in behind him, and Jack had to put his hand out to stop Carl before he fell into the large hole that had appeared at the very spot they had been just a moment before. Will, are you alive down there?" Collins asked as he leaned over the hole where the water was falling on a prone shape about 10 feet below them. He saw movement. "Yeah, I hit my freaking tailbone though, and I bit my tongue. Other than that, I think I'm in one piece. What in the hell did you fall into?" Jack saw a light come on far below, and then he saw Mendenhall go to his knees in the gathering water as it fell into the hole from above. "A tunnel," he called up through the swirling dust. He saw something dug into the side of the tunnel and then plucked it from the wall. "It's a reinforced tunnel, and it's an old one, Colonel," he said as he leaned back and heaved the object up and through the hole where Collins caught it. "A lantern," Jack said as he looked it over and then handed it to Everett. The lantern had an old reflection dish attached to its back. They all knew that the reflector was once used to add enhanced light to the otherwise weak oil-filled lantern. "This is over 100 years old," Everett said. "We have so many in our vaults at the group that I would recognize them anywhere." Down below, Jack watched as Mendenhall limped off toward the south. He knew it wasn't prudent to start shouting in the enclosed space, so he would have to be patient while the lieutenant did his job, one that he was very good at. It only took a few minutes for Will to return, the longest few minutes of Jack's life. Mendenhall looked up at the two officers as they waited for his word. "You're not going to believe this one, Colonel. We have a large door down here,
It's half buried, but it's a door to somewhere. Jack shook his head and then, without hesitation, made the jump down to join Mendenhall. Everett quickly followed. When Collins examined the tunnel, he saw that it was well worn and expertly constructed. Every few feet there were old timbers supporting the roof and walls of the excavation. Every 10 feet or so there was another oil lantern half dug into the dirt wall. He used his flashlight to examine the door Mendenhall had found. It was buried almost to the top, with a small cave-in that happened many years before their arrival on site. Jack tossed his light to Will and then started scraping dirt away. Everett joined him while Mendenhall kept the light on them both. Using the stock of his weapon, Carl made more headway than Jack, and they soon had the old wooden door uncovered. "The lady or the tiger?" Everett quipped as he tried the old and rusty latch. "I'm betting on the lady," Jack said, hoping beyond hope it was a secret way into perdition. Carl tugged on the door, but it refused to budge. He gripped the old steel handle with both gloved hands and tried again. This time the door opened so suddenly that it caught Everett unawares. The cascade of sand and dirt almost covered him before Jack could pull him free of the avalanche of debris from the opposite side of the wooden door. Mendenhall stepped forward and his eyes widened. In the greenish hue of the ambient light goggles, a secret underground world opened up beyond the door. He raised his goggles and brought his flashlight up and shined it around. The dust was thick, but that didn't stop Will from seeing an amazing sight. It looked like an ancient underground laboratory. He recognized items used in the labs back at the group, and many more things that were just as unfamiliar to him too. Jack and Everett added their light to the strange scene in front of them. "What in the world did we just open up?" Will asked as his light played over tables, glassware, and in one corner of the concrete-lined room, barrels upon barrels of something stacked 3 high. Collins stepped into the room over the large mound of dirt and sand that had buried the door on both sides. He quickly shut down his flashlight and then gestured for Everett and Mendenhall to do the same. He placed his hand with fingers curled inward as an order to cease all movement. He was looking up at the high ceiling above their heads. He looked back at the 2 men who had frozen just inside the door. Above them, there was light filtering through small cracks in the wooden planks directly over their heads. Jack tapped his right ear and pointed, and that's when Carl and Rill heard it. It was the sound of women weeping. Before Jack could turn and say anything, he flipped on his light once more when his hackles rose. He played the light around the large laboratory, and then the beam slicing through the swirling dusk struck upon an even more eerie sight. There, a few feet farther into the room, was another cave-in, and at the edges of the pile of dirt, sand, and concrete were the remains of khaki-colored leggings. They were old, possibly turn of the century old. The boots were time-worn and brown, and that made Collins aware that they had stumbled into something that the drug kingpin didn't know about his house south of the border. A secret and long-buried site that had once been a laboratory for an American scientist named Professor Lawrence Jackson Ambrose. Above their heads, they heard more cries and whimpers from many, many women. "I have a feeling that we have both, the lady, or ladies," and as he heard the steps of heavy boots walk directly over their heads, Jack added, "and the tiger." "Well," Everett said, easing back the charging handle of his automatic weapon, "I didn't put on my best suit to stand here looking stupid." Jack nodded his head and then started screwing a suppressor onto his 9mm. "Let's see what kind of quality help the Anaconda has at his disposal." After searching the collapsed areas, a space Everett had dubbed Mr. Wizard's laboratory, Jack became convinced there may be no way up through the flooring except to blow their way through, which wouldn't be too stealthy at all. He lowered his suppressed Beretta, raised the ambient light goggles, and then wiped the sweat from his brow. He heard Will in the far corner digging at the area where the body lay covered by the debris from the 100-year-old collapse of the floor above them. "Jack, whoever repaired the floor above this one never realized anything was down here. That's my best guess. They must have covered up any access to this area during their repairs. Look up there. Half the flooring is wood, and the half closer to the walls is concrete. Carl swiped at the sweat he had built up in the search. Gosh, Mendenhall hissed as he stumbled backward from where he had been digging out the body. Jack flinched at the loudness of Mendenhall's frightened voice. Will realized his mistake by crying out, but made no apologies as he straightened up and then placed his hands on his knees. Everett and Collins joined him and then looked around to make sure any extra lighting they put on the scene would not be seen through the cracks in the flooring over their heads.
Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Suspenseful pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Satisfied. Both men added their flashlights to the one Mendenhall had shining on the collapse. "You tell me just what in the world that is," Will said, shining his light on a large lump next to the skeletal remains of the uniformed soldier he had pulled free. He was taking deep breaths in an attempt to get his fear under control. The white coat was in tatters, and through the swirling dust they could see a skull that was horribly malformed. The teeth in the grinning skull were long and crooked. But what had frightened Will so much were the thick, long, and beastly-looking arm bones that were exposed through the torn and aged white coat. The eye sockets of the remains were overly large, and the mouth that held the long, sharp teeth was the same. "Whoa," Everett said, conscious to the fact of keeping his voice low. He held his light on the scene as Collins bent low to inspect Will's find. Jack could make out the remains of a beard, the coarse hair of which was lying next to the skull. There were bits and pieces of it still clinging to the lower jawline of the remains. All in all, Collins had only seen something like this a few other times, and that was because they had remains such as these in the vaults deep inside the Event Group compound in Nevada. They were nearly matching the skeletal remains of what is known as Neanderthal man. Only this skeleton was much larger than the small specimens the group had inside the vaults. He moved his light to the remains of the uniformed skeleton. "Jack, are you seeing what I see?" Everett said, as Will stepped up and joined them, adding his light to theirs. Indeed, Jack was seeing the large teeth marks on the remains of the much smaller skeleton. Through the ragged and aged blouse of the soldier, both arms had been snapped in two, and the teeth marks upon the bone were evident. "I don't think a cave-in can explain that," Collins said as he duck-walked forward and then pulled the upper torso of the remains free of the dirt and sand. He saw something shiny in the flashlight's beam. "Look at this," he said as he raised the collar so Will and Carl could see. There was a U.S. button on the left collar, and on the epaulette was the emblem Jack recognized immediately. It was a shield with the upper half of a rearing horse. The walking bear on top of the shield gave the unit its identity, the 8th Cavalry Regiment. "Then I guess the report from Pete was accurate enough," Everett said, his eyes not moving from the large bite indentations in the bone of the 100-year-old remains. Jack noticed something in the collapsed debris and reached out and picked it up. It was a large chunk of old concrete. He lifted it to his nose and smelled. He then tossed the small piece to Everett, who did the same. "Dynamite, or something close to it," Carl said as he found others near the two bodies. As he examined the piece of concrete, he noticed a strap of some kind poking from the remains of the rubble. He dropped the scorched remains of old flooring and reached down and tugged on the strap. He saw that the old piece of coarse material was starting to rip away, so he went to his knees and dug out not only the strap, but a cracked and weathered saddlebag. He saw the U.S. marking on the double bag, and then opened it up, shining his flashlight inside. His eyes widened as he saw the gleaming, glistening objects inside. Carl stepped away from Jack and Mendenhall and toward the far wall of the old laboratory. He sat the bag down easily and then stepped away. "What is it?" Collins asked as he noticed the careful way Carl handled the old saddlebag. "Oh, about 20 sticks of old dynamite, with enough nitroglycerin sweating out of it to blow this room to bits. That's the nice thing about dynamite. It only gets better with age." "What do you make of these, Colonel?" Mendenhall said as he stepped over to several of the undamaged wooden barrels. He bent over and with his gloved hand started to pick up some of the fallen contents, but before he could, Jack reached out and stayed his hand. Collins just shook his head. "They look like dried flowers," he said, and then saw Jack's eyes as he took in barrel upon barrel of the same foul-smelling and fermenting dry goods. Mendenhall was suddenly glad the colonel had stopped him from touching the contents. "Jack, this stuff, it looks like poppies, but not anything I have ever seen before," Everett said as he examined more of the sealed barrels. "Maybe Guzman is producing heroin down here," Will offered. "Not unless his great-grandfather was down here making it." Jack straightened and looked around the large room, only half of which they could see due to the cave-in. His light illuminated 100 glass jars on shelves that had survived the eruption. Then he moved the light to a small table with many steel syringes upon its top. He was about to comment when there was a loud noise that came through the floorboards from above. Heavy boots of more than just a few men had entered the basement above them. "I will ask one last time, who you work for. My contacts at your front company, Texaco, say they have never heard of you." Jack tried to trace the voice, but ran into the thickest part of the cave-in. He tracked the sound with his Beretta aimed, but knew he could blindly shoot up through the floorboards. "Then you leave me no choice. I will leave my brother Eduardo here to ask again. He will not be as polite." All three men below the voices heard the men above turn and again vanish up what must have been a set of stairs. "I have looked forward to this since we took you this afternoon," the deeper voice said as the sound of keys was heard through the cracks in the wood flooring. "You're the son of a difficult person that shot my friend at the excavation site." Jack closed his eyes as he heard the female voice. Everett patted Collins on the shoulder and nodded his head. Sarah was alive. The smile immediately left Carl's face when they heard the keys enter the lock. "See, I shot your friends, just as I am going to start shooting everyone in this cell, starting with the girls you seem destined to protect." The creaking of the cell door opening was heard, and Jack's face became a set piece of rage, just as the screams came from women they couldn't see. Jack heard a slap and a grunt, and he assumed Sarah had just been struck. Then he heard, "Ah, ever the hero, senor." They all heard a thud, and then a loud grunt. "Stop it," came Sarah's voice. "That's the jerk that killed Udall and shot Ryan," Mendenhall hissed. "Quiet, Lieutenant," Everett hissed. Will stormed off to the far wall where the glass jars of liquid and some of the powders were stored. He felt like striking out and slapping all of them onto the floor. Collins knew he had to chance it. He holstered his 9mm, raised the M14 carbine, and aimed it at the old wood flooring above, ready to cut his way through. Everett reached out and placed an old rickety stool beneath the spot where Jack was about to make a brand new doorway. "No," Will said, almost not loud enough to stop them. Collins angrily lowered the weapon and then pointed to a section of the flooring above the stored jars on the shelving against the far wall. Somehow, they had missed that area in their recent search. As they looked, Mendenhall was pointing at a spot that had 2 missing planks in the flooring. Jack closed his eyes, thankful that Will had found what he had. He nodded. He and Everett—
"Besides, that pig shot my friend," Mendenhall said as he reached out and took Jack's 9mm out of its holster. He handed over his MP5 and then made sure he had a round chambered in the Beretta. He also twisted on the large suppressor at the barrel's tip to make sure it hadn't worked its way loose since they entered the culvert. Collins nodded his head as he realized that in the past 5 years, Mendenhall had surpassed him and Everett both at the gun range. The lieutenant was now the best shot he had ever trained. "Don't you miss," Everett said before Jack could. "Or don't come back," said Jack, trying to get Will to relax. Mendenhall dipped his head and then took a deep breath. "I've counted 3 hanging light fixtures through the cracks in the flooring. Do you think you old guys can take them out through an inch of wood?" The 2 men didn't respond, but did give Will a dirty look. "Good. I'll wait until it's dark before I take that slimy jerk out." Everett bent to one knee and cupped his hands together. "If you really blow this up, I'll be the first to tell Ryan you missed the guy who shot him." After Will nodded his head, he took a few more breaths and then stepped into the hands of the captain. Then he was up and through the empty space where the planks were missing. Everett quickly scrambled away after making sure Mendenhall didn't have to beat a hasty retreat. "I figure you take out the light here. I'll get the one closest to the cell, and then we meet to take out the middle one. The darkness should give Will the time and advantage he needs." "Right," Everett said, as he raised his M14 at the gap between the planks above. "Jack, what about the girls in the cell?" "Everyone goes home tonight." Carl nodded his head and then took up his station as Jack moved to the closest spot he could get, standing right over the 100-year-old corpses. He looked down at the strange, malformed shape of the white-coated man, and he too took his breaths and then aimed as best he could, knowing it would take more than one shot to douse the light above. Just as he aimed, he heard more screams from above. Collins gave Everett the nod he was waiting for, and a moment later all hell broke loose at Perdition Hacienda. The brother of Juan Guzman kicked Farbeau as hard as he could when the Frenchman had once more tried to trip him up. Sarah lashed out with her hand, and that was when the man hit her across the bridge of the nose with his automatic, eliciting a round of screams from the teenage girls cowering against the wall inside the cell. The man smiled and then easily reached out and plucked a young Mexican girl up by her black hair. Sarah swiped blood away from her broken nose and tried to clear her eyes of the tears that had formed. Farbeau was actually trying to stand and had made it to one knee when the dark eyes of his soon-to-be killer turned and smiled at his feeble attempt. He aimed the automatic at Henri as the struggling girl in his other hand kicked and screamed.
"Goodbye, senor," he said, just as the flooring beneath their feet erupted in a loud, splintering sound. Wood chips flew in all directions as 6 rounds penetrated the floor beneath them. The light, only a few feet away, exploded as the heavy rounds found their mark at just the same moment the light farther down the corridor was hit from below. As the man's eyes widened, he saw Sarah out of the corner of his peripheral vision dive on top of Farbeau, shielding him with her own body. The man quickly took aim as the third and middle light blew up as more than 15 high-velocity rounds smashed through the wood. The cell area went completely black, with the exception of the weak lighting farther down the long corridor. As Guzman's brother aimed his weapon just as the lights were extinguished, Sarah just knew she was about to feel several of the animal's bullets slam into her back as she covered the Frenchman. Instead, she felt and heard a whizzing sound, and at the same moment, a loud clacking noise. She felt the wetness strike her body from above, and she heard the girl her would-be killer was holding scream again. There was a loud thump, and as Sarah's eyes adjusted to the dim lighting emanating from down the hallway, she saw the body of Guzman's brother fall in front of her and Farbeau. He still had the girl's hair gripped in his right hand. Sarah saw the top of the man's head was now gone. She heard a noise not far from the cell, and then the hastily whispered words, "Clear." Sarah felt like yelling when she saw the dark shape take form as the man advanced toward the cell. She could see the outline of the shape and a reflection of light on glass, and then she knew who it was. "Will," she said, as she unceremoniously pushed Henri aside and ran to the cell door. "Hey, what's up?" Mendenhall said as she started working the key that was still dangling from the lock. Would you mind telling your young friend there she can stop screaming for the moment? There's still plenty to do tonight, so she'll probably have chances to scream all she wants," Mendenhall said as the cell door creaked open. "God," she said as she took Will into her arms and hugged him tightly. "It's good to see you. How in the hell did you find me, and how did you get in?" Mendenhall pushed her back a step and raised the ambient light goggles. "Well, the colonel was so pissed that you stood and his mother up, he came personally to kick your ass." That was when Sarah saw the 2 figures standing 20 feet away from the cell. Everett raised his goggles up and then started brushing wood chips from his shoulders. The man standing to her direct front also removed his night vision equipment. "Strange company you're keeping these days," Collins said, as his eyes moved from Sarah to the man trying to pick himself up off the floor. Sarah ran through the cell door and hugged Jack as if she had never hugged anyone before. Hey, there's not a lot of time here. Gather these girls up." Sarah pushed back from Collins and looked into his eyes. "Don't tell me you guys are alone?" "Yes, please don't tell us that, Colonel." Jack looked from Sarah to the man using the bars as a brace to stand. "He came here specifically to get me out, Jack," Sarah said, taking his arm before he could enter the cell. "I bet he did," he answered, as he shook Sarah's hand from his, stepped inside the cell, and assisted the Frenchman to his feet. On his way past M'Intyre, Everett shoved a white handkerchief into her. "In case you didn't notice, your nose is broken." Sarah took it and swiped at her painful break. Everett and Mendenhall stepped in behind Jack and hurriedly gestured for the young girls to be quiet and get the hell out of there. They were young, but they also knew it was time to go. 16 girls ran for the cell door all at once, pushing Jack and Farbeau out of the way as they scrambled into the corridor. "Jack, you didn't answer me. Are you guys the cavalry?" "Honey, I'm afraid the only cavalry here tonight has been dead for close to 100 years. Everett walked past her and a stunned Farbeau who had his arm around Jack's shoulder as he too was removed from the cell. "We are what you would call short-handed, and probably out of work." Sarah sighed as she followed the men and young girls. "Again, Jack?" The girls were lowered one at a time through the missing floorboards. It was painstakingly slow. Farbeau came to as he was held upright by Collins and looked around quizzically. He tried to focus on Jack's face and then saw Mendenhall as he lowered Sarah through the small space. "I thought you had more friends than this, Colonel," Henri said, as he winced at the attempt at humor. Yeah, but with the 3 I have here, it still makes 3 more than you have, Henri. Touché, Colonel, Henri said, and then hung his head again as his arm relaxed around Jack's shoulder. Everett, who was watching the cell area, poked his head around the corner.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions. Example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Slightly lower the pitch compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters. Example, Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. We have company coming down the stairs, and it sounds like whoever it is has more than just 3 friends with him, Jack. The gentleman who is coming is not a particularly nice person, Colonel, Fargo said as he again tried to clear his head. Collins adjusted the Frenchman's weight and then looked back and nodded at Everett. Is that your expert opinion? Indeed. Perhaps you better give me one of those weapons you're so fond of carrying. Give it a rest, Henry. Right now you couldn't see what it was I handed you. In case you didn't know it, you've got one hell of a concussion. Farbo finally managed to get his head up, and then looked at Collins. And that is your expert medical opinion? Jack shook his head. When one bleeds out of his ears, Colonel, the diagnosis is very plain, Collins answered as he placed Henry behind one of the large barrels lining the wall. He removed his 9mm and handed it to the Frenchman. What the hell? When Mr. Everett opens up, at least add some noise with that thing and make people duck. Make them duck. Farbo squinted and then half smiled. Your confidence in my military prowess is overwhelming, Jack. Farbo watched as Jack left to join Everett, charging around into the suppressed M14 carbine. The lights being out gave them a small tactical advantage. But Collins suspected that Guzman wasn't the type of leader who favored saving the lives of his men, so he knew they couldn't make it so expensive that the Anaconda would back off. As Jack took aim slightly above Everett, who was on one knee with his ambient light goggles already down, he looked at his friend. We hit 'em hard with no warning. We pile up their bodies until they can't come through. Good plan, I guess, Everett said as he removed the safety on his carbine. Okay, they're on the last set of stairs. The pounding of feet was louder, and then they heard before they saw the first man as he gained the bottom floor. Collins placed his hand on Everett, staying him from firing at the first one. Through the greenish light of their goggles, they saw the man stop and stare into the darkness of the now empty cell. He turned just as the anaconda himself entered the sub-basement. Jack recognized him immediately and aimed for his head. Just at that moment, the lead man saw the danger and jumped in front of Guzman. The first silenced round, which in the closed space of the sub-basement wasn't silent at all, struck the man in the back of his head just as Everett fired. "Very it," Jack hissed as he saw Guzman go down with his dead guard draped over him. They all heard rapid-fire Spanish coming from the darkness ahead, and more men flooded through the large open staircase. That was when Collins and Everett opened up in earnest. They took the first 4 with no problem, and then saw the next 2 men start to drag the dazed Guzman out from under the dead man covering him. Jack aimed and dropped one, but the other stayed up even as Everett's next 3 rounds struck him in the torso. His weight falling backward was enough to get the anaconda near the stairway door, where more hands lifted him and pulled him to safety. "There goes the quick solution," Everett said as he fired another 3-round burst at the men streaming through the door. They were now taking cover on the far side of the old cell. Rounds were pinging off the steel and chipping large chunks of old concrete and adobe from the walls as Jack and Carl laid down a withering fire on the attackers. Just as Collins' first magazine emptied, Guzman's men started to return fire at a far more rapid rate than either career soldier would have given them credit for. Bullets started shattering the corner of the wall that was covering them as Everett stopped to reload. "Very fine shooting in the dark," Everett said as he slammed home another 30-round magazine. "Remember, Captain, these men have been fighting a real war down here for nearly 5 years. Carl chanced to look behind him and saw that Farbeau had managed to crawl forward and was actually trying to aim the Beretta in the direction of the attack. As he shook his head and turned to fire, Henry's aim proved to be as good as either Jack's or his own, as 3 men fell inside of the cell. With the flare of the enemy weapons, Jack raised his goggles and then tossed them away, as did Everett. The bright flashes were overwhelming the ambient light devices, and they were firing blind. Suddenly, they heard footsteps directly over their heads, and without thinking it through, Collins pulled Everett backward by the body armor covering his back. As they fell back, Henri saw what was happening and fired the remaining rounds in the 9mm and then rolled to join his 2 allies. Just as they cleared the area, a loud explosion rocked the sub-basement, sending wood and concrete downward in a killing arc of shrapnel. "Very cheaters," Everett said, as he rose and emptied another magazine up and into the smoldering hole that had just been opened up above them. As Jack added fire to the new opening, they heard another far louder weapon open up next to them. Will Mendenhall had joined the fight with his MP5. He sprayed the first 15 rounds at the men trying to advance through the corridor, and then raised the hot and smoking weapon at the same spot Everett and Collins were firing at. As he stopped to change magazines, he slapped Everett on the shoulder. "Time to go. Sarah has the girls heading down the tunnel." "Right," Everett said as he stopped firing and then unceremoniously grabbed the wounded Farbeau by the collar and started dragging him toward the missing floorboards. There was another explosion, and a hole magically appeared just in front of the cell where Guzman's men had taken cover. Collins heard something fall through the opening as the gunfire let up, and the anaconda's men saw what had been thrown into the lower floor. They tried to scramble out, but it was too late. The grenade detonated, and men were thrown in every direction. "Now that's a real nice guy," Mendenhall said as he added bullets to the shrapnel near the darkened cell area. "I don't think I want to be here when this jerk gets serious. Go, Will, go." Mendenhall followed Jack's orders and rolled halfway to the hole in the wooden flooring. He waited as Everett shoved Farbeau roughly through the opening and then jumped after him. Will heard more men pouring into the basement from the stairs, and even saw 2 or 3 fall through the second hole they had made. He started to lower himself when he saw a shotgun barrel poke through the blast hole directly where they had been a moment before. He started sliding into the hole before he could aim. Jack was about to be shot from above as Will fired blindly upward as he vanished through the floorboards. One of the rounds hit the man aiming his lethal weapon at the top of his head. Collins never knew how close he had come to having his head blown off as he jumped in after Mendenhall. Collins missed landing on Mendenhall by a mere foot. He rolled and came up inside the old laboratory. He fired 2 more times at the spot where he had just jumped, but that didn't stop one of Guzman's men from getting through the missing floorboards. He saw the man struggling with something. Jack aimed and fired, but nothing happened. The man struggled to his knees and then raised his right arm into the air. As Collins froze for the briefest of moments, 2 aimed rounds struck the man in the neck and chest, dropping him, but not before he managed to do what he came to do. Henry Farbo immediately pulled Jack down. "Grenade!" the Frenchman shouted. Everett and Mendenhall immediately dove for cover as the small round object sailed over their heads and landed next to the excavated hole they had.
But they would have considered themselves lucky if that had been all the damage done. The bulk of the grenade's power smashed against the dirt opening to the lab, collapsing the ceiling and sending wood reinforcement and dirt cascading down, blocking their escape. Jack shook himself and then stood, pulling Henry up as he did. "Thanks, Colonel." Farbo didn't answer as he took in the mess around him. Through the smoke and dust, he saw Everett and Mendenhall stand and look around. They were both dazed from the concussive effects of the explosion. Then he spied the cave-in. "I take it that was the way out of here?" he asked as he ejected the now empty clip from the Beretta. He looked at Jack and then swiped blood from his right eye. "You're as observant as ever, Henry," Collins said as he rushed forward, handing the Frenchman 3 more clips of ammunition as he did. "You two all right?" he asked as he saw blood streaming from both of his men. "A little steel and blood is the least of our problems, Jack," Everett said as he bent to retrieve his carbine. Collins examined the damage and cursed as he kicked at the blockage in front of him. "Gentlemen, we have more company," Henry said as he dropped the first man who poked his head through the opening above. Then he fired a second time and hit one of Guzman's men in both hands as he reached to move the first attacker out of the way. He emptied another clip up and into the floorboards where he heard men scream in pain. Then all of a sudden it was silent. Farbo had just ejected the expended clip when his eyes fell on something about 10 feet away from him. He stepped forward and then kicked at a white object on the dirt floor. Curious, he reached into his pocket, brought out a lighter, and then flicked it to life. His eyebrows raised as he spied the misshapen skull staring up at him. He allowed the flame to go out and decided it wasn't worth asking about. He turned and then joined the others at the cave-in while watching the floorboards above him for any sign of movement. He saw shadows through the cracks in the wood, but decided not to waste any more ammunition on guesswork. He shook his head as his vision blurred briefly and then turned to face the men who had become his strictest enemies. Jack and Everett were already on their knees, digging away at the blockage. Henri could see it would be a painfully slow process. "Gentlemen, you have made an otherwise boring night into something I will remember for years to come," a man said from above in very good English. "Now, if you will surrender, we can—" The rest of the words were drowned out by a sudden burst of 30 rounds as they struck the floor above. The bullets hit everywhere around the hold. "You ever notice how jerks like that always want to make a speech when they have the upper hand?" Jack said as he tossed the now empty carbine to Mendenhall to reload as he bent to continue digging. 30 feet away, they heard Guzman laughing near the hole in the floor. "Do I bore you? What are you, special forces perhaps?" "This guy never gives up," Mendenhall said, and then was knocked from his feet as an explosion rocked the large laboratory.
Jack, Everett, and Farbo were stunned as a large hole opened up against the far wall, knocking jar after jar of the stored chemicals from their shelves. Then, before they could react, several men jumped through the new opening before a defensive shot could be fired. "I think you pissed him off, Jack," Everett said as he came to his knees and fired his weapon toward the area where the men had taken cover. Several of the wooden tables had caught fire, adding light to the darkened laboratory. Farbo stood on shaky feet and fired twice from the Beretta. "That hurt!" he shouted as he scrambled on his belly toward Collins, Everett, and Mendenhall. "I lost your weapon, Colonel." "Yeah, and you're going to pay for it. I signed that out," Collins said as his anger at being trapped spilled from his mouth. Mendenhall pulled two of the poppy-filled barrels over to use as cover, while Everett and Collins dug at the fallen earth. He turned in time to see a small opening at the top. They were making headway. "Jack, Verrett, Lieutenant, get those girls down that tunnel and out of here." Collins stopped long enough to shout. Sarah had once more disobeyed his order and came back when she heard the explosion that sealed the laboratory from the covert. When he didn't hear her respond, he once more started tearing at the loose earth. "She's starting to follow orders like the rest of us," Everett said as he threw a large chunk of wooden beam away. He noticed that Collins was too angry to say anything. Mendenhall fired 5 rounds and hit one of the next men through the now large gap where only a few missing boards had been before. "I see you are trapped, gentlemen. Give up now and the women can go free. Do not, and they will be caught and skinned alive before they reach the river." Jack knew it was Guzman. The Anaconda was actually one of the men who came through the flooring from above them. "Brave, difficult person, isn't he?" Farbo said as he opened fire with Jack's carbine. The round struck the shelving above where Guzman and his men were taking cover. Through the flames of the burning wood, Mendenhall saw the jars on the shelves shatter. Then he saw more of the samples from 100 years before break and splatter onto the men below. Mendenhall changed magazines in the smoking MP5, which had totally burned out its sound suppressor, and then aimed at the spot he thought the voice of Juan Guzman was coming from. He was about to fire when he saw a man's arm wave from the cover of the burning tables. Then he realized that he wasn't waving as a small object flew from his hand. Will's eyes widened when he realized just what the object was. He angrily stood, and in the flickering light he caught the grenade. In a split-second reaction, he tossed it back in the direction in which it was launched. "Down!" he shouted as Henri fell next to him after seeing the amazing catch in mid-air. The grenade exploded amongst the scrambling and now screaming men, sending large pieces of them in all directions. The remainder of the sample jars and more than a few of the wooden barrels of dried flowers erupted as shrapnel tore through them. Mendenhall stood and emptied the 30-round magazine in his MP5 in a spray of bullets in the general area where men were either dead or writhing in pain. "Ha! Didn't see that one coming, did you difficult people?" "That one was for Ryan," Mendenhall screamed, just a second before the wounded Farbo pulled him roughly to the floor. "Didn't Collins teach you better than that?" the Frenchman asked with a mask of pain and anger on his face. "Just thrilled to be here, Colonel. You ought to know that by now," Will said as he changed the empty magazine for a new one. "If you two are finished, we could use a hand here," Everett said as he continued to widen the gap at the top of the cave-in. "Go, I'll cover us," Henri said, grabbing the MP5 from Mendenhall. "Why, I got 'em all," Will said as he saw Farbo fire into the flickering firelight cast by the burning tables and wooden barrels. "Well, evidently you missed one or two, Lieutenant," Henri said as he loosed more rounds in the general direction of the men who had just risen. Mendenhall, instead of helping Jack and Carl, bent back down near Farbo. He saw the man that had thrown the grenade go down when Henri's stream of bullets cut him down. In the direction where the grenade had detonated, screams of agony were heard, cries of pain so loud and piercing, all 4 men felt like covering their ears.
They could all smell burnt flesh, the smell of dried foliage, and something they could never describe. The odor was medicinal, and as the stench grew, so did the screams of Guzman and his men. What the? His question was interrupted by another 4 rounds fired by the Frenchman.
They both saw the same man go down again. That's one hard-to-kill, difficult person, Mendenhall said as he tried to ignore the powerful smell from the burning poppies and the stench of the liquid that had been stored in the jars. Even as the exclamation left Mendenhall's mouth, Farbeau's eyes widened. The same man Will had shot and then hit with the grenade actually stood up again, this time holding a flaming leg from one of the smashed tables. Henry took careful aim and fired again. This time, 3 rounds left the MP5. 1 bullet struck the man in the neck, the next 2 in the jaw and the cheek. He moved back 2 steps and then looked up toward where his attacker had fired. Farbeau was shocked he was still standing. He fired 1 more round. This one hit the man directly where his heart should have been. Both Henry and Will saw the man's white shirt puff out where the bullet had hit. The man started walking toward them. As Henry's jaw dropped, a sound came from behind the overturned and flaming tables near the wall. It was an actual roar. It sounded like an ape or a bear. Will looked at Farbeau as the sound reverberated off the wall. Both Everett and Collins stopped digging long enough to turn their heads to see what was happening. The sound sent chills down everyone's spines. "Oh gosh," Mendenhall screamed. "Colonel, we have a problem here." As Jack looked on in amazement, Farbeau emptied the rest of the magazine of 5.56 rounds into the man's body, even striking him on the right side of his head. The attacker was finally knocked down. As Collins started to turn back to widen the hold, he saw the man that had just been hit with 15 rounds pop up like a jack-in-the-box. "What in the world is this?" Will said as he reached for Everett's weapon, raised it to his shoulder, and took careful aim. This time, he loosed a single round as the man drew closer. This bullet hit the bloody guard right between the eyes. Mendenhall was relieved when the man fell back, and this time he didn't move. He looked down at Henry. "You just have to know how to shoot, Colonel." Farbeau wasn't listening as he watched 2 men, one without an arm and the other with his lower jaw missing, stand up from behind the spreading flames. "Okay, Colonel, I think I want to leave now." Collins couldn't believe what he was seeing. Men that had been shot, filled with shrapnel from a grenade, and wounded beyond any reason for them to even be moving, were growling and walking toward them. Mendenhall stood and just nodded his head at the 2 men. Okay, they're drug-addled or something." Henri fired until another of the magazines was empty. The man without a jaw was struck in the center of his forehead and went down heavily and didn't move. The second man stood his ground and was about to start forward once more, with at least 5 bullet holes in his abdomen and chest, when another awful and animalistic roar filled the room once more. This time, Henri, Will, and Collins actually saw the author of that sound, or rather his shadow, as he rose from behind the makeshift and now destroyed cover. Henri saw that the man was wearing the very same clothing that Juan Guzman was wearing earlier when Farbeau was beaten inside of the cell. He stood and then called back to Jack, "That's Guzman." Collins saw that the man was at least 1.5 feet taller than he was. He had grown so much that the shirt he wore was torn in several places. And what was worse, he could now see the man's features in the flickering of the fire. His cheekbones were high and deep-lined. His forehead was larger than normal, and his arms hung far below his waist. Jack's eyes went from the 2 men in front of them to the 2 corpses they had found earlier. Gosh, it's gotta be that crap from the barrels and the jars. They've changed.
Henri looked from the monstrosities before them to one of the sealed jars that had nearly decapitated him after the explosion. He involuntarily moved a few feet farther from it as another scream of animal rage filled the old laboratory. The beast that was once Juan Guzman, the anaconda, quickly moved, his actions as fluent as a cat's, and took the wounded man standing before them by the throat. He raised his own man off the floor, and then they all heard his neck snap. Guzman then brought the man close to his own face, and then, to the complete horror of the men watching in shock, took a large bite out of the man's face. He chewed once, twice, and then looked toward the men watching. The thing actually smiled, and then, before they could react, Guzman threw the dead body toward them, where it landed against the rubble from the cave-in and slid down at Everett's feet. The roar of triumph pierced their ears. "Oh boy, look at this," Will said as he stood stunned and motionless. They saw several more men rise up behind Guzman. Some were torn to pieces, others had bullet holes across their chests and shoulders. All were changed almost as much as Guzman. "The hole's big enough," Mendenhall said as he turned away from the terrifying sight. Henri saw Will dive next to Jack, pushing the dead man out of his way, and start tearing at the opening at the top of the debris. Everett dove in to help. Farbeau fired the M14 until the receiver clacked open and stayed that way. As he was starting to turn and join the flight, Jack jumped over him and dove for something Henri didn't see, nor did he care what it was. As he turned his eyes away from Collins, Farbeau saw something that made him stop. It was the clear jar of liquid he had almost been killed by earlier. He quickly reached out, took the mayonnaise-sized container, and shoved it into his shirt. He scrambled up and over to help Everett and Mendenhall. Jack was searching for something in the dark when he heard Everett. "Jack, come on, we're through." He continued looking on hands and knees. Then his hand brushed against it. He pulled the twin saddlebag to his chest, not caring that the dynamite inside was sweating. He turned toward the widened hole and started to scramble. "Don't wait on me, move it," he shouted as the three beasts came on, slowly, all smiling. As Mendenhall and then Farbeau scrambled up and out of the old laboratory, Everett saw what Jack was carrying. His eyes widened, and then he turned and went through the opening. He didn't wait for Jack. Collins made it to the cave-in and then saw the two changed men behind Guzman turn on each other. The brief attack was brutal, but both of them survived. They regained their focus and then followed their boss toward Collins. "Kiss my rear," Jack shouted, and then grabbing one of the fallen M14s, he tossed the twin saddlebags at the trio of monstrous attackers. He lowered his head, thinking that the nitroglycerin-covered dynamite would detonate upon impacting the floor, but all he heard was a laugh. He looked up and saw Guzman, his misshapen and distorted features looking down at the saddlebags. "Gosh," Jack hissed as he scrambled to the top of the debris and entered the hole. Just as Guzman turned away from the saddlebags, he laughed, an evil cold sound, as he saw his antagonist's legs vanish into the escape hole. "You should have negotiated," sounded the deep voice. Suddenly Jack reappeared in the facing of the wall. This time it was he who was smiling. "You're right, here's my offer," he shouted as loud as he could. Guzman's larger-than-normal eyes widened, and just before Jack fired the M14, the horrid-looking anaconda raised his hands upward and jumped. Grabbing broken wooden beams, he heaved himself up and out of the laboratory a split second before the red-hot 9mm round struck the saddlebags. The explosion actually blew Collins backward into the tunnel as it started to collapse. As the excavated hole fell inward upon itself, a split second of fire, rocks, and smoke flew through the hole.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The combination of dynamite and its natural offspring, nitroglycerin, detonated with power triple what the original makers intended. Everett quickly picked himself up and, with his ringing out of control, saw Collins lying motionless and face down in the hard, compacted earth of the tunnel. He reached down and handily picked Jack up. Shaking him, not caring if he had a neck or head injury, Everett waited until he opened his dirt-caked eyes. "Maybe a fuse next time," Everett screamed. "Remind me next time, will you?" Jack said, shaking himself to full wakefulness. Then he suddenly remembered. "Gosh, I think Guzman got out." It didn't take the genius of Jack's words to get Everett moving. He just turned, helping Collins to his feet, and then they started running for their lives. The raid on the hacienda called Perdition had ended. The nearly 10-mile flight from a horror none of the four men could ever have imagined had just started. It didn't take long for the men to catch up with the women who were trying to negotiate the long and dark culvert in complete and utter darkness. The only time they could see anything was when there was a break in the concrete over their heads, which allowed the rising moonlight to penetrate the blackness. Sarah had kept pushing the young girls as much as she dared. All 16 were close to freezing up in their panic-stricken flight from the bowels of Perdition. At almost every break in the culvert, the girls would stop, giving them the slightest break and hope at seeing the least bit of light. "Vámonos, vámonos," Sarah shouted from the rear as the young women stopped just under a large break in the roof of the large concrete tube. "We have to move," she shouted as she pushed through the block of scared girls. Sarah saw the wide eyes as the adrenaline rush of their escape had just started to ebb. She saw the fear and terror of what they had been through seeping through them like sweat through their pores. She didn't hesitate as she grabbed the oldest-looking girl and shoved her away from the light streaming through the large hole. The woman just stared at her and then looked down the long, dark tunnel. Just as Sarah pushed the woman again, she heard the girls at the back of the pack scream and surge forward. Sarah cursed at not having a weapon as the girls crowded around her. "Very much, Sarah. Why aren't these people moving?" Sarah relaxed when she heard the familiar voice of Will Mendenhall as he burst around the small bend just before the break in the culvert. He angrily pushed through the crowd of cowering girls, and when he saw their panic-stricken faces, he tried his best to reassure them. "Because very much they're terrified, and we have no light." Will reached to his side and handed his flashlight to Sarah.
Get them moving. We have company coming this way, and believe me, it's far worse than you can ever know. Now let's get 'em going." Will angrily pushed two of the girls and then started gesturing for the others to follow Sarah and the light down the tunnel. He had just drawn his 9mm, feeling how inadequate the weight was in his hand, when more screams filled the small space. "Does anyone follow orders anymore?" the angered voice of Collins said, echoing in the tight space. "We have a time issue here." Finally, the girls stopped screaming when they saw the three men come into view. Sarah pulled the older-looking girl and moved off down the tunnel. The others hesitantly started to follow. "Will, I have your MP. I'll take the rear. You get ahead of Sarah and take the point. Captain Everett, take our French friend here, who needs to lose weight, by the way, and keep these girls on the move. No stops, no rest," Jack ordered. Mendenhall passed Jack his last two 30-round magazines and then pushed off to catch up with Sarah and the girls in the lead. Collins struggled out of his body armor and let it fall to the culvert's flow of water. He knew he had at least 3 broken ribs, and assisting Farbeau hadn't helped. He looked up and in the moonlight could see that Everett was faring no better, as he was bleeding from at least 3 areas of his body from shrapnel wounds. Henry, for the most part, had exhausted any energy he had left. "Give Henry the carbine." Jack stepped up to the Frenchman as he changed magazines in the MP5. "Cover Captain Everett, Henry. You got that? If I go down, you're the only tail gunner we have." Farbeau managed to look at Collins and then at Everett, who was struggling to hold Henry and himself upright. "Yes, just tell your captain here not to drop any excess weight when the chips are down." "Don't worry, I won't let it get to that point, Froggy. The chips are already down, and I want to drop you right now." With that said, Everett headed into the darkness, not feeling much different from the girls who were near panic. Jack charged the weapon, sending a round into the breech of the MP5, and then with a last look back, and still wondering what sort of horror had befallen them, followed the long line of running men and women. The group had gone close to a mile, when in the rear Jack heard a far-off voice shouting down into the culvert from the spot they were just at not 10 minutes before. "I'm coming, gringos! Mama sent me out for supper!" Jack stopped and looked back into the darkness. The voice was deep and seemed as if it could never have come from the voice box of what Guzman had become. It wasn't brutish like the changed body became, but it was filled with savage intelligence, as if he was trying to scare and panic everyone in the tunnel. Jack knew it was working. He was scared. He turned and started forward once more, wondering if the creature that once the anaconda had entered the culvert. He realized then as he ran, panting hard from his broken ribs pressing on the muscles of his chest and sides, that the smart move for Guzman would be to cover ground up there and try to head them off. He sensed the change had not lessened the man's intelligence. In just under 15 minutes, he was proven right. Sarah turned to make sure the frightened women were still following close by. She decided they would have to take a break if they were to make it to the river. She saw light about 100 yards to the front, where another break in the culvert allowed moonlight to enter the darkness. "Well, the girls are near collapse. We have to stop for a minute." "No, keep them moving," he shouted from the middle of the pack. "You have no idea what's back there. Move, move." Sarah took a deep breath and then gently pushed the girls gathered around her forward. It took just under a minute to cover the ground to the next break in the culvert. Just as Sarah moved past the light, she heard a loud scream, followed by another and then another. As she turned her light on the area where the screams came from, her eyes widened when she saw a large arm and hand reach into the culvert from above. It hit upon one of the girls and grabbed her hair. In her flashlight beam, she saw Mendenhall step forward and start bashing at the large, brutal hand as it started pulling the girl upward out of the culvert. The rest of the girls panicked and started forward, blocking Sarah's view as Will opened up with his 9mm. Sarah grabbed his arm and pulled his aim off for fear of him hitting the struggling girl. Then the girl was just gone. "What was that?" Sarah screamed as girls started running by her in a blind panic. "You don't want to know. Now move, Sarah, move." The panic-stricken girls were now far outpacing Jack, Farbeau, and Everett. As they passed the open area where the young woman had vanished just 3 minutes before, Everett turned and saw that Jack was struggling with the wounded Farbeau. He turned and took the Frenchman's other arm, and together the trio started making better time. The entire 10-mile flight was one of panic-stricken sprinting, stopping for much-needed air.
Then a noise would filter down from above them, and the screams of terror would start the stampeding girls off again. Sarah had to fight to keep them as bunched together as she could. She felt naked without a firearm and scared to death that the brave man she knew in Mendenhall was as frightened as the young Mexican girls he was trying his best to protect. As Sarah finally got the last girl past a small break in the upper section of the culvert, a large arm shot through and grabbed her shoulder, knocking her against the curving side of the concrete tube. Mendenhall fired 5 rounds, with 3 of them striking the thick-boned arm and wrist. He was amazed when the massive arm didn't pull away from the 9mm rounds, but kept working, searching for Sarah. Mendenhall's eyes widened as the hand and long, warped fingers swung back and forth in its quest to grab something. Will changed magazines, but before he could bring up the Beretta to fire, Everett shot past him and with knife poised to strike, sank his K-bar deep into the forearm of Guzman. The large knife sank deep until it hit bone, and Carl cursed as he felt the hardened steel of the knife glance off the bone and then break off. His momentum sent him to the running, muddy water on the bottom of the culvert. Mendenhall helped him to his feet as Jack and Farbeau ran past. "You okay?" Mendenhall shouted as he dodged the bleeding massive arm that swiped the empty air. "Yeah, but I'm out of knives and bullets, so I suggest we get very much out of here." As they covered the last mile to the river, Sarah managed to make her way to the front of the straggling line of girls, making each one scream as she ran past them. She knew exactly how they all felt, as she was close to panic herself. Finally, Sarah could see moonlight ahead of her. It was distant, like the small rabbit hole Alice had fallen through on her journey to Wonderland. Only Sarah knew they weren't escaping from that magical place, but from one that had quickly become an underground hell. As the girls started to bunch up behind her, Sarah held out her arm to stop the stampede toward freedom. She had seen a shadow cross the opening, momentarily blocking the light cast by the moon. "What's the holdup? Let's get them out of here," Will said breathlessly as he caught up to the front of the pack. "Whatever that thing was back there, I think it's ahead of us," she said as she bent at the waist and rested. Will was about to break for the opening to clear a way for the girls when suddenly the culvert exploded inward from above, showering the retreating party with broken chunks of concrete and mud. Then, to everyone's complete and utter horror, the thing that was once Juan Guzman crashed through the hole he had just punched to land directly in front of the screaming women. Will didn't take long to empty the 9mm into the torso of the hulking figure ahead of them. In the dark, he was lucky to see it at all. The monstrosity bent over as the rounds entered its muscled chest and abdomen. But in the filtered moonlight, Mendenhall saw it slowly start to straighten. It was so much larger than it had been just 30 minutes before that it had to bend at the waist to accommodate its size. Will frantically reached into his belt for another clip of 9mm ammunition, and then realized when his fingers searched the empty pouch that he had just expended everything he had. "Oh, gosh," Mendenhall said as he pulled Sarah back into the bunched-up women behind him. He quickly dropped the useless weapon and then pulled out his own knife. The women screamed again as Everett crashed through their ranks and then slid to a stop when he saw Mendenhall ahead of him, and to his front, dwarfing the lieutenant, was Juan Guzman.
The beastly apparition was standing there, taking deep breaths as it studied the small men and women cowering before it. In the bleached moonlight cascading through the new opening it had just made, Everett could swear he saw the creature smile. "Very," Collins said as he pushed his way through the crowded culvert. He handed Farbo off to Sarah and one of the older girls, and then slowly stepped to the front between Everett and Mendenhall. "It seems I am in possession of something that may become very beneficial to my operations," the beast said as it raised its left arm. It examined the change that had come to it, and with tilted head closed its fist. Collins looked at the man standing before him. Then he saw a strange thing. The creature winced in pain. In the moonlight, Jack could see that Guzman's skin color, as seen in the firelight back in the laboratory, had diminished as the creature had exerted itself. The tough hide that had become its skin was now a sickly-looking gray color and seemed to be flaking off in large chunks. It was as if the beast were starting to wilt before his eyes. Collins' eyes followed a long tuft of hair, bunched together with water, mud, and sweat, fall from the side of Guzman's head. Then even more black hair fell in the moonlight. "It seems maybe you inhaled a little too much of that miracle drug, Anaconda. Feeling a little weaker than you were a moment before?" Jack said, buying as much time as he could. Everett saw this and then grabbed the first girl he could reach and brought her to his side as he spied one of the first holes in the large culvert they had come across inside the long and dark tunnel. He was just about to lift her up when the beast suddenly turned to face its rear. Something or someone had come up from behind it. "Rescue team, hit the deck!" Jack heard the shouted command just as Guzman reacted and charged the new threat that had come upon it from behind. He turned and threw his body into several screaming girls, sending them crashing into the muddy running water. Everett, Sarah, Mendenhall, and even the Frenchman did likewise. Just as the last girl hit the water, a cacophony of noise erupted in the confines of the culvert. As Jack raised his head, he saw Guzman take the first volley of the automatic weapons fire from the rear. Its body shook, and the awful-sounding scream started from deep inside the anaconda's chest. Then even more fire erupted in the darkness, and Collins could see tracers as they hit the beast. More than 100 rounds slammed home, but Guzman still came forward one faltering step at a time. Jack winced as a ricochet slammed into his hand. He saw tracer fire as it rebounded off wet concrete, and he prayed that it didn't find any of the poor women behind him. Guzman bellowed in anger, and then 3 bullets finally hit the vital part of his malformed head and changed body. Its skull jerked back, and Guzman spun around. With its wide eyes staring at Collins, it went to its knees. The right arm came up, and then Jack saw a large man in black, Nomex, its shiny material gleaming in the moonlight, step up to the back of the anaconda, and then fire 2 more rounds from a Walther automatic into the back of the large skull. Guzman, with one last wince of his tortured eyes, went face down into the running water. The man who had placed the bullets into Guzman's head holstered his weapon and stared down at the thing he had just killed. He raised a set of goggles not unlike the ones Jack and his small team had had earlier. The man looked from the giant creature that was once called the anaconda and then saw Jack lying a few feet away. The stranger was soon joined by 6 others who took up station behind the first. Collins slowly started to pick himself up in the near darkness. "The way is clear. May I suggest you get these people out of here?" the man in the lead said as he gestured for his men to assist the girls. Collins cradled his wounded hand and then stepped up to the rescuer, who had undoubtedly saved their lives. "Thanks. It was a little dicey there at the end," Collins said as he looked the man over.
His eyes roamed to the left shoulder, veil court type, technique, chapter,
or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. His eyes roamed to the left shoulder, where the American flag would have been hidden under a Velcro patch, but there was none. Jack searched but could find no U.S.-issued equipment of any kind. As he studied the man, the girls were pulled and prodded by men dressed exactly the same. All kept their goggles and their black nylon masks in place. The leader before him looked from Collins to the body lying at his boots. "What in the freakin' is this thing?" the large man said as he went to his knees to study the unmoving corpse of Juan Guzman. It took at least 50 rounds to bring it down. "What is your command?" Jack asked as the man raised Guzman's head up by its hair. Then the sickening sound of the long black strands tearing free from its scalp was heard, and the head fell unceremoniously back into the murky running water. The man stood and looked down at Collins. "That was a ballsy thing you did at the hacienda, so I may ask you the same question. Who in the freakin' are you?" Jack realized he was in a bit of a confrontation and didn't know why. Was he looking at a possible Delta operative? Were they Rangers, perhaps? He felt Captain Everett step to his side and knew the former SEAL was looking their rescuer over just as he had. "Seems we only lost the one girl." Everett caught himself before speaking aloud Jack's rank, but not before the large man in black Nomex clothing looked at Carl, and a small smile crossed his lips. "We have one down, and it looks like we may not lose anyone except for our French friend, who's lost a lot of blood. There's help just across the river. In the meantime, we have a large group of men heading this way from the hacienda. I suggest you get the freaking out of here. Look, is there anything back there at the hacienda that needs retrieval?" As Jack waved Everett out, and when he saw that Will and Sarah were assisting Henry toward the opening of the culvert, he stepped closer to the man in charge of the highly trained professional group that had come to their aid. "There's nothing left back there." "Again, your unit and rank?" Jack asked again, softening the question somewhat with a smile and an offer of a handshake. "If you have the training I suspect that you have, Colonel, is it? Then you should know better than to ask that, especially of someone who just saved you. For now, let's just say it's just a tad above your pay grade to know." Jack watched the man turn and head for the opening of the culvert. He saw that Carl was waiting for him. He held out a bottle of water one of the rescue team had given him, and Jack took it with his uninjured hand and drank deeply. "Who in the freakin' are those guys?" Carl asked as he watched the man splash his way into the moonlight. "He's not Navy, that's for sure." Jack lowered the bottle of water as he started forward to get out into the night air. And you know that because he didn't start bragging about what a great operation they had just conducted. Everett smiled. "You know a SEAL would have never passed up the opportunity to gig the Army like that." "You have a point." Ahead, Mendenhall and Sarah helped the weakened Faribault out of the opening and into the cool night air along the Rio Grande. Across the river they could see border patrolmen in helicopters as they flew low with their spotlights shining across the way. Mendenhall hit a slick moss-covered rock and lost his footing. He almost went down, pulling the Frenchman with him. As Sarah tried to hold both of them upright, something fell from Henry's shirt. It rolled into the water at their feet, and before Faribault could react, a large, gloved hand reached out and retrieved the glass jar Faribault had removed from the laboratory in the final moments of their escape. Sarah, Will, and Henry righted themselves, and then looked up into the face of the man who led the team that saved them. He looked from the jar of amber liquid to the faces of the three people standing before him. "What is that?" Sarah whispered into his ear. "Something that needs to be handled carefully," Jack said as he removed the jar from the stranger's gloved hand. Holding it, he looked at Faribault closely, and the Frenchman meekly shrugged his shoulders. "Bad guy, remember?" he said in a pain-filled voice. Jack handed the large sealed jar off to Everett, and then looked the big man over once more as he heard shouts from across the river. "Since you can't tell me what your unit is, perhaps you can tell me if we have any air assets nearby." The man's eyes were still on the jar that Everett was holding, and instead of answering Jack's question, he asked one of his own. "Does that," he said, nodding at the jar of amber liquid, "have anything to do with that thing we saved you from, the incredible hook-looking jerk in there?" Jack smiled. "I'm afraid that's a bit above your pay grade." He stepped closer to the man, happy he could reciprocate this jerk's earlier rebuke. "Now, are there any air assets close by?" "Number 3, radio, please," the black-clad man said, holding out his hand while never letting his eyes leave the filthy face of Jack Collins. "TAC 3. The man took the handheld radio and then offered it to the colonel, who took it without removing his eyes from the stranger's. "I believe National Command Authority has ears on TAC 3, the man said, as his eyes flitted from Jack toward Everett and the jar he was holding. He slapped Collins on the left shoulder, expertly placing a small tracking device that was radium-based and could be tracked from space. Then he stepped a few feet away as Collins raised the radio. Before he spoke, he changed the frequency from Tactical Channel 3 to another he knew by heart. He turned his back on the others and faced the river. "Viking 2, this is Berserker. Over." "Good to hear you, voice Berserker," answered the familiar voice of Niles Compton. "We have company listening in. The CEO, in fact. Do you copy, Berserker?" "Copy." "We are somewhat compromised, so I'll make this as brief as possible. We have to strike at that compound. We have to level it." The others heard Jack's words, and not one of them was surprised to hear the request. "No can do. We have questions that need to be answered first. The Mexican authorities are almost there to take possession of Perdition." Jack knew the sound of the president's voice. He grimaced and then raised the radio to his lips. But before he could answer the commander-in-chief, the large Nomex-clad man interfered. "Are you saying there is more of this over there?" he asked, not too politely. Jack ignored the large man and stepped away. The man tried to follow, but Everett stepped between him and the colonel. The captain just shook his head, saying that following Jack was a bad idea. "Listen, we have a mess inside that hacienda," Jack said. "There are chemicals there that are as dangerous as any I've ever seen. If they are not destroyed, we could be looking at a bleak situation if they fall into bad guy hands. I mean serious trouble. We are in enough trouble. Stand down, Colonel. That is a direct order." Jack lowered the radio and then looked at the tired faces around him. That was when he noticed that the large man and his team had vanished. He looked around and saw that Everett pointed to the edge of the river, where the last of the darkly clothed men vanished into the water. As he turned back and raised the radio one last time, he angrily hit the transmit button. "You can send a Delta unit in to help us, but we can't level the distribution hub of a known terrorist and drug dealer? Just what are you talking about? No, never mind. Just get back across the border. We'll talk later." Jack thought the president had gone, and then he heard a question that relaxed him a little. "Colonel, is Lieutenant McConney all right?" "Yes, sir. She's been roughed up some, but she's fine." "Good, good," the president said after an eternity of silence. "Jack, just across the river, Pete Golding will meet you with a Blackhawk."
May I suggest you get on it, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone, tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective, yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. May I suggest you get on it so we can go home? Niles, we have to make sure that the hacienda is totally destroyed. If the president can send in a rescue team, why can't we send in air assets to knock Perdition's gate flat? Colonel, the rescue the president ordered is still in the air and won't land in Laredo for another 30 minutes. There was no rescue op that came across the border on his orders. Collins lowered the radio. He then looked at the staring eyes of Farbeau, Mendenhall, Everett, and Sarah, who were just as shocked to hear Niles's explanation of events as he had been. His head turned and looked at the spot where their rescuers had vanished into the flowing waters of the Rio Grande River. Then Collins cursed himself and suddenly turned and ran back into the large opening of the culvert. Will and Everett followed. Sarah turned with the weight of the Frenchman and watched as the 3 men vanished into the darkness once more. We have to recover Guzman's body, or people are going to have a hard time believing this story. As Jack approached the spot where Guzman had been downed, his eyes saw smoke rising from the running water. Everett and Mendenhall saw the same thing and froze. Lying in the water where Juan Guzman should have been was nothing but a smoking ruin. The clothing was totally eaten away, and only a fragment of bone here and there was recognizable. With the jar of fluid still clutched in his uninjured hand, Collins leaned down and looked at the eaten-away remains of the world's most wanted criminal. Jack recognized the chemical smell almost immediately. "What is it, Jack?" Everett asked, as he too scowled at the smoking remains. "It's something like hydrochloric acid, but different, stronger, a lower pH, but similar." "Well, it did a job on the old anaconda," Will said. As Jack stood up, he faced the lieutenant. He held up the jar of fluid. "Now this is the only evidence outside of our own accounts of what this stuff can do." Will regretted his remark, realizing that the colonel was talking about evidence and he had just cracked wise about the magical disappearance of Guzman through chemical means. He eventually turned and followed Everett and Collins out of the culvert. He approached Jack, who was looking at the spot where their mysterious rescuers had vanished into the river. Mendenhall stepped forward and faced in the same direction as Collins. "Okay, those men obviously destroyed what remained of Guzman before they split out of here. So just who in the hell were those guys, Colonel?" Will asked. As Jack watched the flowing river, he knew he had been had by somebody. But what do you say to a team of men who had just saved your life but destroyed the evidence that you needed? "I don't know who they were, Will," he answered, while looking from the river to the amber-colored fluid in the jar. Perdition's fire had left the hacienda, and it would be none other than Colonel Jack Collins who carried death with him back home to the Event Group complex. Cassini Space-Based Systems, Boulder, Colorado. The Colorado-based Space Systems Company operated no less than 10 satellites in low Earth orbit around the world for a consortium of companies. All privately based and funded, they contracted with this small Boulder operation to download telemetry and feed these companies vital information from their gathering of information. Everything from GPS tracking to far more reaching enterprises. Each bit of information is coded and sent to the corresponding company who contracted for the telemetry received by the 130-person operation only 3 miles distant from the University of Colorado. On the 3rd floor of the 6-story building, a technician was currently tracking a tracer program in Nevada. As he bit into a stale Twinkie, his eyes roamed over the telemetry streaming in from one of their newer satellites launched just last year. As he chewed, he watched as the new KH-21 photo recon bird made its way across the American Southwest. He noted the red blip on the map and its corresponding latitude and longitude. The young technician, a young man who never knew who his work was going to be sent to, was curious as he had never seen a tracer like the one he was tracking. This little gem was priceless in its accuracy, down to plus or minus 16 inches on the accuracy of the coordinates. The tech took the last bite of his Twinkie and then leaned forward to examine the small red blip still on the computer-generated map before him. "Now that is a good old-fashioned bug," he said, as he watched the red tracer hesitate at a spot 10 miles north of its original landing position. Then his eyes widened as the coordinates, while changing, started to get strange. At first he didn't understand what he was looking at. Then he tapped a computer command into his keyboard and he smiled as he realized that the tracer he was watching wasn't moving north, south, east, or west. It was moving down into the bowels of the earth. "Must be a mine of some sort," he mumbled, and then punched the send button on his keyboard that would shoot the coded information out to the company or individual who had contracted for the tracking satellite services. The technician, who really never got out much, had tracked the tracer blip to a spot 15 miles outside of the city of Las Vegas. And then he missed the coordinates that would have told him his telemetry streaming from the satellite overhead was looking down on Nellis Air Force Base just outside of Las Vegas. How could the technician know that the final coordinates before the bug died due to power loss placed his target at 5,700 feet below the desert in Nevada, at the north firing range of Nellis, and to a complex that ran almost 2 miles beneath the desert sands, inside a natural cave formation that wasn't on any geological map and was home to the Event Group? CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Hiram Vickers was sitting in his office going over a file spread out on his desk. He looked up when a light knock sounded on his door.
The bookwormish man waved at the girl he recognized as being stationed in the space-based imagery department 2 floors down. "Hi," he said as he removed his thin-rimmed glasses. His eyes went from the young girl's face to her small chest. The man in charge of cheap tricks around the globe never lost his smile, but he immediately dismissed the young photography expert as not up to his usual standards. "What have you got?" The girl stepped into the immaculately cleaned office and held out a large manila envelope. "We just received this from Cassini Space-Based Systems in Boulder. It came coded to you, but the office checkoff doesn't have the Director of Intelligence in the information loop as it usually does." The girl placed the large envelope against her chest, as if she wasn't about to leave the information until she had a little bit more detail on why the agency chain of command sign-off wasn't included in the package. "Ah, we're just running a test. We had a major screw-up the last time this small company gave us tracking info. They sent it, but it never arrived. Who knows, it probably went straight to the Russians or Chinese," he said, with a broad and disarming smile as he stood from his desk and removed his glasses. He stepped out from around the sensibly clean desk and held out his hand for the envelope. This was to be passed straight to my desk. The girl didn't look convinced at all. "But we have mandates from the director that nothing goes to the corresponding desks until they get passed to them by their department heads. And since this test originated in Boulder, it should go directly to the desk of North American Operations. Assistant Director Simpson should be the last one on the list before the Director of Intelligence on this checkoff sheet. I believe she was by—"
He smiled and then started to turn away any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, example Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. He smiled and then started to turn away. But if you would rather wait until she gets back, it's up to you. I can wait for these mundane and boring results. The courier bit her lower lip and then smiled. I guess since it's only a test trace, it doesn't matter. Hiram stopped and then turned with his best smile planted on his features. Now that's the red tape cutting imaging department we have come to love around here, he said as he took the offered envelope. If not for people like you, nothing would ever get done. The young technician smiled and then turned away.
The smile on Vickers's face left as easily as it had come as he reached out and pulled the door closed. He ripped open the sealed envelope instead of untying the string that secured it. After all, the envelope and its contents would be destroyed. This action was something totally against agency policy. He quickly read the transcript of the trace his black team had placed on Subject 1 from the Mexico raid. His brow furrowed as he read the report. "What in the gosh is this?" he asked himself aloud as he sat back behind his desk. His fingers followed the line of the track from Laredo, Texas to Nevada. Okay, they obviously landed at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada. But what in the gosh is happening here? He asked himself as he pulled up a computer-generated and much classified map of Nellis on his computer. He studied the map and saw where the trace was still operating. His eyes told him he was looking at a firing range that hadn't been in use since World War II. He then punched in a few commands, and a real-time image of the base came up. He used his mouse to zoom into the area of interest. All he saw was a large series of dilapidated hangars that looked as if they had seen far better days. The largest hangar was missing most of its rounded roof, and he could almost see into the interior. He looked at the coordinates that had been time-stamped onto the first picture he pulled out of the envelope. Then he cross-referenced those coordinates with what he was looking at. He shook his head and then reached for the phone. He called the number he had memorized in just the last 2 days. "Johnson," came the reply on the other end of the phone. "I have the trace report," Vickers said as he continued to look at the picture of the high desert surrounding Nellis Air Force Base. "So, where do our mysterious heroes live and work?" "Before I give you the answer, I have a question, and it comes directly from our British friends." "Go ahead." "They want to know what preparations you've made in connection with the Perdition Hacienda. If we complete this assignment for them, there will be no end to their gratitude, which may come in handy for our new operations." There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Then the large man who had just arrived home from Texas cleared his throat. "You can pass it on to those interested parties that the hacienda will cease to exist in just about 27 minutes, compliments of the government of Mexico." "And this will eliminate any possibility of the drugs getting out into the open?" There was a small laugh on the other end of the phone. "You can say that, yes." The man became silent as he waited. He knew he didn't have to press the man at Langley for information on the trace, because the man he had tagged outside of Nuevo Laredo was now under intense scrutiny by one of the darkest forces in American intelligence. "The tracer report says that your target landed at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada, and then, according to what amounts to guesswork, the hard target vanishes beneath the high desert. Obviously, I can't get a straight answer out of anyone in Washington. I don't send my men anywhere on guesswork. That kind of stuff went out of favor a long time ago. If you want us to recover what was taken from that hacienda, you very well better get me some reliable intel as to who these people are and who they work for. We were lucky to get the body of Guzman reduced to ruins, but they have a sample of the product your British friends want destroyed. Now, I've been doing a little homework myself. The man who led the rescue attempt across the border, I thought I recognized him, but couldn't place him until now." As Hiram Vickers waited, his incoming email chimed. He opened it and then saw it was from the very same man to whom he was speaking at this very moment. He clicked on the attachment and a picture began downloading. "Find this man, and I'll find that jar they took out of Perdition's Gate. Don't find him, and I guess the Brits' dirty little secret will not be so for long." Hiram regretted having told the Black Team operative everything about who requested their assistance. But the new operating parameters of the Black Teams prohibited them from operating without the full range of intel on their prospective target. He knew this man was determined to keep the men in black far more secretive than they had been in the past before they had been dismantled by the federal authorities. As Vickers watched his computer screen, he saw a herky-jerky video of what looked like a C-SPAN broadcast. As the camera zoomed in on a man in the uniform of a United States Army officer, it cleared up and then the picture froze as the generated name came on below the frozen picture of a big man as he packed up a briefcase with papers. Vickers saw that the video had been purloined from a C-SPAN broadcast of a Senate hearing on the Afghan conflict. Then he looked at the name on the bottom, and a flitting memory came to him. I think this will help a great deal. If you're sure this is the man you tagged? Anyone in our line of work knows exactly who this man is and what he brings to the table. He's dangerous, not only to me, but to you and anyone who crosses him. If he still has Perdition's fire, it will be hard to get from him. Now send me what you have so I can work from my end. Right, Vickers said, and then terminated the call. He looked closer at the sun-hardened features of the man frozen in time on his monitor. He then glanced at the printed name below the picture as he placed the yellow envelope and its contents under his arm in readiness to forward what he had to the black team in Denver. He reached out and hesitated before he turned off his monitor, but not before Hiram Vickers memorized the hard features of the man. The C-SPAN freeze frame of the soldier known 6 years before as Major Jack Collins faded to black. Event Group Complex, Nellis AFB, Nevada. Jack sat at his desk inside the security department, cut off from the rest of his people. He stared at the computer screen for the longest time in an attempt to make the words he had written make sense. They were words he thought he never would have placed end to end in his entire life. They had been in the complex for the past 8 hours, and he was waiting for the call that would send him into the director's office. Collins closed his eyes in an effort to make the last few words in the document he had written fade away along with the sight of them. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in," he said as he leaned slightly toward the monitor and spoke softly as Captain Carl Everett entered his office. "Europa, File and Code Document 1877, Security 1. Collins." "Document filed, Colonel Collins," answered the Marilyn Monroe voice, one that Collins had finally gotten used to. He had hated it, but finally came to terms that everyone in the complex liked the sexiness of the computer-generated voice synthesizer. "Jack, we have an update on Ryan," Everett said as he watched Collins lean away from the computer terminal. "Is he screaming bloody murder yet? You know he is. He said to tell you that if he's to stay put in the hospital, he wants a transfer to one that has better-looking nurses." Everett watched the colonel's face for any reaction. "Tell him he's very lucky."
Carl noticed that Jack said he would have to send him back, not Jack himself. Everett smiled and took a seat without Collins offering it to him. "Other than that, what are they saying about our flyboy?" "He's doing better than expected. He's sore as gosh and has 2 dueling scars he can thrill women with, so all in all, the kid got off lucky." Everett smiled, hoping to get Collins to react to something. "I didn't know hearing about the security department's loss in our football game had upset you that much." Jack didn't hear the question and looked at his second-in-command. "Excuse me?" he said. "Okay, what's going on? You've been in here since we came home. Sarah's been in twice, and even Charlie Ellenshaw dropped by to collect his winnings from the game and wanted to see you, but you told him to go away. I guess you sort of hurt the fuzzy-haired guy. You've been locked up in here doing God knows what, so what gives?" Jack took a deep breath and then looked at Everett. "Did you get to Doc Gilliam and have that shrapnel taken out of your shoulder? I'll get in line behind you as soon as you get that hand checked out. In case you didn't notice, you have a bullet hole in it." Collins looked at his bandaged hand and then looked back at Everett. "I have to stop by the director's office first. You want to tag along?" "As long as it's on the way to the infirmary, sure," Everett answered as he watched Jack leave his chair for the first time in hours. Collins led the way from the security offices, nodding at a very tired Will Mendenhall as the lieutenant sat at his desk adjusting the security roster for the absence of Lance Corporal Udall and Jason Ryan. As they gained the hallway just to the left of the elevators, Jack turned to Everett. "How many men do you have on our French friend down in the infirmary?" "2 in the room, 2 in the hallway. As soon as he's able to be moved, put him in isolation down on level 18, with only a cot and a blanket." Everett nodded as they waited for the elevator. "The president wants Farborough turned over immediately to the FBI.
He says now that we have him, he's going to stay a guest of the United States for a very long time. Jack looked at Everett and then raised his left eyebrow. I want you to conduct the debriefing of Colonel Farborough. The President doesn't get him until that's concluded, he said, as the elevator doors finally opened. I thought you would have wanted to have that little conversation with Henri, Carl said as he watched Jack step into the elevator. Finally, when no answer came from his boss, Everett stepped in beside the colonel. Europa, level 7, please. Level 7. The elevator started up on its air-cushioned ride as Jack leaned back against the rear of the glass car. Europa, location of Director Compton, please, Jack inquired as he closed his eyes once more. Director Compton is currently on level 72, Specimen Vault 78900. Location of Lieutenant McIntyre, Geology Department, he asked next. Lieutenant McIntyre is currently conducting research on geological anomalies found in current volcanic cones in the Central Pacific. Have Lieutenant McIntyre stop her research and join us on level 72 at the appropriate vault, please. Now stop the elevator and take us to level 72. Yes, Colonel, said Europa, as the elevator came to a very fast and hissing stop. Then, as Collins looked at Everett, the elevator reversed and started down into the bowels of the event group complex. You gonna tell me what's going on? Carl asked. Any word yet on the properties of that magic elixir we took out of perdition? He asked instead of answering his friend. They haven't touched the sample yet. The director wants some of our people currently on assignment to be in on the opening phase of the research. He's also recalled the former head of our infectious disease department who now works for the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta. The doctor and his daughter are on the security clearance list. So I guess if the director is recalling old personnel back into the fold, this stuff must worry him to no end. The director thinks it may be a virus? He doesn't know yet, but he says if a reaction can happen that fast on Guzman, he can't take any chances. Everett turned and faced Collins. But I guess you would have known that if you had read the same report I did. Patience, Captain. As the elevator door slid open and Europa announced their desired location, Jack shook his head when he thought Carl was going to ask another question. Both blue-clad men stepped into the hallway on level 72 and went directly to the security arch that led to the vaults. One of their security men was at his station at a small clear desk and stood when they approached. Is the director still in the vault area? Jack asked as he placed his hand on the glass security scanner and had his prints and the moisture content in his hand analyzed for his DNA. Europa cleared the colonel for entrance and then did the same for Everett. Yes, sir. He and the assistant director are classifying several new artifacts that have been transferred down to the new vault level. Jack went down the curving, plastic-lined hallway that hid the granite strata underneath. Level 72 was one of the newest vault areas in the complex and was just now starting to fill up with the treasures of the world's past. Collins ran his large hand along the wall as he headed toward the only vault open on this level. Everett watched him and noticed that it was like Jack was taking it all in for the first time. The group has done good things here, right? He asked before stepping up to the open 13-foot steel door. If you mean, has the group fulfilled its charter? I think so. How many parallels in history have we uncovered that may have averted a war? Given the president something extra that he would never have known if it wasn't for the group. Yeah, Jack, we've done some very good things. Everyone at the event group, past or present, has all done what was asked. Jack just nodded his head and gave Carl a ghost of a smile. That helps. Everett watched Jack knock lightly on the sill of the giant vault door, and then step over the threshold. He was about to follow when he heard a voice that usually gave him pleasure. Hey, Captain, we having a clandestine meeting down here? Everett smiled as he took in the battered face of Sarah McIntyre. Both of her eyes were black and blue, and the right was still nearly closed. She had a large bandage on her head where she had received 16 stitches from Dr. Gilliam just 2 hours before. He lost his smile as he realized at that moment why they were there. It didn't enter his mind until he saw the shape that Sarah was in. It all clicked as he allowed the diminutive McIntyre to enter the vault first. Jack was impressed with this particular acquisition they had uncovered in a small valley just inside the South African province of Natal. The vault was lined with artifacts and weapons from a period of revolt in what was once a part of the British Empire, Zululand. Collins watched as Niles turned toward him with pride. He and Assistant Director Virginia Pollock were standing near a glass enclosure with hydrogen hoses running into it. There was another hose that fed the small enclosure with humidified air to keep it at a constant 67 degrees. "What have we here?" Sarah asked, in that never-ending wonder she always had for the vault areas of the complex. Collins turned and looked at his beaten but happy Sarah McIntyre and wasn't surprised at the wonder of a schoolgirl as she took in the new find. "Actually, you can thank the Colonel's department for this one. They went on a hunch and raided a very wealthy South African gentleman and relieved him of this and other valuable historic finds. It turned out that this gentleman still longed for the days of apartheid.
He stole everything here and was responsible for any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. He stole everything here and was responsible for one of the most blatant grave robberies of the 20th century, Niles Compton said as his eyes flitted from Sarah to those of Colonel Collins. Niles patted the glass enclosure. "You're looking at the remains of a great king, at least in most of the world's eyes. Here is a man that took on the British Empire in their more heady days. His body was stolen from a simple gravesite back in 1981. No one even realized the theft had taken place." Jack smiled at Sarah, and both he and the lieutenant turned to study the body inside of the enclosure. Everett stayed back and just watched. Not the enclosure, Niles, Virginia, nor Sarah, but Collins. Sarah rubbed up against Jack as she looked at the shriveled but somehow still proud corpse of a man from their past. "Say hello to the one-time king of the Zulu nation," Niles said proudly. "I give you Sechweo, the man who defeated the British army at Isandlwana, Transvaal province. It amounted to the Empire's version of Custer's last stand. It would be like us standing here looking at the body of Crazy Horse." Jack's eyes moved from the body lying in its enclosure to the weapons lining the vault's walls.
There were spears, muskets, and lion skins, along with zebra skin shields. Large crates of more short-handled spears and artifacts sat on shelves. "This man had all of this stuff?" Sarah asked as she smiled and looked at a faraway Jack. "All of it. We were mostly interested in collecting the stolen remains. The president wants to make it a gift to the Zulu people after we study and release," both Sarah and Virginia Pollock said at the same time. They knew Niles wouldn't give anything up until the old king had been documented from head to toe for their records. Niles lost his smile when he looked from the enclosure to the face of Jack Collins. He cleared his throat, and then his eyes traveled to those of Carl Everett. He patted Jack on the shoulder. "So, what brings you down to my territory, Jack?" he asked, knowing full well what was about to happen. Jack turned and walked over to the far wall and Europa's temporary computer terminal. "Europa, are you online?" Jack asked, looking at the blank screen that would one day soon hold a talking tour of the vault they were now standing inside. "Yes, Colonel Collins. Please give me a hard copy printout of document 1877, Security Collins, please." Without comment, Europa did as ordered and started printing out the document Collins had been working on since his return to the complex. He waited out the moment in silence and then pulled the single page from the printer. He handed the single paragraph to Niles, who refused to look at it. Instead, he nodded at Virginia, and she moved out into the rock-lined hallway. Niles followed. "Before we see what Jack's brought us, I want to show you a few more things of recent acquisition," Niles said, as he waited for the three people to catch up with him and Virginia. All of the vaults on this level were brand new. Niles walked to a large vault 30 feet away, and then slid his ID card down the security lock. "I had these flown here from our original complex inside Arlington National Cemetery." Niles swung open the door and waited for his people to enter. Sitting on tables and on the vault's floor was what remained from the evidence taken in the 1916 raid on Perdition's Gate. "We hope to get some answers here. We'll start analyzing what we have as soon as our people get in from the CDC in Atlanta." Jack once more tried to hand Niles the sheet of paper Europa had printed out for him. Compton once more stepped out of the vault and waited for the others to follow. "I think all of us will get a kick out of this one," Virginia Pollock offered, as Niles opened one last vault at the far end of the level. This vault, being the last on the level, was by far the largest. It rivaled the vault used to house the Ark in size and dimensions. Collins shook his head but followed the director and assistant director inside. "Wow," Sarah said as she took in the display inside of the giant new vault. Even Collins and Everett were impressed with what they were looking at. "Jack, do you remember when Virginia and I went on vacation at the same time last year?" Niles asked. "Yes." "Are you telling me you and her are responsible for finding these?" Jack asked, amazed at what he was looking at. "Well, no, not exactly, but we wanted to be in on it, and we both knew you wouldn't let us out of the complex without a security detachment tagging along, so we lied and went on vacation to South Florida. We had to be in on this. After we found them, well, we arranged to have them misplaced. And to tell you the truth, the National Geographic Society who funded the expedition is tossing a fit all the way to Washington over us borrowing these artifacts. After we've had our fun with them, we will arrange for their find to be, well, found once more." On the polished tiled floor of the vault, and arranged in a semicircle around the stainless steel vault, were some of the most recognizable aircraft the world had ever known. There were 5 Grumman TBM torpedo bombers from the 40s, as clean and shiny as the day they rolled off the assembly line. "Are these aircraft what I think they are?" Everett said, knowing the old tale from not only his Navy days, but from every program on the Bermuda Triangle he had ever seen. Niles stepped up to the computer terminal next to the large vault door, and hit a small switch that activated Europa's description of the contents of the vault. The sound came over the speaker buried into the rock ceiling far above their heads. United States Navy Training Flight 19 out of U.S. Naval Air Station Fort Lauderdale, Florida, lost on 5 December 1945. The Operational Archives Branch, Naval History and Heritage Command, had ordered the Board of Investigation convened at NAS Miami to inquire into the loss of the 5 TBA Avengers in Flight 19 on a clear day. The flight and its training crews were never heard from again, and it was concluded by the Board of Investigation that the flight was lost due to pilot error. On June 3rd of last year, the National Geographic Society commissioned a search of the area after underwater depressions had been found inside the original search area. The 5 TBM Avengers were located exactly where the search parties in 1945 had estimated the flight went down. The Avengers were found in 375 feet of water and were located inside of an immense underwater cavern. The aircraft were in pristine condition, as they didn't show any sign of saltwater deterioration after 65 years in Florida's hostile waters. Niles reached out and shut off the presentation. He didn't need it, as the event regarding the lost flight was a private indulgence that the director of the event group had taken a special interest in, even as far back as high school. Ammunition, fuel, everything was intact. There was no deterioration of the aluminum used in the Avengers' manufacture. The cockpits were dry and their canopies were closed. The aircraft showed no sign of being ditched after running out of fuel. Well, we know now that they didn't run out, as each torpedo bomber had at least 300 gallons still in its tank. There were no signs of the pilots or their crews. How could these planes still be intact? Everett asked as he ran his head along the wing of one of the giant single-engined aircraft.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Then it seems they were protected by something in the water that we don't understand yet, Virginia said, as she too looked up at the first large Avenger sitting before her. But we will get to the bottom of this before the FBI gets into the full swing of investigating the disappearance of such a valuable military find. Amazing, Sarah said, gazing up at the magnificent aircraft. Every man, woman, and child would probably recognize thanks to the rampant Bermuda Triangle theories being pushed by the media. The next time you two sneak out to go on vacation, please take me with you. This had to be as exciting as it gets. Jack stopped touching the aircraft and turned and smiled at Sarah. She returned his smile. He was never surprised by Sarah's take on the historical world. She was like a small schoolgirl giddy over everything the vault levels had to offer. He loved her for that. Her enthusiasm for her work was something that he himself was having a hard time coming to terms with.
Collins once more pulled the printed sheet of paper from his pocket and again offered it to the director. Niles looked from Jack to his assistant director, Virginia. "I guess our toys didn't do the trick we had hoped they would on the outlook of Colonel Collins here, Virginia," Niles said, taking the offered paper from Jack's hand. He started reading aloud so everyone, including Everett and Sarah, could hear. "I, Colonel Jack Collins, U.S. Army, currently attached to Department 5656 of the National Archives, an entity of the federal government, hereby tender my resignation as colonel in the regular United States Army, effective immediately." Niles looked up from the resignation letter and then removed his glasses. "I think we can find a better way than this, Jack. I do know how to handle the president. He's bound to cool off. He doesn't want to lose you or Sarah. You'll be reprimanded officially for disobeying a direct order, but I'll take the brunt of that and absorb anything the president orders our punishment to be. You knew we were headed for serious consequences over the raid when we decided to go." Jack smiled and then placed his arm around Sarah, who was absolutely speechless when she had heard Jack's decision. "The letter stands. The president may feel better later." He looked down into Sarah's bruised and swollen eyes, "but I will not. Out of personal reasons, I have placed members of my command and the people I am charged to protect in extreme jeopardy. I disobeyed a direct order from not only you, Mr. Director, but from the President of the United States. I find these facts to be unacceptable." He reached down and kissed Sarah on the forehead, at the same time wiping a tear that had slid from her half-closed left eye. "Don't worry, short stuff. I'll be around for you, just not here. I'm not a very good officer anymore, but neither am I stupid." Sarah tried to smile as Jack let her go. They all watched in silence as Collins stepped to the vault door. He turned and looked at the 5 aircraft once more. That was one thing he would have to get used to, and that was not being in the world's great archaeological finds. But he knew as long as they had people in the group as dedicated as the 4 men and women inside this new vault, the event group would still do its job. Then his eyes went to Captain Everett. He stood silent as the moment was just too much to take in. Instead of saying goodbye, Everett saluted without looking the colonel in the eyes. "The Navy doesn't salute indoors, Swabby. Only the Army, of which I am no longer a part," Jack said, and then walked out amid the stunned silence inside of the vault. Sarah turned to face Niles Compton. "Of course you won't accept his resignation, right?" Niles handed the single sheet to Virginia, and then looked at the lieutenant and replaced his glasses. He looked over at the much taller and stockier Everett, who just stood inside the doorway. Sarah, to her shock, saw Everett shake his head negatively. Then he looked at Sarah. "Can't you see it, Sarah? Jack's had it. He can't do his job here and protect those he's supposed to protect with you in the field." "Then I quit," she said, starting to walk toward the vault door. But Everett placed his arm across the wide opening. "Jack won't allow that, and you know it, so don't hit your head up against that particular wall. You'll end up looking worse than you already do." Niles stepped to the doorway and watched the form of Jack Collins head for the archway and the elevators beyond. He saw a man that wasn't broken, just one that was afraid he couldn't do his job any longer in the manner he was used to doing it. He turned and faced Everett and Virginia. "Virginia, I need those CDC people on station in the next 10 hours to start the study on this chemical that was recovered from Perdition's Gate. Captain Everett, I need extra security on the labs where the work will be done. Don't take any chances. Our former event group members who now work for the CDC in Atlanta know their stuff. They have top security clearance, and they'll have the run of the sciences divisions while on site." "Yes, sir," Everett said, noticing how matter-of-factly the director had turned over the security department to him without so much as batting an eye. For the director, the event group had to go on, with or without Jack Collins safeguarding those seeking the truth of history. With that said, the director of the event group stepped from the vault area and left behind a stunned and seething second lieutenant, Sarah McIntyre. After years of training not much different from that received by Jack Collins during his years in the United States Special Forces community, Colonel Henri Farbereau, regular French Army, retired, had developed the same sixth sense that Collins himself had. He knew when he was being observed, and even in sleep, his brain reacted to the danger. The Frenchman forced his eyes open. At first, he saw the dim light coming from the fixture just above the headboard. As he tried to focus his eyes, his brain detected from which direction his observer was sitting. He saw the face, and then the finer details came into view. The young female doctor who had attended to him upon his arrival at the event group complex, Gilliam, he thought her name was just finishing up wrapping his observer's hand in white gauze. "So, you've come to see the drugged and caged animal, Colonel?" Henri said, as the etched features of Jack Collins sharpened to a fine point. Collins nodded at Gilliam in thanks, and then flexed his left hand. The good doctor said the through-and-through bullet wound was pretty much cleaned, but she admonished him for being so late coming in for treatment. There was still a major chance of infection. Jack listened to Denise Gilliam without really hearing her words as he continued to look at Farbereau. His eyes went to the handcuff holding Henri's right hand to the chrome bedpost. Collins looked up and nodded to the first of the two guards inside of the infirmary's single-bed room. Jack tapped his wrist, and the large army sergeant took a few steps toward the bed and unlocked the restraint holding Farbereau's hand to the rail. Henri turned his head and watched the guard move back into the shadows. He lifted his right hand and then rubbed his wrist with the left. His eyes focused on the small room in general and avoided Jack's gaze altogether. "No, Henri, I didn't come in here for that. So, when may I expect a meeting with my attorney, and when is my arraignment?" Jack smiled as he sat in the chair next to Farbereau's bed. The Frenchman could see Collins was going on zero sleep. His face, although clean, hadn't seen a razor since their return from Nuevo Laredo. His jumpsuit was clean and pressed, and his wounds had now been tended. But there was still something wrong with Collins outside of him needing a shave. "I think our department will want to keep the court system out of this one, Colonel. We have no evidence to offer a U.S.
court of law that would place you in any crime scene that we know of. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Court of law that would place you in any crime scene that we know of.
Oh, there's no doubt that the FBI will have some questions for you, but as for the group, we have nothing we can charge you with. Henri continued to rub his wrist where the handcuff had chafed his skin. He looked at Collins and then slowly reached for the control that raised the bed to a sitting position. "I seem to be quite sore," he said as the whine of the bed's motor ceased. 2 bullets, 10 small pieces of shrapnel, 3 broken ribs, and a severe concussion. All in all, you could qualify to be a part of my security team the way you get busted up like you do. If that is the pre-qualifier to becoming a true blue-blooded American hero like you and your men, I think I'll pass, Colonel." Jack didn't respond and remained silent as his eyes moved away from the Frenchman. After all of the years of chasing the Frenchman, Jack found he had little or no animosity toward the former commando. Collins had long suspected that Henri, on several occasions, had just been the bogeyman everyone believed him to be, a convenient one. Appearances, Jack knew, could be as deceiving as the group sometimes found history to be. "Okay, so you didn't come here to read the charges against me. You didn't bring in flowers or a get-well card. So just what is it that brings you to my sickbed, Colonel?" Jack leaned back in his chair and then looked toward the darker recesses of the room. With a nod of Jack's head, Farbeau watched the 2 large security men leave the room silently, closing the door behind them. "Oh, I see. Shot while trying to escape," Farbeau joked. "With you, Colonel, I wish it were that easy. If anyone shoots you, it won't be me." Farbeau saw the complex look on the face of his adversary, a man he hated for causing the death of his wife, Danielle, deep in the Amazon basin 4 years before. But he was also a man he had begrudgingly come to respect. "Your wife, Danielle, tell me about her." The question took Farbeau by surprise, mainly because he had just thought of her himself. It was as if the American had read his mind, and he didn't like that one little bit. Henri gathered his senses and then looked Collins over. "I loved her, Colonel. That's all that needs to be said. She was the only woman, besides one other, that knew me for what," he looked away from Jack's eyes, "knew me for something other than someone's psych evaluation in a foreign intelligence report." "You said Danielle and one other?" Jack asked. Finally, Henri turned and faced Collins. "What do you want of me, Colonel Collins?" "I guess I'm here to say I'm sorry. Sorry for your perception about my having anything to do with your wife's death." Henri stared at Jack for the longest time. He reached out and took a plastic cup from the rolling table at the bedside and drank water from a straw. He placed the glass back down and looked away toward the door of the room. Jack looked down at the bandage wrapping his left hand. "The thought of losing Sarah, if that had happened, I don't think I would have reacted any differently than you have been toward me." "There is one major difference here, Colonel," Farbeau said, finally turning angry eyes on Jack. "Sarah is breathing, while my wife, Danielle, is not. Yet you risked your life, your fortune, and at the very least your freedom to try and save the woman I love. Why is that, Henri?" This time Jack's eyes never left those of Farbeau. "Some things in my life are not to be found in that thick little folder that Senator Lee started on me in my exploits many years ago. I, too, have my secrets, Colonel." Jack nodded his head once and then stood. He removed a small notebook from his breast pocket and then with a pen jotted down some words. When he was done, he tore the sheet from the pad and then paused. "When you're transferred to Washington and turned over to FBI custody for your trip to the Justice Department, I have no doubt you will find a way to escape. When you do," Jack handed the Frenchman the note, "call this number. You can reach me any time." Henri looked the paper over and then looked up at Collins. "So we can finish whatever it is we have to finish." Jack leaned in closer to his own-time antagonist. "Stay away from Sarah, Henri. Despite what you may be inclined to believe, she is not Danielle." Farbeau was silent as Jack turned and headed for the door. But just before he opened it, and without turning around, Jack said, "Henri, Colonel Collins?" Farbeau didn't think Jack was going to continue as he pulled the door open. Then he let it close a few inches.
Thank you for doing what you did in Mexico, no matter what the reasons behind it were." With that, the colonel left the clinic's sterile room and disappeared. Denise Gilliam came through the same door a moment later, along with the 2 security men. She took Henri's wrist and checked his blood pressure. "Well, your BP is not as bad as I would have thought it would be after your little meeting," Denise said as she released Henri's wrist. "You need to get some rest. If you need anything, just ask one of these 2 rather large gentlemen." "He quit, didn't he?" Farbeau asked as his eyes finally went to those of the doctor. "I don't listen to, nor do I confirm rumors, even if I know them to be true, Colonel Farbeau." Denise walked away as Henri's eyes moved to the door. "Goodbye, Colonel Collins. I suspect I'll be making that phone call sooner than you may think." Henri Farbeau turned off the light above the steel headboard and then placed his hands behind his head and went into deep thought. 1 mile east of Hacienda Perdition's Gate, Nuevo Laredo. A small man with a paunch and a sweat-stained baby blue blazer adjusted his field glasses as he watched the Mexican National Police Force come and go from the hacienda. Every once in a while he would see an old woman, his files said that she was the late Juan Guzman's mother, start haranguing the officers as they compiled their evidence packages inside of the main house. He knew the police hadn't actually removed any evidence from the hacienda to this point. The man worked for the Centro de Investigación y Seguridad Nacional, Mexico's version of the CIA. The National Security and Investigation Center, or CISEN, was one of the more corrupt agencies in the Mexican federal establishment. For years they had been trying to clean up the factions at work deep inside of the agency, but they had thus far been unable to curb the avarice thrown to certain members of the corrupt agency. The man with the field glasses was one of these men. He lowered the glasses when he heard a car drive up from behind his hiding place. He knew who it was, so he just waited for the report. A man dressed as a Mexican state policeman walked easily toward the man, tearing away a false mustache and removing his blue hat. "It is done." The small, rotund man nodded his head and then raised the powerful field glasses once more. In the lenses, he saw the old woman once more, and this time it looked as if she had 2 of Guzman's younger children in tow. She was still shouting out indignities as she waved her arms wildly about some offense or other. "Senor, you realize there are still women and children inside of the targeted area, and many, many of our Mexican police brethren." The man sniffed as he watched the hacienda, but kept his glasses steady on the main building. "It is a shame, but the situation cannot be helped. We have orders to destroy the hacienda and all of its contents. Now, are you sure the package was delivered to the right area of the building? We followed your precise directions. The entire structure should be nothing but a large hole in the ground. It should destroy everything in the lower levels, along with everything and everyone within 1,000 feet of the hacienda. Very well. Do you have the transmitter?" The uniformed man reached into his jacket pocket, brought out a small box, and then extended the small antenna and held it out for his operation.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan, Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The smaller man finally lowered his field glasses and then looked at the transmitter and shook his head. "You can have the honors." The man in the state police uniform looked uncomfortable. He turned his back on the hacienda 1 mile away and then quickly raised the small plastic cover and depressed the black button underneath. The man with the field glasses was taken by surprise when the 1,000 pounds of special explosives provided by their CIA contact in Langley literally blew the ground the hacienda was sitting on in a vaporous, rolling ball of hail. The entire hacienda and the land it sat on vanished in a split second of destruction that Mexico had never seen. It was so powerful that the small man was shoved as hard as he would have been if a rugby player had slammed into him. The explosive octanitrocubane is the most powerful non-nuclear explosive ever made. Octanitrocubane consists of a cube of 8 carbons with nitro groups, oxygens, and nitrogens attached to each carbon. It is an explosive that doesn't require an external oxygen source to decompose, meaning that it could blow up in every environment, including water and even in the vacuum of space. As the small mushroom-shaped cloud rose above the small valley, the man rose and shook his head. As he raised the field glasses to his eyes once more, he was shocked to see that between the rolling clouds of dust and sand and smoke, there was absolutely nothing left of the hacienda or the areas beneath it, or around it. He couldn't even discern the bodies of police or family members. He lowered the glasses and removed his cell phone from his suit jacket. He hit the pre-selected number and then waited. "Vickers, it's your dime," came the answer. "Excuse me, senor," the small man said, not understanding Vickers' play on words. "Oh, just a joke. What have you to report?" "The explosives your man delivered were quite adequate for the job. I am afraid that there were many collateral pieces on the chessboard, however. The jerk Guzman led his family to this end. Make no sympathies for him or his family. They're not innocents in all of this. See, we knew what kind of man we were dealing with." The small man closed the cell phone and almost raised the field glasses to his eyes once more, but stopped short. He didn't need to see the smoking ruin of this particular piece of Mexico. No, he didn't need that. He stood instead and tossed the field glasses to the uniformed man. "See, Senor Vickers, we do indeed know what kind of man we are dealing with. He's a man not far removed from your own desires and aspirations," the man said to himself. Event Group, Complex, Nellis AFB, Nevada. Collins sat for the longest time on his bed looking at the 2 packed suitcases sitting by the door. He looked at his wristwatch and then his eyes moved back to the cases. He was waiting for the arrival of Sarah McIntyre. The knock on the door soon came and Jack stood to answer it, kicking one of the suitcases out of the way as he did. He opened the door and Sarah was leaning on the frame, looking down. "Hi, short stuff." Sarah looked up, and with her eyes black and blue and her nose bandaged, she imagined she didn't look her best. She stepped into Jack's large room and then faced the far wall. "You didn't feel the need to discuss this with me before springing it on the world? So you could do then what you're going to do now?" he asked, as he placed both of his large hands on Sarah's shoulders. She reached back without looking and took his bandaged hand in her much smaller one. "Jack, if it's us and the military etiquette involved,
I can resign and still keep my post as the geology department's head instructor." Jack squeezed her shoulder and then turned her around and pissed her deeply. Then he pulled back and ran a finger close to her left eye, which was showing signs of opening all of the way for good. The bruise was deep and purple with tinges of yellow under the skin. Collins shook his head and then smiled. "That wouldn't stop me from showing favoritism toward you. That wouldn't stop me from losing any more people in the field." Jack removed his hands and then took a few steps back before turning to face Sarah. "I'm afraid it's much more than just us, baby. Do you know that on the plane trip back to Nevada, I couldn't recall what Lance Corporal Udall looked like? A Marine I have spent the past 5 years training?" Sarah watched as Jack's face clouded over with self-doubt, and he closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and then looked at Sarah again. All of the faces of all those boys, from Iraq, Afghanistan, and here at the group, they all seemed to merge and form themselves into, again he tried to smile, well, you. All of my fears, all the terror I feel when I order men to their possible deaths, all come back to you. The loss of you would be my punishment. Do you understand that? Sarah remained silent as she reached up and placed her arms around his shoulders and pulled him to her. He felt her soft sobs as she said goodbye in her own quiet way. "You know, short stuff, my mother thinks you're a figment of my overworked imagination." Sarah laughed through her tears as she finally looked up at Collins. "She does?" she said as she wiped a tear away from her very sore face. "I think we better allay her fears. She's coming to Las Vegas, so I thought maybe we can have dinner tomorrow night." "It's a date, Mr. Collins," she said as she started crying one more time. Jack didn't realize that he would not be addressed by his military rank any longer. As he hugged Sarah, he smiled for the first time in a long while meaning it. Jack Collins was very comfortable with the Mr. aspect of the change. He was tired of the death that had always surrounded him even since the days of his father. Now he would wake up tomorrow and would never have to feel that hopelessness again. Yes, he thought, Mr. Collins was something he could get used to being addressed by. Niles Compton sat at his desk and read the report that had just been forwarded to him from Pete Golding down in the computer center. He shook his head and then looked up at the faces of Carl Everett and Virginia Pollock. The explosive used in the destruction of Perdition's Gate was an exotic mixture. Octonitrocubane is made here in the States and a few countries in Europe, mostly NATO members. We can assume someone wanted the hacienda reduced to dust. That, coupled with the fact that this savior of yours and the colonel in Mexico destroyed the body of Guzman, coincides with someone not wanting some detail of Perdition's secrets out in the open. Do Pete and Europa have any leads as to who these gentlemen were that have so graciously covered up someone's mess? Everett asked, as the new head of security. He looked at his watch, knowing that Jack was due to sign out of the group in 15 minutes. None, but I'm willing to bet that someone over at Langley may have some answers for us. This smells like their work. I've talked to the president, and he's looking into it. How is he taking Jack's resignation? Virginia asked what she and Everett both were curious about, at least hoping the president wouldn't accept the request for retirement. He's not speaking to me on any matters not related to this fiasco in Mexico, with the exception of the colonel. I think he will order Jack back to the group, but that will be the colonel's call, one he has to make on his own. Niles tossed Pete's report on his desktop and then looked up at his two people. Virginia, how are we handling this sample we removed from Mexico? As of right now, we are treating it as we would a viral compound. Until our cleared event group members of the CDC arrive to classify it, that's all we're working with. Good. I don't want anyone near it until we can get some recommendations. I also want that mess out of the complex as soon as that assessment is made. Do we have any...
I just cannot believe that a man with his credentials could come up with a compound such as this in the 1890s. It's impossible, especially for what he was a professor of. At least we have the good Professor Ambrose's journals that our famous General Patton recovered from the hacienda. Everett looked from Niles to Virginia, who just shrugged her shoulders as she didn't know what Compton was talking about either.
Just what was he a professor of? Everett finally asked. Believe it or not, this Ambrose character was only a botanist. No chemistry experience, no genetics, just a botanist. A brilliant one to be sure, but still just a botanist. A U.S. Army sergeant stepped into Jack's room, took the suitcases, and left for the loading dock area of the complex. He was followed by Sarah and Collins. As they passed people in the hallway, many of them stopped to shake Jack's hand, and he graciously spent a minute with each as they slowly made their way up to level 5. As the elevator doors opened, both Jack and Sarah were shocked at what was waiting on the massive concrete loading dock. "Gosh, Dit," Jack said beneath his breath, as over 100 of the off-duty event group staff were there to send him off. The rumor of his resignation had spread like wildfire from the moment he had left the vault area that morning. As the 100 men and women broke out in applause, Jack waved them off. Sarah placed her arm through Jack's as they stepped onto the dock. The first to greet him was a man with wild white hair and small round glasses. Charles Hendershot Allenshaw III stood before Collins with his white lab coat buttoned askew and his eyes wet. "Colonel, on behalf of everyone at this complex, I want to say thank you. Jack took Charlie's hand and shook it. "No, Doc, thank you," he said as he looked up at the faces trying to get a glimpse of him as he left. "Thank all of you." He looked down at the professor and head of the cryptozoology department and smiled. "Thank you for giving me back my humanity in the last 6 years. Everyone here reminded me of what my job was truly all about." He again looked at those around him. "You made me care about whom and why I do what I do, and now I leave that to others. Goodbye." Ellenshaw released Jack's hand and without another word turned and burst past both he and Sarah, removing his glasses and swiping at his eyes as he did. Collins took a deep breath and then looked at Sarah. He gestured toward the lone transport car at the edge of the loading dock. With a few more handshakes, he finally got a chance and whispered into Sarah's ear that he loved her. Then, as he was about to step into the plastic-reinforced magnetically controlled car, Sarah pulled on his sleeve and nodded to the right of the loading dock where the security department kept a small kiosk for inspecting incoming shipments. Will Mendenhall watched from the glass enclosure. "I'll be gosh," Jack once again said. Collins stood as straight as he could and then raised his hand. Will Mendenhall stepped from the security kiosk, and then, just when Collins thought he wasn't going to respond to his goodbye, Will saluted him. Jack nodded his head, and then, looking directly at the best man he had ever trained, a man who had risen from staff sergeant to second lieutenant through sheer talent and ability, he returned the salute. Will snapped his head down, half smiled, and then turned away from the departing soldier, who had replaced a father Will had never known. Jack watched the black man move away and knew he was leaving the best people he had ever known. "Well," he said as he finally looked down at Sarah. "Yes, Mr. Collins? Until tomorrow night, then. I'll be there, and I'm going to tell your mother you did this." She swam her hand around her blackened eyes. "To me." Collins smiled and kissed the top of her head. He then stepped into the small transport that would carry him the 7.7 miles to gate number 2 at the Gold City Pawn Shop in Las Vegas. "After meeting you, she just may agree that you needed that beating, Lieutenant McIntyre." "Goodbye, Jack," Sarah said as she turned and walked away. Collins watched everyone start to file back into the complex, and for a fleeting moment he saw the diminutive shape of the woman he loved disappear among the many military, science, academia, and other professions that made up the personnel of the event group. "Europa, gate number 2, please." "Yes, Colonel Collins, gate number 2. "Hey!" came a shout that made Collins tell Europa to hold the magnetic-driven car. He looked over and saw the blue jumpsuit, and then Everett stepped clear of some large crates on the loading dock. Jack slid the plastic door up and into the frame of the bullet-shaped car. He stood and waited for Carl to reach him. "Thought you would get out without having to face me?" he asked as he held out his hand to Collins. "Something like that," Jack answered as the two men shook hands. "It's been really of a ride, Jack." "That it has, Carl. A ride I wouldn't have missed for the world." Everett took a step back and literally examined the battered frame of his friend. He knew Collins was at his limit. Most men hit that mark after it's too late, and they end up getting a lot of people killed. Jack had lost people, a lot of them, but had yet to get anyone killed out of negligence. No, Everett thought, Jack was leaving on his own terms, and he for one would not ever mention the whys of his leaving. Instead, Everett just raised his right hand and, like Mendenhall a minute before, saluted. Collins returned the gesture and then shook his head. "Any advice, besides run as fast as I can out of here?" Carl asked, with a smile as Collins sat back down with his hand poised over the Dawson closed door. "Yes, Senator Lee once told me, Jack, you're in command, so gosh, command." With that and a return smile, Jack Collins closed the door and the car zoomed away down the centerline rail toward the city of Las Vegas and whatever future he could carve out for himself. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. The same photo and trace technician who had questioned Hiram Vickers earlier about the chain of custody for the tracer tract forwarded to her department from the Cassini Corporation in Boulder stood at the far end of the hallway from Vickers's office. She half-turned with the large envelope in her arm, pressed it tightly to her chest, and then looked down on the sign-off sheet. Only her department had signed the receipt of service from Cassini. There was a long red arrow from the top of the custody list straight down to Hiram Vickers' name near the bottom. She looked at the name bypassed by the arrow, the person in charge of intelligence for the North American desk, Assistant Director Lynn Simpson. Once again the woman bit her lower lip. After all, maybe Vickers had a point about not filling up the desks of people who didn't have the time to look at test patterns from one of their CIA contractors. "Penny for your thoughts," came the familiar voice that had come up on her unawares. The young girl looked at Hiram Vickers, and the cold smile he always gave women he thought far beneath his station. While he looked at her chest, the technician easily pulled the chain of possession list from the front of the envelope. She then smiled and held out the large envelope. "Ah, the second part of the test came through. Excellent," he said as he reached for the envelope. Do I have to sign for it anywhere?" he said as she released the intelligence report from Cassini. "Since you said it was a test that came to you only, we didn't bother, since here you are, and it is only a test, right?" Hiram kept his smile on his lips far longer than was necessary. "Right, as I said, yours is the red tape-cutting department. Thanks again for this," he said, holding the envelope up and then turning away. The technician looked down into her hand at the chain of possession list and the first name at the top.
She didn't quite know how to handle Vickers and his test that didn't seem to show up on their daily to-do list. She thought about it and decided on what course of action to take. She turned and walked to the elevator and took it to the 6th floor. She saw the empty area where the North American Intelligence Department usually was, but saw that they must have gone home for the night. She looked at her wristwatch and saw that it was almost 7 o'clock. She looked around and spied the old pigeonhole mail slots for the North American desk. She went over and looked at box number 1, Lynn Simpson, Assistant Director, North American Intelligence. She looked at the sign-off sheet, folded it, and then placed it in Lynn's mailbox. That ought to get her to wonder why her desk was bypassed on an intelligence target deep inside the United States, test or no test. As the girl turned and left the large area, she only hoped she was doing the right thing. Unknowingly, she had placed the intelligence trace report coming in on compromised test subject Collins, Jack, U.S. Army, into the mailbox of Jack's very own sister, the head of the North American Intelligence Desk, Lynn Simpson. The young technician was wrong about the North American desk having gone home for the evening. Since Lynn Simpson's return from Texas, she had been steadily working on the Juan Guzman case and had every single one of her people in a large meeting room 1 floor up. She knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that her brother Jack had been involved in the illegal rescue of Sarah McIntyre and 15 kidnapped girls. Lynn had managed to learn through her law enforcement contacts down in Texas that Jack and the mysterious entity he worked for had not been identified as being related to the U.S. government at all.
There was only the fact that the rescue element had crossed the Rio Grande into the United States territory. As she read the statements of the 15 surviving girls as told to the FBI and the Texas Rangers, she thought someone had been drugged or, at the very least, beaten until all reliability had vanished. Words such as monstruo, satanas, and creatora had come from the lips of the women being questioned about their rescue regarding the man who had abducted them. Lynn knew the 3 words most of the girls used to describe the anaconda on their harrowing flight out of Mexico: monster, Satan, and creature. The bulk of her staff recommended they should start looking into either the American military or a corporate security group. No, she explained, we'll not follow that angle. Although Lynn knew her desk had to pursue answers to the raid into Mexico, she didn't want to, because she knew Jack, Carl, and Mendenhall were up to their eye teeth in the cover-up. As she passed the mailboxes, she noticed something in her box. She closed the folder on the anaconda and pulled free the folded paper. As Lynn walked to her desk, she still hadn't given instructions to her people as to where to start their search. She was hoping to buy time until she could get a hold of Jack, Carl, or Sarah. As she placed the thick file on her desk, she unfolded the piece of paper. It was a sign-off chain of custody sheet that had been originated in the imaging and trace section. She scanned the sheet and then slowly sat down. She saw the person who had signed for the information received from that section. She also noticed that the subject header was Surveillance and Tracking Test from Cassini Space-Based Systems. Her brows rose as she reached for her phone. As she punched in the appropriate number for imaging, her eyes roamed to the name that did eventually sign for the test results: Hiram Vickers. "Imaging and tracking," answered the voice on the other end of the line. "This is Simpson at the intelligence desk for North America. Your section forwarded an intelligence package from Cassini Space-Based Systems in Boulder to Hiram Vickers." Suddenly, and before she could continue with the person on the line in imaging and tracking, her awareness rose as she suddenly remembered who this man was. He had started at the company a year or so after Lynn herself. He had begun his intelligence career down in games and theory. Now there was a rumor of a new section, a small one to be sure, but new nonetheless. Field Incursions, a special operations team used by the CIA to infiltrate any country, any place. She suddenly remembered she was talking on the phone. "Listen, do you people understand your protocols down there? I know your department doesn't get out much, but any intelligence that comes through North America, is about North America, or is even rumored to be information derived on this continent, gets forwarded to me." Lynn stopped talking and listened. "Okay, I need the contents of both of these so-called test evaluations brought to me in 5 minutes, and Mr. Vickers is to know nothing of this." Lynn hung up the phone, and then wondered why Hiram Vickers would be interested in a test subject in Nevada. As Lynn Simpson waited on the information from imaging, those same tracking details were being passed to that organization that didn't exist, the Men in Black. "Denver, Colorado. This is Smith," said the deep voice of the large man who was now dressed in Levi's and a pull-over golf shirt. He glanced over at the door that opened to the hallway outside and the few guests he had over for dinner. He stepped to the den's wide door and closed it as he pressed the cell phone to his ear. "I have a little surprise for you," said on the other end of the cell phone call. "Surprises in my line of work are never a good thing, Mr. Vickers. You should know that." Yes. Now, before I give you the information you've been waiting on, I just wanted to say that was a real nice piece of work south of the border this afternoon. Real nice." The man known as Smith didn't respond. He didn't need the adulation of some desk jockey in Washington to critique his work. He waited in silence. "Well, anyway, the man with the hard bug on him has left whatever hole in the ground he was in. The signal is weakening, but we are able to maintain the trace for the time being. Not for long, though. The man is definitely the officer you know as Jack Collins. I cannot get into his file other than his regular 201 file, which basically only tells us he's not dead. As for his current assignment, no luck there either. I do know that he is now a full-bird colonel, not, as you said, a major. At one time, everyone inside the military world thought this man would one day wind up running the whole Army corporate arm, until his command had been shot to hell thanks to some generals and rats in Washington a few years back. That was when he was on Capitol Hill testifying before the Ways and Means Committee. The large man known to Vickers as Smith made no comment, but did reach over for a pen atop his desk and started writing. Where can our good colonel be located? I'm waiting on the next package from Imaging, but you can start at 126-7 Flamingo Road. After he appeared downtown, he was traced to this address, and that data is only 15 minutes old. Now, I'm going to ask this but one time. When I trace this colonel to wherever he is based, what kind of executive power do I have to recover this substance? The highest. These orders come down from on high. But we'll never have to prove that, since you can get what we want and not get caught doing it, and with as few unpleasant things happening as possible. Am I right? You know, without knowing who this Collins works for, this thing could get messy. This could involve the elimination of American citizens. The substance that was removed from the Mexican hole in the wall must be recovered or destroyed at all costs. Now you see, Mr. Vickers, that is why I hate dealing with you intel types. First, you wanted the substance found and destroyed. Now you want it recovered. Which is it? Our financiers would like it destroyed.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. However, we here at the Home Office believe you can recover at least a sample. That wouldn't be a bad thing either. But if you doubt recovery is possible, destroy it for our friends. Smith just pushed the end call button on his cell phone and then looked at the address he had written on the pad. He heard the den door open and a small scream of delight. He turned to see his 6-year-old daughter run into his study, followed by his wife of 10 years. They were both smiling.
"Honey, did you forget about our guests?" his dark-haired wife asked as Smith swept his daughter into his arms. "I'm afraid you're on your own tonight, sweetheart. Daddy has some work to do." The daughter frowned, and the wife only shook her head. "It can't wait?" she asked as she removed their daughter from his large arms. The man known to certain aspects of the intelligence community as Mr. Smith looked from his wife and daughter to the address on the notepad. He tore it off and then reached for a black suitcase and placed the address inside. "No, the country is in danger, and Daddy has to save the world from the bad guys," he said dramatically, making both his daughter and wife laugh as they kissed him and then left his study to deliver their guests the bad news. Smith watched them leave, and then the smile vanished from his face. He made the necessary phone calls and then looked out of his window at the fine Denver night. He joked about saving the world from the bad guys, but little did his wife and child know that he was the biggest and baddest of them all. Las Vegas, Nevada. Jack rang the doorbell several times, but no one answered. He knew someone was home because he could hear the deep bass thump coming through the door. Someone was blasting the old Creedence Clearwater Revival song, Green River. As Jack was just about ready to knock loudly on the door, the music was lowered inside of the modest house. He turned slightly and looked at two of those plastic flamingos that always drove him crazy. Their black eyes looked accusatory to him, so he sneered and turned away. As he did, there was the sound of a chain being removed, and then he saw the door open. Standing there smiling was Alice Hamilton. Since Senator Garrison Lee had died 3 months before, Alice had kept pretty much to herself. Jack and the others figured she needed the time to grieve and allow the senator's memory to settle into its proper place. But as Collins looked down upon the 85-year-old woman, he could see that if she were grieving, it was one dirty process. She had paint covering most of her face and even more of her arms and hands. "Jack," she said loudly, and then reached up and put her arms around him and squeezed him so tight he lost his breath. "And how are you doing?" he asked when he was able to pry her arms off of his neck. "Just rockin' out here and paintin' the old place. You know, addin' a little color now that the ogre has gone to the great beyond." Jack could see that as much as Alice tried to hide it, the loss of Lee was still etched into her mind. "Ogre? Yeah, whatever you say," Jack said as he stepped into the foyer of the small house. "Now, I understand you've had some excitement," Alice said as she walked a few steps to the bar, a new addition to the house, Jack noted. She started pouring whiskey for both of them. "Ice?" she asked, holding up the amber fluid, which reminded Jack of the substance they removed from Perdition's Gate. No ice, and yes, much excitement. Alice stepped from behind the bar and handed Jack his drink, which he looked at curiously because of its color. "So, tell me, Jack, what's it like to be a civilian?" she asked as she took half of her drink down in a swallow. "How in the hell did you know about that already?" Alice smiled and batted her eyelids, just the way she used to do with Garrison Lee, which drove him insane. "Now, just because I haven't returned to work yet doesn't mean I don't have my sources." "Sarah," Jack said as he downed his entire drink in a swallow. "Well, actually, I received calls from Sarah, Carl, Niles, Virginia, and Charlie Allenshaw. Did they think you could do something about my resignation?" Alice took Jack's empty glass and returned to the bar and refilled them both. Before she could return, the phone rang, and she answered it. "Hello?" she said. "Yes, I've heard. I know it hurts, but you have to let him sort through this. I know you do, but like the rest of us have to do, you just need to give him his space. Yes, dear. Thank you, and yes, you can come over any time. Yes, goodbye, Will." Alice hung up the phone and then brought Jack his drink. "You can add Will Mendenhall to the list." Jack shook his head and then had to smile. "Hey, since you're no longer an officer and a gentleman, Mr. Collins, would you care to get drunk with an old woman and tell me a story?" Jack downed his second drink and then pursed his lips as the whiskey burned its way to his stomach. "It would be a pleasure, Mrs. Hamilton. But get this straight, young lady, I am not helping you paint. I draw the line right there. Event Group Complex, Nellis, AFB, Nevada. Will Mendenhall had actually worn his Class A uniform just 2 times since his promotion 2 years before to that of a second lieutenant. As he walked through the reception area for incoming aircraft, he noticed for the first time how empty the uniform looked without his old E7 rank on his shoulders. He missed being a staff sergeant on most days, but now that he had officially been promoted to second in command of the security detachment at the group, he realized he really wanted to be just a soldier again. As he rounded the corner, he saw the 4 men and 2 women he was there to meet and escort to the event group complex. The first person he saw caught his attention,